Oh, you don't know about
the
Steel?
Shaquille O'Neal?
The Shaquille O'Neal movie.
It's
is
a great movie.
No, it's
Superman
not.
movie we got.
Don't.
You shut your goddamn
When
trash
it comes
mouth.
to Shaquille O'Neal, Adam has got a thing.
He's a great man.
Inconceivable!
In a world where laughter was king, on the edge of space,
Ludicrous speed! Go!
Get together, have a few laughs.
masters of the universe.
Okay, well, I hope everybody enjoyed the previous episode where we had a little fun. We played a game.
I got spanked so bad.
Well, Adam came out on top, as you would assume.
He likes it on top.
Yes.
He is always on top. He's the guy.
Actually,
Which
no,
means
I don't
Matt's
like,
always on the bottom.
I was last episode.
You
Tune
were.
into last episode to see what I'm talking about.
Snoogans.
We got
What
kinky.
was the Kinky Kelly and the Sexy Sud like? Taking it in the road, taking it in the ass. That is. That would be. That was some Oscar Wilde like wordplay right there.
It was.
Oscar Wilde?
In case you didn't know, we're doing a tribute to Kevin Smith,
A tribute.
Yes.
and this is just a tribute.
This isn't even actually the actual podcast.
Yeah,
It
this
doesn't
is
sound
the
anything
actual
like it.
podcast.
This is just a tribute.
And we're gonna this. I don't know how long this episode is gonna go. It's gonna go on for some time. I have a feeling.
It's going to go a while, guys. We have so much knowledge.
We're gonna cover movies. We're gonna cover
a
and
lot.
other things that like Kevin's. I want to when I say tribute, I want to touch on the milestones. Like we don't have to like get into reviews of every single movie. We will obviously talk about every single movie and like highlights, standouts. There's going to be some trivia, I'm sure. Matt here has got like a yellow legal pad that he stole, I guess, from the marshmallow packing factory.
It does. Yes. Last episode, he was preparing so much that there's just no marshmallows to go around. Like we had to put the factory to a stop.
Yeah, the
So
marshmallows
you
just had to be like thrown onto porches with no bags.
It was horrible. Yeah. There was a marshmallow shortage.
Sorry about that plastic shortage, America.
Speaking of porches,
Oh.
what?
By the way, I don't know if that's a slur or not. We're going to get into that, though.
Yeah.
I was like, where's this going?
I don't know if I want
Yeah.
to say it, though, because maybe it is.
Are you taking it back?
I think we can take it back.
Okay.
I seriously think we can take it back. My grandmother described it as being lazy people.
You know, come to think of it, my grandma was kind of a racist.
She did refer to the Sheeny curse. You think? God, I love that movie so much. Did we actually rank these movies? Because I never did.
Oh, I did.
You
did?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
all
this
right,
is-
that's fine. That's
This is
fine.
going to get controversial.
I could
though,
tell
so
you
guys are
I
not
could
gonna-
tell you my favorite
yeah.
movies probably, but I don't have them ranked, unfortunately.
Well, I'll tell you what. Maybe at the end of this podcast, when we get to the very end, we can all each say which one was our favorite, which one was our least favorite. How about that?
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay. All
That's
right.
absolutely fair.
Let's do this.
Hey, I'm one of your hosts. Welcome back to the Cinemasters universe. Hey, how's it going? I'm Ron Avis.
Hey, I'm Matt Mercer.
And I'm Adam Peterson.
And we got through that intro like pros, man.
Bam. Sniggy
Just like
snooch
dominoes,
to the
man.
nooch.
Matt just hopped right in there.
Ooh,
This
you were on
is
it,
this
man.
your second. No, you've done other
a pro.
podcasts before.
You're a
Right?
pro.
This is not your first rodeo.
I've got that sultry, smooth voice.
Oh my
I'm gonna
God,
take you
you
guys
sure
through
do.
this.
This
You
is
do a
so
lot of
good.
voice acting. I've
I
seen
want
your
to shut up
credits
and
on
listen to
IMDb.
you
A
talk.
little bit of that.
We got ourselves a new movie Mad Libs reader here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
It's too bad there aren't any like Kevin Smith Mad Libs out there. We could have done one of those.
Oh, we could. We can come back do another one, right?
We could do
Kevin
it.
Smith Mad Libs. That's an episode.
If we ever get one, and I'm sure we can make
We
our
could
own
make
Mad
one
Libs.
up,
We'll do it.
Yeah, we could totally make one.
You can write it.
Yes.
He has all the knowledge.
But yeah, so how I wanted to go about this episode. Oh, wait a minute. Wait.
Oh.
Welcome to the feature presentation about Kevin Smith. We love him. We're gonna get down. View Askew. Lots of movies and podcasts. Also Q&As. We've seen him live through the Dolphin. Everybody Dolphin. Kevin Smith.
You have held up your end of the bargain there. and you freestyled all the way through it, and I love you for that, sir.
I am not sorry I came
You
today.
are
That was amazing.
Thank you.
You're a superior.
Wow.
human being.
That's the deal, though. Like,
Yes.
if Adam's our all-time movie Mad Libs reader, then I have to do the feature presentation ad lib.
Yeah, it's freestyles every time.
Hopefully, we did not lose any listeners. Or
We've
They
gained
wouldn't have lost it
listeners.
for your singing. It would have been my dancing that did it, but my heart is beating so fast. I feel like I just went to a rave, man.
You were a madman
Feeling good.
right
Huh.
there. Okay. But yeah, so Kevin Smith tribute. Let's just start right up at the top. Kevin Smith, a New Jersey boy. There aren't a ton of known, famous New Jersey people out there. New York's got plenty of them. Poor New Jersey, which is just sitting right there next to the city, is always getting shit on by New Yorkers and pretty much everybody else. Like what? You got The Sopranos.
Oh, well, there is that. Yeah,
There's
yeah.
that. But I mean, New Jersey doesn't have. I've heard it's a beautiful state. I hope to. We've talked about maybe
It's
doing a
the
pilgrimage
Garden
up there.
State.
It is the Garden State.
Yeah, okay.
They got the stash. Well, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump away from New York City if you
It
ever
is.
wanted to go to New Jersey. But I mean, there's stuff going on. There's boardwalks. There's Atlantic City.
Oh, there was that Jersey Shore
Yeah.
TV show, which I
That was the thing.
I thought you were just going to leave it at that Jersey Shore.
They've got a shoreline there. The ocean
I
meets
do
part of
believe
their
there is
state.
It is a
Shore.
coastal. It is a coastal state. That's for sure.
That's my,
Bruce Springsteen. He's from there, right?
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
He's a
The
Jersey
boss?
boy. The
Yeah,
boss.
he is,
He's
you're
from
right.
Jersey.
Bruce Willis. I'm pretty sure Bruce Willis is a
From New
Jersey.
Jersey?
Probably.
I think so.
Okay. Oh, we're going to talk about Bruce
Ted
Willis
Danson.
today.
I think Ted Danson.
I think you might just be reaching now and making.
I'm just
things
making.
up.
I'm just
Yeah,
making
you're
stuff up.
totally making shit up now.
You know, when I get to Ted Danson, we're just pulling it out. Of my ass.
9/10 of the cast of Breakin'.
Yes.
was from New Jersey.
Oh, my God.
No, that was
All
New
right.
York. New York has that too, I'm sure. But yeah, so Kevin Smith, born in 1970. So, we know Kevin Smith as a filmmaker first in life. Also, he was one of the first cats to really give credibility to nerd culture. He really popularized that. He was on the forefront of bringing that out. There would be no, website selling T-shirts with nerd culture shit on it. If weren't for people like Kevin Smith.
Yeah, you bring up a good point here because I don't know if there are any kids watching this show. First of all, if you are,
Please
what the hell
stop.
is wrong with you? Yeah.
Please stop.
Secondly,
Your parents don't love you if they let you
This
watch
is
us.
what if you're
18 and only here,
if
people.
you're playing this to make your kid go to sleep, as a little it's a soothing podcast.
put on something else.
Yeah.
By not Kevin Smith, but
I think you're a good parent personally,
what?
but your kid may grow up to be Jonathan Brandis.
Yep. And we know what happened to him, right?
Don't do it.
He committed suicide.
He absolutely did.
Don't do it.
So going
His
back to
family
my
was
point
like, God damn it.
We thought we were getting out of this one.
It's really commonplace nowadays to you're right, have a shirt or even something as simple as a movie talking about another movie.
Yes.
They mentioned Star Wars.
Yeah.
Captain America: Civil War, for example. Peter Parker mentions at some point Empire Strikes Back. That really
Yeah.
old movie. You didn't used to see that kind of stuff, and so that was a really big deal back in the day. There just wasn't a lot of nerd culture. I don't think it was as popular. It was kind of almost looked down upon. That's kind of how
I mean, Friends absolutely used shorthand with one another, but he made it popular in film.
Yeah.
He and Quentin Tarantino, I guess you could say,
Yeah.
both of them. But
I'd say so.
and both Miramax guys, both indie directors. One guy was shot up through superstardom, throughout his whole career. Another guy, Kevin Smith, he's never left the zeitgeist, but he never really broke out huge, which seems weird to say because he's accomplished so much in his life. He's been 25 years, 26 years old. Clerks is 25 years old now.
26 this year.
Yeah,
Maybe
okay, so it's
1994.
94. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, so you're going on 3 decades, man.
Yeah.
But he was a 90s thing,
Yep.
and it's funny that he's rebooting all this stuff. I feel almost like he's jumping the gun just a tad bit too early because 90s pop culture is just now hitting.
Yeah.
And and he was trying to get Mallrats, the movie made a couple years ago. I feel like just if he'd tried to do that now, people would have done it because there's just so much more nostalgia for that period
Yeah.
of time. So because how nostalgia works, it's usually a 20-year cycle. So he just went a little bit too early. But I think that's going to get made now in some capacity.
Oh, I mean, I think it will.
Hopefully before Shannon Doherty, nothing happens to her. Because I
Right.
know she's not doing too hot right now.
Yeah.
Brenda?
Yeah, as of filming this podcast, she's suffering some unfortunate medical.
She's in one of the later stages, I think, of breast cancer or something. So that's
I
really
didn't even know that.
She is.
really sad. Oh yeah. So
Good luck to her, though, man.
hopefully we'll get her. But like he didn't introduce this to Stan Lee, but he kind of made it cool to have Stan Lee in cameos. That was like a Kevin Smith original thing to do.
It's a really big deal. Yeah, I've actually got that in my notes, man.
Jim Jacks.
But I want to
Jim
point this out,
Jacks.
too.
I love the whole relationship with he and Jim Jacks.
Yeah, well, this was actually, before Marvel movies. I just want to keep pointing that out, too. Yeah. The very first Stan Lee cameo that we really had in any of these Marvel movies was X-Men. That was the year 2000. Here's Kevin Smith, man, doing it like 5 years before that. Hey,
1995.
I want to put Stan Lee in a movie back when a lot of people didn't know who the hell Stan Lee was.
I didn't realize who he was, honestly. I mean, I wasn't one of those like comic book readers, though.
Okay.
I'm sure like a lot of people who were reading comic books on the regular knew what he looked like and who he was, but he made him popular to a wider audience for sure. And now, we get so excited when we would see him. We won't get any more, unfortunately, RIP. But I mean, everybody look forward to those Stan Lee cameos.
Yeah, absolutely. Shoot, I got my Stan
And
Lee
he even,
sweatshirt on.
he was even reading a script for Mallrats in the Captain Marvel, and I just thought that was the cutest cameo ever.
That was great.
That was
So
awesome.
good.
It was great. By the way, they used the audio from that, from an outtake from Mallrats, him practicing his lines. So,
Are you kidding?
With a little bit of trivia right
Wow,
there.
look at that. So that's where you're going to jump in and make this just like the best podcast about Kevin Smith you've ever heard. Better than Kevin Smith, he himself could not do a better podcast about himself. And Kevin Smith likes to talk about himself.
Yes.
He does. He's pretty good at it.
He's excellent.
And that's okay. He's great. He's a great
But
guy.
as like three guys who love to wear hoodies and and eat snacks, I mean, we are all about Kevin Smith.
We are all about Kevin Smith as a storyteller. We're going to get into his films. I've got some things I got to say.
Yeah.
Some good, some bad.
Let's try to
We'll
keep
not talk
it
about
positive, man. Yeah, but for me personally, like Kevin Smith, as much as I really enjoyed his movies early on, it wasn't until later on in his career that I really truly appreciated Kevin Smith. If there was like a Mount Rushmore of, I hesitate to say comedy because like so much of what he does is comical, but it's more than that. He's always been like the guy to let me inspire you. That's always his message.
Yeah.
Anytime he talks about his own success, he's very quick to turn around and say, make your thing, you could be me. Like I'm nobody. Like I was just like you. Like he saw, like he liked Richard Linklater and he found out that he was it Austin, Texas? He was just like an Austin guy.
Yep.
Or it's some town in Texas. I'm not exactly sure. But he's like, well, I thought everybody that made movies had to be like in Hollywood or whatever. And there's this guy in Texas. Before Austin really made it big. Austin's pretty huge now, but
It's all hipsters.
yeah, it's all hipsters and tech companies and whatnot. Marshmallow bagging companies.
That's where we are, man.
Where we
That's
are. We're in
roll.
Austin
Yeah.
right now. So don't even bother to try and find us because we're in Austin, Texas.
Yep.
But I love him to death, man. I think he's like such a good person. I feel like he's just a really good person and an overall pretty positive person. I think he's really changed a lot over the years too.
Yep.
He seems like the kind of guy that was really kind of had a chip on his shoulder for a number of years. But then I guess like after some of the failures, he's just kind of step back and go, okay, so I'm not going to be this guy, but I am this guy.
Yeah.
And this guy's had a pretty awesome life.
Yeah.
So we're going to have an opportunity to talk about all of his professional films, his career, missteps. We can talk about lots of things.
Sure.
So,
Yeah.
Adam, when you hear Kevin Smith, what is it the first thing that pops into your head?
The first thing that pops in my head, Mallrats. Mallrats was and I think he even talks about at one point him. I think it was in the Mallrats Q&A they did at the 10th anniversary of that. He talks about Mallrats was kind of like the gateway film for a lot of his stuff that people would come up to and was like, oh, Mallrats was the first thing I saw, and Mallrats was the first thing that I saw. So, I mean, for years and years, my password for everything was Mallrats.
Oh, wow.
It's not anymore.
Oh,
so
damn it.
You can't get into anything.
It's Deadpool now.
Yeah. Maybe it's something
Might
else.
want to change those passwords.
Maybe it's 3 men and a baby 83. Maybe that's what it is.
And a little lady.
Yeah, maybe that's what my password is.
Leonard Nimoy is your password.
Yes.
It's backwards.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Backwards. Yeah. That would be awesome if we just stumbled upon it.
Oh, we figured out his password.
There's
Like
some hacker
he's all
watching
jokey
this
joke,
right
but then
now.
he gets quiet over there.
We can log into his. He doesn't have anything.
His fortune.
Yeah, we got nothing.
Just marshmallows.
But yeah, so, Mallrats was, and then I went to Clerks, and then Chasing Amy, and then I'm a huge fan ever since.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things about Kevin Smith for guys like us, guys that we love movies just for the sake of them. Like we've always loved movies, and it's like he's one of those guys who's like, Nowadays you have YouTube and you have all these different platforms that people can go out there and in an afternoon somebody can be discovered, somebody can turn into a celebrity overnight. And Kevin Smith, I mean, he was the first guy to go out there and be just a dude and hustle. He's one of those guys that nerd culture guys can get behind. Like, dude, he went out there and he wanted to do it and he made it happen.
Yeah.
And you see
he believed in himself.
Yeah.
He never doubted himself.
No. And the guys, you see the guys around him. You see Jeff Anderson, you see Ernie O'Donnell, you see other guys, Brian Johnson and Walt Flanagan.
Yeah.
Those guys following his footsteps.
Yeah,
He's like, they're not on the same level. They haven't had the same success.
Yeah, but Brian Johnson and Ernie O'Donnell, they've made movies.
And
Walt Flanagan has, used Kevin Smith's fame and popularity he's a talented artist in his own right. So he's been able to, I love that Kevin Smith's just like the guy, like he's like, use my influence to make to give yourself a shot. I think that's so refreshing.
Yeah.
When a lot of people are like, no, like I don't know how many shots I'm gonna get. You're not gonna your failure's not gonna rub off on me.
Yeah.
But he doesn't do that ever.
Yeah. I like the man because he's just so damn humble. And you brought this up too. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've talked to Adam at the Marshmallow Factory, and I've just been like, just the okay, I don't know what that was, but
Chimichanga.
Chimichanga.
I turned the volume back up on my phone.
But really just the balls of this guy to say, I'm going to max out $23,000 worth of credit cards. I'm going to make a movie with my friends.
Yeah.
Not professional actors, just people that I know. I'm going to write a script. We're going to film it in the place where I work at night and just have this fun little movie that I can look back on.
Yeah, so what? So he sold his comic. He sold part of it was his comic book collection. Part of it was a settlement because of a car got lost or whatever in a hurricane or something, bad storm. But most of it was credit cards.
It was. In fact, someone
That's
asked
ballsy,
him at
man.
Q&A signing once. They were like, "So, what can I do to fund my movie?" And he's like, "Max out a bunch of credit cards." That's what I did. I wouldn't recommend that.
Yeah,
he was being funny.
But you can do it.
I mean, you could. Yeah,
you can.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
we could all imagine what that might feel like, to. And he didn't have a family or anything at the time. He did have he could have just fallen back at the Quick Stop and worked there for his whole life, or got a job at the post office with his dad or something. You never know, but he was perfectly willing to do that. He just couldn't live without taking his shot.
Yeah,
and that's the kind of thing you could have done then. Now it's just so simple. Like you don't need everybody's phone is perfectly capable of being a camera. Everybody has distribution on their phone with YouTube and Instagram. So
my kids watch so many videos about some teenager who just put something out there on YouTube, 200 million views.
Millions of views. And you're like, why them, Right. You can't help but think why them? You're like, I mean, they have their skills. I don't want to take away from people who just go out and they're just oh, I'm just acting like a moron out in public, because I think there is a certain skill to that. Not anybody can just do that.
I'm a master.
I'm awesome at that.
Yeah, maybe we should change formats.
I'm a huge
jackass. We're coming for you.
Yeah, watch out, Johnny Knoxville.
How about it was a couple of 30, late 30s, early 40, get something's smashing their bodies. What's left of them?
What's left? There's not much left.
Yeah, we're not Johnny Knoxville here or anything. But so we could all imagine what it might be like to take that risk and then go fall back on your whatever my first the first jobs I ever had were working in malls and working at McDonald's or whatever, and you don't make any money at those places. If you're lucky enough to have your parents let you lay up with you and live there, that's cool. You can pay it back over time or whatever. But I just love his whole attitude. He's when he was writing the parts. And he was going to be Randall, right? Because he gave him all the best lines, and he ended up. He was like, "Oh shit! I can't do this." He was smart enough to admit that he couldn't do it, but he's like, "Fuck it, I'm going to be in this movie," because I want to be able to remember, hey, remember that time I made the worst mistake of my life? Yeah, I love his stories,
and that's an actual quote. Yeah, I mean, he's actually said that. So why not turn myself into this character that just doesn't really speak? I've got maybe one or two lines. I can still go ahead and direct. Yeah, brilliant.
So Clerks, 1994. That wasn't your first movie. It was the first Kevin Smith movie that I saw. Oh. And I was working at a video store when it came out. We remember there was Miramax was one of those companies where they would just try silly things, trying to get people to do content. They were always trying to get Miramax was for hardcore fans. They were for indie lovers, that kind of thing. They were for hardcore film lovers. And they were really trying to do this neat thing with video stores. They wanted people to make their own version of Clerks, send it in, and there was some sort of contest. But I have no idea what happened with it. But we kicked around the idea. We watched the movie, all of us. We was well, this no idea what to expect. Like, it was black and white. It's like, do I really want to watch this movie in black and white? I mean, I was 18, 17, 18, you know, like I can watch a black and white movie now, like no problem. It's fine. Right. But like at that time, I'm like, isn't Face Off? Can I just watch Face Off again?
Black and white?
You know, or in 1995, can I just watch Casper even? Like, I don't know. What the fuck? Whatever came out in 1995. Let me watch Jurassic Park: The Lost World.
Yeah.
That was 97. So
yeah,
I'm just saying for trivia, I just want to throw it out there.
Jurassic Park, the first one, I suppose.
1993.
But that's so I knew about him like right up front. You know, like obviously I didn't read, because like nowadays you can go online and you can read about like what's killing at Cannes and like the film festivals.
Yes.
And like even like big movies, like big movie stars get involved in these movies nowadays. Like they're not even really indie movies all that much anymore. Yeah. It's just like a superstar actor with some downtime, like a week or two of downtime. They'll just get involved in a movie, and that's the indie movie, you know, that still has like a $10 million budget and like all this crazy shit.
Not really.
But Sundance was like real deal. Like that's where you were discovering filmmakers, new filmmakers. Like that's what it was all about for a while. And he was one of those first guys. He took his movie to get it made, and you know, I'm watching this thing, and I'm like, I was hooked, dude. I just couldn't believe what I was watching. It was like, it really was. It's such a cliche, but it was like watch your buddies watch. Like this is what we would do.
Yep.
You know, we're just like put the camera out, you know, and then we're just record yourself. Like, we're doing it now. Like this is, you know, like this is the convenience store like counter right here, and we're just behind it, you know, and like handing out cigarettes to minors, and we're just like talking about like who shot first and shit. I mean, It's such a big deal. So like I'm watching this whole thing, and I'm just like I must have watched it 3 times in a row.
Oh, amazing!
Like I just couldn't get enough. And it instantly was one of my favorite movies ever. And when I'd heard that he was doing Mallrats, I was like, you know, like it was in the 90s. It was peak mall life.
Yep.
Everybody was like, Mallrats was just a term that everybody used. You know, like everybody considered themselves a mall rat. Me especially, because I ended up working at malls, and like for years I would work every place in the mall and hit on every girl in the mall and just like spend all my time in the mall. You know, like I would work there, and then I would turn around, and then I would just walk around, eat at the mall, play video. Like, in the mall closes, like I'm just like, I'll be back at the mall tomorrow morning. You know, like,
look, I know it sounds crazy, kids, but I mean, the malls used to be like the places to be. Like that was what we did for dates. You know, what do you want to do? Well, let's go to the mall and walk around 3 hours later.
Yeah, it was just like cruising. You know, it was like cruising on the street, and like you're just walking back and forth in the mall. Like, oh, there's a group of girls, and like you just make eye contact. Like nobody ever want to make eye contact.
Yo, baby, you ever had your ass licked by a fat man in an overcoat?
Yeah,
that's how you hit on.
Ron coined that.
That was me, actually. I should sue Kevin Smith. Oh, he saw me do that. I was that fat man in an overcoat. Nobody ever took me up on that licking my ass, though.
It's a shame.
It really is.
It's never too late.
We should go back to the mall and try it.
I had
tomorrow.
the driest asshole all through the 90s.
This podcast went way off the rails.
Really unfortunate.
But when you talk about Mallrats, it was kind of like the first. Well, let's. I don't want to like blow past Clerks though necessarily. What was it like for you the first time you saw Clerks, Matt? Can you really remember? Like go back and put yourself. How old were you when you saw Clerks?
Oh, but I can. I was 37 years old.
He just watched it on his phone out in the driveway.
Okay, so I'm a little older than 37. I don't necessarily want to date myself, but this was a few years ago, and I saw it for the first time after having seen most of Kevin Smith's catalog, and it was interesting to me because I don't necessarily want to get too negative. I don't believe that Clerks is necessarily like this great movie that everybody kind of claims it to be, but at the same time, you kind of have to put that in context. I think if you were going to start someone out on the View Askew-averse, maybe not necessarily this movie, just because, I mean, there are some kind of clunky things, I think, about the making of it. But again, these were just his friends. Yeah. They just had a camera set up. They were just trying to learn how to actually make a film. And so you kind of keep that in your frame of mind, like when you're really watching this. And then maybe you can kind of find some things to really appreciate about it.
How smart was it to, like, write in the whole, like, you know, the savages, like, jam the lock with gum or whatever, and like so they couldn't raise the thing like to make up for the fact that they could only film at night. Like I thought that was like such a brilliant piece of writing. It's
brilliant. And so Kevin Smith, I guess, because we're going to talk about this other guy too named Jason Mewes, right? A little bit.
Oh
so,
yeah, Snooch to the Nooch.
Exactly. He's had this friend that he met in high school, and he says, "I'm going to write a part for this guy, and it's just going to be him." So he takes this script to this guy, Jason, and says, "Hey, I want you to play this character named Jay." And so he reads the script, and he goes, "Okay, yeah. So what does Snuggins mean? What's Snooch to the Nooch?" And Kevin's like, "You say that all the time.
What does that mean?"
Yeah, tell me. So that's a funny.
It's a
anecdote.
tick, I think, is just all it is.
Well, it was supposed to mean, yeah, I'm just kidding.
Right,
That's what it was.
right.
Like, oh yeah, I did this thing. I'm just kidding.
But some people just have ticks and they don't even realize they're doing it. I think like even Kevin Smith has like his own ticks, like mid-sentence ticks, like when he's just like "sir" and shit, and anytime he describes something or explains something, he goes "in shit." Like that's like that's his like comma. Yeah, that's his "in shit," which I love the man. That's actually a lot cooler than
It is. So Adam, did you watch Clerks like around the 90s?
It was not too long. Once I'd seen Mallrats, and then I found out. Oh wait, this is a part of a. I mean, there's other movies with these guys in it.
Yeah.
Clerks. I went to Clerks next, and I loved Clerks. I devoured it. And it's one of the things that I love about being able to watch these today because of Kevin Smith is there is so much more to them. Like it's a movie that you want to watch over and over and over.
Oh yeah,
and
I always stop and watch it if it's on. Always.
And I'd watched it within the last few months before we were doing this. So the other night when I turned it on and I watched the original unedited. I think it was an hour 40 something. It was a little bit longer.
Was that like the 15th anniversary or the 10th anniversary?
I think it might have been, yeah. Because there's some different. There's a different ending to the movie.
Dante is shot.
Dante gets shot.
I wanted to talk about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank God they didn't do that. I mean,
and just because all of his stuff you can watch with a commentary on, and that's one of those things that he talks about is like, these movies are for nerds who will watch it with the commentary. I'm like, you're preaching to the choir here.
Yeah. And that was during a time when commentary was like such a new and exciting thing.
Yep.
Like you watch the commentary for every movie. It didn't matter.
Oh, sure.
Because every actor and director would always do the commentaries too. Like they wouldn't just, sit it out.
Yeah, it's not something that was very common until I think the advent of DVD.
Oh yeah.
Again, you can find commentaries
was
anywhere now,
Laserdisc a commentary? Like, could you get commentaries on these?
Ooh, was it?
I think so.
Okay,
I think that
Yeah,
was
because
like the first time.
I think in Mallrats, when they were doing the commentary on Mallrats, they're like, all right, this is where you switch over to side B. And they're like, oh, if you're Laserdisc watching, welcome
that's
to,
right.
thanks for keep watching. If you're DVD, it's like, you're just still here.
Big ass CD.
It's like a big LP record, man.
Yes. Man,
You're old like me, and you
we're
actually
so
remember those things. Millennials brought it back, though. Thanks, Millennials. I will give you credit for that. Thanks for
we
bringing
love you.
record players back.
Well, that was, like when you found a movie that you loved, and that's like so many people, will watch movies casually, but I think for people that really love movies, like, and you get invested in titles like these, you have some of your favorites. You're like, I know for myself, I'm like, I want to know everything that I can know about this. And when they're going back and there's like, oh yeah, when we were filming this was going on. You're like, it feels like it brings the movie to an even more intimate level for you. Like you can almost like you can be there as they're filming it. Like I'm in the minds. These guys are talking about, oh yeah, when they're doing, Brian O'Halloran, he lived about an hour away when they were filming Clerks. He was going to school. And so he worked another full-time job. So he would work 9 to 5, come home, he'd sleep till about 9 o'clock, get up, get showered, shaved, all that stuff, drive an hour out to Leonardo, and they'd start filming, around 10:30, 11. And
So he wasn't a high school friend of Kevin's.
yeah. So
those people were like Jeff Anderson,
and
Brian Johnson,
Walt Flanagan,
Right.
all those guys.
Ernie O'Donnell. those guys.
O'Donnell.
Yeah, they all went to like high school together.
Yeah. But, just, the how close knit, I think that was one of the things, like how close knit everybody was. Like, you get a lot of directors that, like, oh, I like working with these guys, and you see them pop
Yeah,
up.
that's for sure.
Yeah. But it was one of those things, like, there was something
But they weren't their
different.
childhood
Yeah,
friends.
it's like that was the thing about Kevin is like, there was a different sense of camaraderie. It wasn't like we became friends on the set of a movie. It was like we've been friends for forever.
Yeah.
And you're just like you'd be like, oh, there's Ernie O'Donnell. Oh, there's and it's like, and you'd see these different guys, and you'd see them in even just little roles. You're like, it was those things that connected everything. It was like it just made it that for fans of these films, you're like, you just feel like you're so much more involved in the whole process.
And for Walt, he played like 4 different guys.
Oh, yeah,
like
Walt-
in
Yeah.
Clerks.
Right.
They'll just
You
put
needed
some
the
like
parts.
baby powder in his hair to play
Yeah.
an old guy.
Walt Flanagan.
I think for Clerks, for me, like to me, it is, and I don't want to discount any other because it's not the only movie, but I think to me it speaks most to like Generation X. Like that is like the movie of the Gen X generation. Like that was like the voice, one of the voices. I mean, a lot of people look to movies like Clueless or Empire Records, even like that. That's my voice. But Clerks specifically was mine because I was a clerk. You as a kid, like you get these jobs with these like things in your head, like it's gonna be like this movie, like, but it's not.
Nope.
It's not. In fact, Roger Ebert gave this. I had to write this down, so I remember it. 3 out of 4 stars. He said it's.
Oh, that's not. Wow.
Yeah, I know, pretty good. He said it was utterly authentic. I wonder if he ever worked at a gas station. I know I did when I was going to college. Third shift, man. I was doing it, and
shit! So you might have got held up at any point. You never know.
It was terrifying. Yeah, they were like, "Hey, if you ever get held up, just give them the money and don't say anything."
Yeah.
Luckily, that never happened to me.
Don't fight it. Yeah. Don't do a spagoli and then like hit them with like a pot of hot coffee or whatever.
Ooh, that would have been a cool story, though.
It would have been awesome. You could embellish. You know, you could always say you did.
It totally happened. Yeah.
I wonder how many stories Kevin Smith really embellishes. I often wonder that. But anyways, they're so good. They're so fucking good.
I don't know. I feel like I could probably listen to Kevin just tell the story about how he made breakfast one morning, and he would find some.
Oh, it'd be the most hilarious fucking thing you ever heard.
Interesting. Yeah. It's just the way he is. He just has this way about him, and so hence we're doing a podcast on him.
Yeah.
Well, that's it's some of those questions because I remember when we were down in Nashville seeing him, and one kid asked him what his favorite if he preferred, was it Dawson's Creek or something else on the CW. And he told like a 25-minute story about directing The Flash. You're like,
we're gonna get to the Q&A stuff because I have feelings about that.
Okay.
I feel like the Q part of it is really just sort of garnish. Like I don't even think it matters.
No.
We'll get to the Q&A stuff.
We'll talk about it. We've got
he really does. He'll just talk about like 30 minutes.
Yeah, he's like
and like sometimes like the dude's like just standing over there still, and you're just like, oh, you're still there.
Yeah, he's like,
and they'll just be like, I guess I can go back to my seat
like,
now.
all right, that didn't answer my question, but
for like 30 minutes, he just felt like he was being like just serenaded by Kevin Smith. You know, like he's got your attention, but not really.
It's like my question should be, Kevin, can you tell me a story? Anything? Just tell me a story.
Yeah. I get that. Okay, so I guess if we're going to talk a little bit about Q&A, first of all.
Sure, we can talk Q&A. We can jump around a little bit.
We can do
fine.
that. So when we saw him live, I mean,
it's phase 2 of his career.
Yeah.
I consider it phase 2. It's his first rebirth.
Yes.
He rose from the Phoenix with the Q&A stuff.
Yeah, this is my favorite part of his career.
Mine too.
The Q&As,
Mine
the
too.
podcast.
Yep.
The man is just a master of all this.
Yeah.
But there was just this long line of people when we were at this theater, and he goes, look, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be here for a few hours. I might answer maybe 6, 7 of your questions. That's
more
just
like
how it's
2.
going to be.
Yeah.
It wasn't very many. I mean, he was 4 or 5
Like if you're
people.
30th in line, just sit back down.
Yeah, he was straight up telling people they would still stay in line just in case.
But he gives you your money's worth, because I also saw him. I saw him at years later when he was talking about yoga hosers. It was one of the Jay and Silent Bob Gets Old. So, but he went on for like 3.5, 4 hours.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Like really late, and like you never feel like you're getting gypped if you're going to go see Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
You may not get your answer answered, your question answered, your answer answered. You may not get your question answered necessarily, but you're going to be entertained for 3 hours.
Yes.
But that's really cool that you guys saw him in that first run of Q&A. What was it, 2001?
This was what 2 years ago you and I went.
Yeah, about 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay,
something like that. It was pretty recent.
I went because when he was doing his first an evening with Kevin Smith, I was at the University of Kentucky when he came, and he was there. He was
because that was 2001. I think.
That was 2000.
Okay,
yeah, 2001. So he was supposed to be go from 7 to 10, and I think he finally stopped talking about 12:30 that night.
Oh, amazing.
And then the next day. I think Changing Lanes. I'm pretty sure it was Changing Lanes was coming out with Affleck and Sam Jackson, and he went to. I didn't have a car. My buddy had a car, and I was hoping because he's like, whoever shows up to movie theater, he's like, I'm just going to buy out the movie theater, and we can all watch Affleck together.
That's awesome.
And so he did that, and my buddy overslept, and so we didn't get to go. And I was like, dang it. Mm-hmm. But I mean, he was just like, he just kept going, like he just kept answering questions, and everybody was just sitting there, was like. He's like, I could probably go all night, but he's like, I got to go back to the hotel, get some sleep before we do this Affleck thing tomorrow. And it was just like, I think there was the thing is like everybody revered him, but at the same time, you felt like he was just like another dude in the crowd because he was so relatable.
He appreciates his fans. He's had this long career only because he has appreciated his fans and respected his fans the way he does, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. So
yeah.
But you were going to say something else about Q&A?
Oh, I was just going to say as opposed to Bruce Willis, but we're going to get into that.
They buried the hatchet apparently. Like I'm happy to hear.
Yeah,
I think they've kind of smoothed things over just a little bit.
Willis,
because if you're Bruce Willis, what do you have really to gain? Like
from being here.
I mean, and I imagine he treated a lot of people that way. Like it probably wasn't just Kevin Smith. So
no, he did to Sylvester Stallone too. And Expendables
Oh, that's
3.
right, with
Really?
Expendables. Yeah, like
yeah.
he was like he demanded
that's
like some
right.
really high payday and like
Yeah,
for
he
just
wanted
1 day's work or
He
something.
was going to be
$3
on set for 4 days.
Or 4
and
days.
Sylvester Stallone was going to pay him $3 million. He's like, no, I get $1 million a day or I'm not going to do it. And Sylvester Stallone said, fine, then you're not going to do it. And they recast. That was why they brought in Harrison Ford. So I was like, okay, fine.
I would do it for like half that.
Yeah, I'd do it
If
for
you're
$20.
watching this, Sylvester, yeah.
I'd probably pay
Expendables
You know
4,
what?
we're
Yeah.
available.
Yeah,
we're
please,
available.
please.
We're not really action stars per se, but we watch a lot of your movies.
We can be in the background just pointing out the awesomeness.
And I'm super expendable. I'm like, something happens to me.
It's
even on
very
the set,
definition
but
of expendable
whatever.
at the Marshmallow Factory.
Yeah, exactly.
So we'll try and go back. We'll back up to
Yeah.
Clerks because I don't want to spend all day on Clerks, but I do want to give it its proper due because I mean it's what he still refers to himself as the Clerks guy. You know?
Yes,
he's the Clerks boy. He I don't think he appreciates like I mean it's listen to his podcast. Anytime there'd be an anniversary coming up, he would drop everything and just talk about Clerks.
Yeah.
The experience at Sundance and like if you'd never heard it, it'd come around like every 30 or 40, 50 episodes and, you'd get to hear it again. And he tells it like pretty much the same way. He might add a little bit of, a little bit of story fluff here or there, but you're getting pretty much the same story. But it's an amazing story, man. It's one of the best stories of an outsider getting in. And I just don't want to blow by it all that much because when we can go to Mallrats because that is, as Adam said, that's a lot of people's entry point. Now,
It is. That's yours.
I guess we'll just move on. We can always do a Clerks episode if we choose to.
I think we could probably do a whole.
We could do a whole Clerks. I could talk for
Flip the
hours on
page
Clerks
here.
for sure. Let's flip the page on Clerks. Let's just all agree that it, I mean, there would be no Kevin Smith without it.
Yeah.
I agree with
It
that.
has its issues. It's not, the best made film, but there's a reason that he has a career, and it's steeped in the Clerks.
Yeah.
Like, that was a strong foundation, a really strong
I
foundation.
mean, really, yeah. If that movie didn't do well, I mean, we wouldn't be talking.
It introduced
here
us to
today
Jay.
about
It
this guy.
introduced us to Silent Bob, and it introduced us to Randall and Dante.
Yep.
And a lot of the other characters didn't matter so much, but Scott Mosier,
Willem
was
Black.
it Willem Black, Snowball.
Yes.
I mean, I wouldn't mind doing a Clerks talk. Like we'll have to do like another Clerks show,
Yes.
something like that.
We could do that.
All right, so moving on, 1995. So Kevin Smith was like the next big thing. He was going to be. He was coming up with Richard Linklater and Quentin Tarantino.
Yep.
People were giving him stuff left and right. He makes Mallrats. He does Clerks in a mall, basically.
Yep.
And
Smart Porkies.
it did not do so great.
No.
Nobody went to see it.
So on a budget of $6.1 million, this movie ended up making about $2.1 million internationally. I know you don't.
And it's a
take too much
Universal
stock in-
movie,
it
too,
is.
so-
It's Universal,
Yep.
but I want to say this has probably been made up for with kind of having a cult following.
The DVD sales.
Oh, for
were
sure, the
huge.
DVD
I'm
sales.
sure
made
they've
up.
made their money back.
It made its money back and then some, I'm sure, because I mean that was it was one of the big DVD movies.
Yeah.
It was obviously a VHS release as well, but everybody had Mallrats on DVD. Like when you got a DVD player, you had The Matrix and you had Mallrats. Like that's what you had, in Jurassic Park or something. So like those were the flicks. All right, so Matt.
Yeah, let's talk about Mallrats.
Did you go see Mallrats in theaters?
You know what? I didn't, man. And when we get to the first movie that I've actually seen with Kevin Smith, I'm going to let you guys know. But Mallrats, I did end up seeing it about 20 years ago and have recently revisited it.
It's been 20 years since you've watched it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
No kidding?
This was never really a
Whoa.
movie that was just like, I got to go watch
Brandy's
Mallrats.
Finning.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's just not one of those things. It was interesting going back to watch it. And I know we've already talked about the Stan Lee cameo. That's just always going to be just I love me some Stan Lee. I mean, as you can probably tell.
Yeah.
I think it's a good glimpse into not entirely accurate about but what mall life would have been, I guess, in the 90s. It's just a bunch of people just kind of hanging out. You got some funny Star Wars references and some shenanigans from Jay and Silent Bob, trying to stop a show.
A lot of Sega talk.
There's a lot of that, yeah.
Sega Boy and all that stuff.
So, I mean, chronologically, this movie takes place a day before Clerks takes place, even though it came out
I found that
later.
interesting. Like, why did they have to make that? Why did they have to say that?
And I'm not really even sure.
It's like
because
one of
the
those
way-
weird things like, Dumbledore's gay. Like, why? Why are you telling us this stuff? Like, doesn't matter.
Chronologically, I'm not really sure why that's there, but I guess they wanted to include the funeral for the person.
For Julie
who's on
Dwyer.
it. Yeah, thank you
Okay,
very much.
okay.
Yeah. So they mention her in Mallrats. They actually
Fair
go
enough.
to the funeral in Clerks. So I guess they kind of want to tell that.
Well, and that what's funny about that is because in the original release, the theatrical release, that's part of the opening dialogue between T.S. and Brandy. Is T.S. had bumped into Julie Dwyer the night before. She was going to be on Mr.
They made
Spenning's
sure to
show.
tie it into Clerks immediately.
Yeah, they that whole dialogue is really how it ties into the rest of the Views universe. The original opening and throughout the rest of the film, without that, there's really no link to Julie Dwyer at all. So that was I'm it's my conjecture. I haven't heard him talk about it, but I would say when they finally got to a theatrical release, they're like, this is how we're going to tie it to Clerks. And so I think just after the fact, they're like, well, okay, we'll write this. The dialogue will be T.S. bumps into Julie Dwyer. That's why she dies at the pool at the YMCA.
Okay.
So I think it's almost arbitrary of why it's the day before.
Okay.
That's what it seems like.
So Kevin has,
But he's building a universe, right?
Yes.
He's one of the
Yes.
first guys to build a universe.
which is a huge deal.
It kind of is, yeah.
This is kind of a pseudo sequel, but it doesn't actually say like Clerks 2 yet. We're going to get into that.
It's the triumphant return of Jay and Silent Bob.
Yeah. So he's bringing back characters from the last movie. This was just stuff that wasn't really done back then.
Yeah.
I mean, I know now it's kind of commonplace, but he's the guy that kind of pioneered this.
Oh, they
sort of
won't
movie
greenlight a film anymore if you can't make a universe out of
Yeah.
it somehow.
Yeah. He found a way to kind of franchise this before there was such a thing as, franchised universes.
This is before X-Men even, yeah.
Yeah. He has spoken about how disappointed he was because he had, the film heads, I want to say this was a Weinstein picture, who were just saying like, man, this thing's...
Well, they all are basically
Pretty
up
much.
until after Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back.
Yeah. He
Well,
has...
and Jersey Girl was.
Oh, there was Jersey Girl.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, that's right. But he has said in the past that he was just told that this thing's going to make $100 million. This is going to
Yeah.
be the breakout hit, and then it just.
Well, that was this friend that he's talked about in a lot of Q&As and podcasts about how he, this is going to be my blockbuster.
Yeah.
This is going to be like what was his name, Adam? You said it earlier.
Oh, Jim Jacks, the
Jim
producer?
Jacks, yeah.
That was Jackson,
Because he
okay.
died like 5 or so years ago, and Adam Smith or Kevin Smith talked about it quite a bit. Adam
Yeah.
Smith, same guy.
It was sad.
Has really broken up about it because when he came out to Hollywood, he was his sort of couch to land on.
Yeah,
He took him under his wing.
They were gonna look for a place because they were gonna edit it out in Los Angeles, and Jim Jacks was like, "You guys could just crash with me." And
He took a shine to Kevin Smith.
Yeah, so because they joked about that, it was like, okay, it's a couple dudes in their 20s living with some 40-year-old dude out in California. It's like nowadays you'd be like, yeah, maybe not.
They took a chance.
But yeah, so but his whole thing was like, I want to make the $100 million blockbuster, and he finally got it with the Mummy movies. But the Mallrats was like a big this was like, I feel like this was like the first big taste of failure for Kevin Smith, and he's just something he never was able to get over. Like I think for a long time he kind of inherited Jax's obsession with $100 million. And he's had a couple of opportunities to get there, but like just something would always happen to make it not happen.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it. I mean, I've got the
we for sure
movies
will.
listed here. So
We
if
for
we're going to
sure
go through the
will.
movie, stick around.
But Mallrats
If you
was
make-
the first one. Like it seemed like a no-brainer. There was like you had Shannon Doherty, you had Jeremy London, who was
Party of
on
Five.
Party of Five, and there was a lot of buzz with Kevin Smith. There were like MTV spots with Jay and Silent Bob. Like Jay and Silent Bob were like really hitting the pop culture scene hard.
Yeah.
Right.
They were kind of like everywhere there for a little bit. And but I just it was just one of those deals where like it was Universal, but I guess they just didn't have total confidence in it because I don't really remember. I feel like I just saw it come out on DVD or whatever, or
really?
VHS. Like I don't even really remember like a lot of advertising for it being in theaters at all. Because like if it were in theaters, I was old enough to want to go see it with my friends.
Sure.
This is right around the time when like I was just starting to go with my buddies everywhere. Like we would go see like Billy Madison and Happy Gilmore. Like we were getting our license. We were going to see movies on our own for the first time. And this is definitely a movie we would have been like, we got to go see Mallrats. We're Mallrats. Like this is our fucking life. We're good. Why wouldn't we
about
see
us.
this? But even though like they talk about it being this big disappointment, in the grand scheme, what did you say the budget was?
Okay, so the budget for this movie was $6.1
That's
million,
nothing,
which
dude.
it's nothing, not for a mainstream movie, man, and that
Yeah.
includes marketing too. So you got to take that into account. You said there wasn't much marketing. I don't remember this movie coming out either.
No,
I'm sure they
in
promoted
theaters.
it, but I mean, like it. not a lot. If they promoted it, they probably promoted it in like comic books and shit.
But he because he was talking at the 10th anniversary. They did a Q&A, and he was saying out in LA they had like bus ads and like how stoked he was. He was like, hey, we didn't have any of this stuff for Clerks.
Right. But
he's like, people. He was talking about being out in LA and watching one of the bus ads roll by, and people were like, what movie is this? I've never heard of this.
Yeah.
So he's like, how do you even know it's a movie? And he's like, it is. Go see it. But like,
but there was like never a Nintendo game made for it or whatever. It was very low key, So, for me, when I think of Mallrats, I gotta think Jason Lee.
Yeah,
This is the movie. This is exactly when I fell in love with Jason Lee, the actor. It's like I love the guy. He's such a natural, and he's like an athlete by trade. He was a skateboarder.
He is.
Yeah,
He was a skateboarder who became an actor.
Yeah,
and just a natural dude. Like you go back and watch, even in his early performances, he was like the smoothest actor, even more so than like a guy like Affleck.
Oh yeah.
Like he was delivering lines really, really better than Jeremy London. Like Jeremy London's just like, what is it you said? You were like, Jeremy London's not a very good actor.
No, his brother Jason is a way better actor.
Yeah.
There were so many times, and I love the movie. It's one of my favorites, but I still cringe at it. Like, I think when Walt Flanagan, when he's coming to put the podium out on the stage, and Svenning's yelling at him.
Yeah.
Brody or TS runs up. He's like, "Where's Brandy?" And they're still in the middle of whatever they were doing. He's like, and then he asks you, "So where's Brandy?" I'm like, "This is such horrible acting."
Yeah.
Like how? Like you couldn't.
And he didn't move on to much. He was actually at the movie because like that was another thing when I saw Kevin Smith. It was for it was like the Mallrats 20th anniversary or something, I guess. And so like they were screening the movie, and then they brought out Jeremy London and Kevin Smith and Jason Mewes, and they were all like answering questions after the movie. And Jeremy London was there. So like Jeremy London didn't have anything else to do. So
well, that was like when they hit the 10th anniversary, Kevin was like, I really haven't seen this dude in like 10 years. Like he's still a good dude. I don't have anything bad.
He seemed like an alright guy,
but
he also seemed like a guy feeling some hard times. Too.
Yeah, he had it rough for a little while. But yeah, it was like he was for him being the lead. It was not hard for it to become Jason Lee's movie.
Yeah, and it did fast.
Yes,
I mean, like from those establishing shots with it, because like he was going opposite of Shannon Doherty, like no problem.
Yep.
Shannon Doherty, obviously everybody knew her from 90210. I think this was like her big movie hopeful thing. Like I think she was trying to break into film.
That's probably
with this.
true.
Yeah, but I mean everybody knew she was. She was famous, and Jason Lee was a nobody.
Yeah.
He is,
But look, I'll be damned. Jason Lee can carry a movie.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm
He
kind
can
of surprised
carry a movie.
He hasn't done more. I mean, he's been in a few movies. He's been in TV shows and all that.
He could even carry a squeakle.
I knew you were going to get that in somewhere. It was really cute in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. I love My Name Is Earl. I think that's one of the greatest shows that like nobody ever talks about.
He's a fantastic.
I got a little piece of trivia.
Crab
piece
Man.
of trivia here for Clerks 2 dealing with My Name Is Earl. But we're gonna get to that later.
Yeah, that's right. Because he had that Earl hair when he walks in.
There's a reason for that too. Yeah.
But like I just think of Jason Lee, and Jason Lee, he went on. He branched off. He was in movies like that didn't really become successful. I remember seeing him in Enemy of the State with Will Smith.
Yes.
Like, yes, Jason Lee, this is awesome. I love this guy. And they didn't really use him for much of anything. He just kind of ran away on a bike and got ran over. And I was like, oh, that's a waste of Jason Lee. That's Brody, man. Brody fucking Bruce.
It's also kind of weird that Jack Black was in that movie as like a
He was,
guy.
yeah.
Yeah, that's just weird.
Jake
but
Busey.
He was also in, what was the movie, the Jim Carrey movie where it was really dark? Cable Guy.
Oh.
He played his like best friend or whatever.
Oh, gosh.
Matthew Broderick's friend.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's been around. He's been around for
back
quite a
and watch
while,
that.
actually, Jim Black. But yeah, so... But he was in like what was it, The Single Guy or something? He would play like the lead. They tried him out.
Yeah.
He had his chances. He just never broke it big. And then it was nice to see him, even though he was not a big part of the movies, why it was popular. But in the Chipmunks movies, he had himself like a pretty established big blockbuster. And I think he's kind of I think he's like real religious now or something.
He's a Scientologist.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So like there's that whole like
He's got a kid pilot inspector.
Pilot
Oh, that's
inspector.
right. Yeah.
What is it with like Scientologists and naming your kid Pilot?
Is that a thing? I don't know.
Well, John Travolta named his kid Pilot, but then he
too?
did
Okay.
die, so like I don't want to say anything bad. I like John
this took a dark
Travolta.
turn.
I'm definitely not saying anything bad about. I'm just saying like why name your kid Pilot? But Jason Lee, that was what made his career. He did pop up in future Kevin Smith movies we'll talk about, but this is the one. Well, like when I want to watch Jason Lee, like. Yeah, Chasing Amy's really good, but like I want to watch him as Brody Bruce.
Brody Bruce.
Walking around with that tiny ass little cup.
Filled with Coke, no ice.
And just, he was like, all of us knew a guy like Brody, but like he was magnified, obviously. He was like really, I just love their conversations about like food courts and eateries and like, he was so good. I can't believe this guy was a professional skateboarder.
Yeah.
I don't really know the story, and maybe I should, about like how he and Kevin met. Kevin said,
I have no idea. I guess he just auditioned.
Yeah,
it's not like he went to school with Kevin.
No,
like
he-
a lot of other
no,
guys.
no.
He had Jason Lee had just reached out to his agent, and he's like, "Hey, I want to start. I'd like to get into acting," and they connected on this movie, and
that.
it was really more just by chance than anything, and then they became really good friends. That's what Kevin Smith does.
Jason Lee is all over these movies. Yeah.
Jay and Silent Bob really developed their characters were solidified in
Oh, yeah.
Mallrats as well, like with the blueprints and all that shit. And fly, fat ass, fly. Like,
Mewes almost didn't even make it in the movie.
In Mallrats.
Yeah.
Really? No, I
oh,
didn't
they
know
wanted to
that.
replace
They
him.
wanted Seth Green.
They wanted Seth Green. That's right.
Oh,
they-
wow, to take over that part.
They made, they're like, because Kevin was fighting for Mewes. He's like, no, we need Mewes. He's like, all right, fine. We're not paying to fly him out there. We're not paying to put him up anywhere.
Who
He's
is
like,
it they wanted to put in Mallrats? No, it was Chasing Amy. They were talking about. Trying to remember, because he was like, well, I wrote it for Ben, Joey Lauren Adams, and Jason Lee, and like, well, we're thinking, who was it?
They wanted Jon Stewart and
right.
what's his Ross from Friends.
Ross. Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And I forget the girl, but yeah,
Yeah, it was
And it's
established actress.
established
Actor.
actors with
Yeah.
contracts with
Yeah.
them or whatever. But anyways, but yeah, so like Jay and Silent Bob really established, like their characters really never grew up anymore from that movie. Like that's just kind of that's just where they stayed. I think Jay's acting abilities really improved a bunch.
yes,
Oh, yeah.
A bunch. He was very raw. He was just being himself. He's acted a lot more since then.
Yeah.
In fact, I think in Strikes Back, he was actually really. I was touched a bit. Like I thought he was really showed a little bit of range.
Oh, okay.
For the first time ever, I thought.
My favorite was Clerks 2 for him, I think.
Oh my gosh. We'll get to
Clerks 2
2.
for how he acted, you mean?
Spoiler:
for-
Clerks 2 is my personal favorite Kevin Smith
For
movie. and I love
Jay's
it.
acting.
I love it.
Interesting.
And apparently it's his favorite too.
Yeah.
Recently, when he's like tweeted out, like apparently it's his favorite movie. It was Chasing Amy, and it could just be like one of those things where he's just revisionist history. Like his favorite movie could change from week to week, but Clerks 2 is definitely my favorite.
I get that. That happens with me, too.
Yeah.
But
Oh yeah. Me too. Me too. All right. So what else can we say about Mall? You got some tidbits, some trivia there with Mallrats?
We've pretty much already gone over just about everything, yeah, as far as Mallrats goes. I gave the MVP award to my man Stan Lee. Jason Lee's still pretty good,
They
too.
kicked
You
the
got
shit
some
out of the Easter Bunny. That was great.
comedic stuff from Jay and Silent
fucking
Bob. Yeah. It's Mallrats, man.
Filmed in Minnesota. I'll
Okay.
throw that out there.
Oh,
Props to
yeah,
Minnesota.
Yeah, so that was a mall that was it was closing.
Yep.
It was closed actually, I
But-
guess. And they made up all those stores because they're those like fictional stores.
It was half closed because they had some people. Some of
Is
the
that
people in the
right?
movie- yeah.
Okay.
But because the Mall of America just opened about 20 minutes down the road, so
okay,
like
okay.
nobody was going to the Eden Prairie Mall anymore, and that's how they were able to put in like Rug Munchers and Buy Me Toys and stuff like that.
It has
'Cause-
Xandu? No, who's the actor who plays the blue guy in the Guardians of the Galaxies?
Michael Rooker.
Yeah.
Michael Rooker. I love Michael Rooker.
Oh, yeah.
I
Yes.
always think of him as like the antagonist from Days of Thunder. But he's also in
That's deep cuts,
That's
man.
deep
Wow.
cuts, yeah.
Days of Thunder.
but he was also big in The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
But
He-
looks so young in this movie.
He made it into Mallrats because he was in Tombstone, which Jim Jacks also produced. That was how he got into
Oh, he
Mallrats.
produced Tombstone?
Yeah,
Great
Jim Jacks
fucking movie,
did
man.
Tombstone. And
Great movie.
because that was how they got. I mean, how they got a lot of stuff done was Jim Jacks had such connections in Hollywood that
Yeah.
and they were like, well, we need a villain, and that's why they ended up picking Michael Rooker.
When they showed his
just
ass,
has that.
like he almost wanted to show his ass.
Oh.
He's like, can I show my ass? I've been working out. I've been doing like squats for like days. Can I just show my ass? Because it wasn't necessary.
It was part of the original cut because in the original opening they had this whole big setup where he's at the governor's ball
Yeah.
and he's trying to get funding for his TV station, and TS and Brandy mess it up. And so that's throughout the movie. You'll see it in a couple different places where they couldn't edit around it. But Tia, there were all these news crews that wanted, like, they were coming after TS because, like, oh, you tried to assassinate the governor. He's like, no, it was just an accident. It was, and so when they go over to Brandy's house the next morning because TS and Brandy got into a fight, Brody and TS go there, and so Brody goes to there's like hard copy wannabe kind of.
Yeah.
And so he's like, oh no, I'll tell you all about this guy. He's my neighbor. And so he's making up all this stuff about Michael Rooker being a Satanist and doing all this stuff. And so they're filming through his window when he comes out of the shower. And that's where that came from.
Okay.
And they're like, well, we still want to use this in the final cut. We're like,
we got to keep that.
We have no reason. We just want to show Michael Rooker's ass.
It's not a bad ass.
No, he's like,
I mean, if you're gonna see an ass,
we gotta mention, because like it all centers around Brandy's a contestant on the game show or whatever, because like she splits with JT or
TS.
TS. Sorry. But we got to talk about Dante Hicks's cousin. This is one of the first instances. Gil Hicks. Like, so one of the View Askew-universe through lines is all the cousins of Dante. And here's this molded version of Dante on this game show. And I think that's really interesting. It's the kind of thing where you would just not even, you just have to know that. And I'm sure it says like Gil Hicks in the credits.
Yep. Oh,
but
yeah, I haven't looked.
It was years later that I actually realized that, those are cousins of Dante's. I love that little touch.
And with the two guys that are backstage that Jay gets high,
that he knocks out.
Yeah. One of them was Ed Hapstrack. He was the dude in Clerks when they were playing hockey he was the one asking for free Gatorade. So he was another one of Kevin Smith's buddies. Yeah. So he gets knocked out.
Very nice.
I was just like, one of those things, like, I just love that all these little bit roles are just like Kevin Smith's buddies.
Oh, and if you're a fan of Tell 'em Steve Dave, which is a phenomenal podcast, you got to mention Steve Dave, Fanboy, who's based off a real life guy. Apparently, it was like a comic book store guy who they called Steve Dave. And he got, for the first time, because like Brian Johnson, like the story goes, is like Brian Johnson and Kevin Smith. Randall is the basis of Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson's the basis of Randall, I should say. And they were like really good friends, but apparently like Brian and like Kevin had like some sort of like outs, like falling out as he went to school, and like Brian didn't write him, and like Kevin was like one of those guys that like he just wanted to write, and like he didn't write him at all, and their feelings got hurt. But then he came around and he got to put him in his second movie. So like Brian Johnson was really like the guy that Kevin Smith looked up to, apparently.
He was him and Walt were how he got into comics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you kind of feel like they're just certain guys who take you under their wing and indoctrinate you, and like they knew each other from the rec center or whatever. Yep. What was the town? The Highlands? Was it the Highlands Rec Center? Okay.
I think it was Highlands.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't think it was Red Bank. I think it was Highlands.
Because Kevin came in, like I think he moved from another town.
Yeah.
And those were already like popular, like established kids in that neighborhood. Yep. So like they took Kevin under their wing.
That's amazing. And you know, now you see him doing it to other people.
Comic Book Men, which is a really fun show.
Yeah, I love that show. It's my favorite show.
I got news for you. It's canceled.
It is. I know. I was so sad. It got canceled about like 6 months ago or something like that at the time of this filming. Did he buy the comic book store? I know he bought it.
He bought the comic book store after Clerks, right?
Was it after Clerks or after Mallrats? It was around this time period. I know.
Yeah, it was really soon after.
Yeah.
But the one they have now in Red Bank, that's the second one. Like there was one in Los Angeles.
They had one in LA
that Brian Johnson ran, and then they bought a second, and he bought that basically for Walt, so that Walt could run it.
Yeah. And of course, I think the famous story is that he calls up Walt and says, "Hey, I bought you a comic book shop." Yeah. And Walt's like, "I don't want to run a comic book shop."
I'm staying at the rec center.
Yeah.
What? And well, because then that was how Steve Dave. They didn't know the guy's. Nobody could do the guy's actual name.
Right.
They're like, I think it might be Steve. Maybe it's Dave. So they would just call him Steve Dave.
Tell him Steve Dave.
Oh my God, I love it. So wonderful. It's a great podcast.
Well, it's a nice little name drop that they do in Strikes Back too. They mention Steve Dave when they're exiting the theater.
Yes,
absolutely.
And that podcast,
Steve Dave, they get a lot out of Steve Dave actually.
Sure, yeah, there's a few Steve Daves. Now I'm thinking about it.
Because he told that story about how
they showed up in Dogma, even I think.
They were protesters outside the abortion clinic. But Brian Johnson, I think he told the story when we went and saw him. I know I've heard it once or twice at least. But Brian Johnson, he was like, dude, I'm on, I'm on. I got the rope, I got the ladder. He was like, and that he was like, dude, that podcast, Tell Him Steve Dave. Kevin
saved
Smith,
his life.
He's like, he credits him as like that saved his life. The dude was gonna, he's like, no, this dude can't. You can't go out, man. Like the world needs Brian Johnson in it.
Yeah.
And I love that. That's, I mean, because
I love Walt and Brian's friendship.
Yeah.
that's because
It's a really cool thing.
that's one of the things that, I mean, just I think makes all of these guys and characters so much more appealing. Is like they're real. Like these guys are real friends, and
Yeah.
they've been friends for decades. And you're just like, that's so cool. And he was like, that's what it was like. People that was like, I just want to have that kind of relationship with people. Where it's like, like, dude, you can't do this. I'll buy you
And
a
some
comic
people
book store.
used to have that relationship when they were
Yeah.
younger, but they don't anymore. And it's
No.
like, it's great. It's like a comforting thing that's just consistently is there.
Yeah.
You can always go back to that, because like I've had friends like, Walt. I remember like hanging out, like playing D&D. Like, I mean, I don't think Walt's a D&D guy, but like, comics D&D.
Yeah.
It's the same
Right.
same thing basically. And you're just like you lose contact with them, but like they didn't,
Yeah.
Like, they managed to stay close.
They stayed
and
friends.
they lived in a small town. They didn't really go anywhere,
No.
but they managed to they all managed to get famous somehow.
Yeah.
and kind of, they kind of almost helped raise each other too.
Yeah.
They like grew up
Yeah.
together.
Well,
you know,
Kevin
so
for sure
it's
raised
amazing.
Jay. I mean,
Oh,
we know that.
absolutely.
Jay would be
Yes.
definitely dead if it weren't for
Definitely.
Kevin Smith. I mean, like that is just the most.
There's some scary stuff that happened with Jay. Yeah.
It's a whole other podcast to get into. Really, like there's definitely lots of other there's blogs out there you can read. I know that Kevin Smith wrote several blog entries about like the story of Jay.
Yep.
And
right.
it's just one of the most compelling things ever.
It's heartbreaking too. Hell, they based a podcast around it in the very beginning. It was Jay and Silent
Jay and
Bob,
Silent Bob get old.
Gil.
Yeah.
First
That
10
was so he
episodes
could
were
stay
nothing
sober.
about just,
And at the end of the episode, they would talk about how many days he was sober
yeah.
because he's had a couple devastating relapses.
Yeah.
But now that he's been married, I think he's been pretty stable for like
Yeah.
10 years now. So
July
hopefully,
10th, 2010. So there you go.
wow,
Had to do the
that's a
math.
real fan right there.
Yeah.
You want to root for Jay
Yeah.
because I mean, I've known people not exactly like Jay. I don't think there's anybody else quite exactly like Jay, but I've known people like Jay who are just likable, but just had two strikes against him at birth, and he was just one of those guys. So, and he's such like Kevin Smith, like he wouldn't be Kevin Smith without Jay.
No.
Right.
It's like
right.
he needed Jay, and like I
did.
think he's just been repaying Jay by saving his life ever
Yeah.
since then. Like he realizes that.
Yeah, I think he understands.
Because he reluctantly
that, sure.
like kind of loved the guy too. Because like the story goes, like he's younger. He was what 4 years older than Jay, and he was already graduated high school when
Yeah.
Jay was in high school, and he just sort of showed up at the rec center that time and was like filleting all the shit,
Yeah, just
They're like, just
all
watch
the
this
arcade
kid.
machines.
making people laugh. And like Kevin was at first like kind of reluctant, like I'm the funny guy, you can't replace me.
Right. But didn't they go on a road trip the next day or something like that? And
Yeah,
was like,
he
this
told a
guy's
story
pretty
about going to
funny.
New York
Yeah.
or something like
Yeah,
that.
Yeah,
something
to
like
Comic
that,
Con.
Yeah. So
Maybe it was that.
So anything else about Mallrats?
I
that
got
we can
nothing
talk
else about Mallrats.
Any
but-
personal stories about Mallrats? that anybody wants to talk
I'm just
about?
gonna. We don't need to talk about
It's
it
a
much.
good soundtrack.
Great
It's a
soundtrack.
good soundtrack. I really like the soundtrack.
That was the heydays of the movie soundtrack.
Yes.
I think though, I just want to make sure it's tucked in there that we mentioned the stink palm, just because it
Oh
should.
yeah, how about a
should-
pretzel? Yeah.
Yeah, it just needs to be out there.
Okay.
And how much? Like Jason Lee his mouth is full of teeth. Like I don't know what is it about that guy. He's like Freddie Mercury with that mouth.
He's got a lot of teeth.
little
He's got
bit,
a lot
yeah.
of teeth, and he's like just hamming it up for like seemingly the camera
Yes.
as he's doing the whole like stink palm thing. But that stink palm was famous.
Yes.
Because like everybody, is like thought about doing the stink palm to
Yes.
somebody, and anybody could do it. You just jam your thumb up your ass, and I love the aggressive diarrhea that he got like afterwards.
Diphtheria. That's what they say.
Yeah.
They credit him with getting. He had diphtheria that afternoon.
Right. All right.
All right, so we can move on
Damn.
to a more grown-up Kevin Smith, I
But
guess.
before we get into the
Okay,
next movie,
okay.
if I could just mention this, it was between Mallrats and the next movie we're going to be talking about, where Kevin was approached to write a script for the new Superman movie.
Superman lives.
Man, Superman lives in the 90s. The Superman movie we got was Steel. I would not recommend you watch this movie unless you were
What now?
incredibly drunk.
I'm not aware of this story.
Oh, you don't know about
the
Steel?
Shaquille O'Neal.
The Shaquille O'Neal movie
It's
is
a
the
great movie.
only
No, it's
Superman
not.
movie we got.
Don't.
You shut your goddamn trash
When it comes to
mouth.
Shaquille O'Neal, Adam has got a thing.
He's a great man.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, this movie has
He's
issues.
a great-
I guess.
I
He's a
refuse
great
to
pitch-
listen to anything disparaging about
He's a
this.
great pitch man, I will say.
He is. So he knows how to work.
Nobody
the camera.
plays the opposite of a CG Colonel, Shaquille O'Neal.
Masterful. Masterful.
the way he just jogs through that train yard. yeah,
I haven't
suit.
seen Steel.
You haven't seen?
You're doing yourself an incredible disservice.
There is.
It'll have to be what you haven't seen that, I suppose.
Yes.
Yeah. there is a subplot dealing with a souffle. I'll just kind of leave it at that.
Does he fuck it?
You got to watch.
Actually, that would make for a better movie. Personally.
Okay.
There's a precursor to American
Well,
Pie.
Jason Biggs did it first, so
Right.
you can't rip him off.
So if you guys want to go, you can actually read Kevin Smith's script for Superman Returns.
Oh, shit.
Out on Google Docs. So that's how I read it. Just a quick aside.
Oh,
from the
you've
story,
read
because
the whole thing?
I've read the thing, man.
Please do tell.
Okay, so I can't. I don't know how much time we've got. But
We got time.
All right,
I don't know
so-
when we're going to do this again.
Here we go. All right, Superman Returns. Kevin Smith goes to Warner Brothers and says, "Hey, I just want to, do a movie for you guys." And they said, "Well, and again, this is Kevin Smith telling this story. I can't do it any
Wait,
justice." He's
I've
so
heard
funny.
this story. I want to hear about Superman.
All right, let's hear about Superman then. Okay.
Okay. No, I'm sorry.
John-
Go ahead.
No, first
It's a great story,
He ends
too.
up. Yeah.
Go.
Oh gosh, this story. All right, so he knows about this story. He gets up with John Peters.
John Peters.
He has to get his approval. John Peters says, "Yeah, we're gonna make a Superman movie.
Mm-hmm.
You know why we're gonna be so good at it? It's because you and we're from the streets."
from the
Kevin's
street.
like, "I am not
From the
streets."
suburbs.
Exactly.
You're
from
a
the street. What's
hairdresser.
street?
I was born on a street, is what he said.
Barbara Streisand's hairdresser.
So he gave him 3 directions for Superman. He said,
Yeah.
"I want to see 3 things." You remember what these are?
Yeah.
This is
No
insane.
suit. No suit. I don't
No
want to see
suit.
that content. I don't see no flying.
He said, "I don't want to see any suit. I don't want to see Superman fly. And most importantly,
The best part.
in the 3rd act, Superman has to fight a giant spider."
Giant spider.
Yeah. So they ended up calling the spider a Thangarian snare beast. I think is kind of how Kevin got around that.
Do you know
but
anything
it's
about-
interesting reading this script because you're like, you're right. There's no flying. And
Do you know
he
anything
spends-
about spiders?
They're the most dangerous.
They're the
insects.
fiercest.
Spiders are the
criminals.
fiercest killers of the insect kingdom.
You know about polar bears, right?
Oh God, the polar bears.
They're the fiercest
Yeah,
animal.
Brainiac had to fight some polar bears because there had to be an action sequence. There had to be a little gay robot best friend. I'm not making this up. This
He
is the
liked
stuff that he
Hooper
said.
X. Was like, you want him to be a gay black man?
What's a Nubian?
Anyway, so I think based
He was
on
in
what it was,
Dogma.
it's
Dogma. I didn't even realize because that's
Yeah.
all. He's like he popped up because I was thinking he was really good in Chasing Amy. I was like, why isn't he used in more Kevin Smith movies? But he was in Dogma
Okay.
Yes, he was.
briefly.
Go back and look then. I didn't see that. But yeah, I'm good.
Briefly.
Like, move on.
He didn't
man.
play
Let's-
Hooper X. That's why.
No, he didn't play Hooper X, unfortunately. But
right.
anyways,
He
so
was
but yeah, there is a great documentary out that I haven't seen yet about the movie that
The Death
didn't
of
get
Superman Lives,
Yeah.
I think, or Superman Returns. Yeah.
Yeah, because Superman Returns is eventually what we ended up getting.
Right,
That's what we
right.
got, yeah.
Yeah. So it was eventually taken over by Tim Burton. It
Was
gonna
that Bryan
star
Singer? Who
Nicolas
made that
Cage.
movie?
I think Bryan Singer.
Bryan
Bryan
Singer,
Singer, yeah.
Superman Returns. That's the one. Yeah, a whole movie where Superman doesn't punch anybody.
And Brandon Routh came back to the View Askew universe.
He did. Actually, I enjoyed. Brandon
Oh, that's
Routh
right. He
as
played
Superman.
he played the boyfriend of
Justin Long.
Zack
Yes.
and Miri. Yeah. All right, let's move on.
which is an underrated
to the next
movie.
movie.
It kind of
It
is, yeah.
Yeah, I enjoy that movie a lot. But let's talk about one of my favorite movies, man. This is
Chasing Amy. But yeah, this is the movie that really got Kevin Smith the critical appreciation. Like this is really Kevin Smith's the writer heyday. I think
I think so.
he was involved in like he was a producer on Good Will Hunting.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm sure he probably looked over the script and gave notes, but Chasing Amy was like I think and that was the reason why he got opportunities to like write for the Superman.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's what it was. Yeah. So maybe I skipped ahead a little.
Apparently, that's what he was in one of the Q&As. He's like, because the Chasing Amy script was going around and was getting a lot of good feedback. He was getting a lot of people offering him to write up do treatments of scripts and punch ups and even direct movies that weren't his.
Right.
But so Chasing Amy, I think is my third favorite Kevin Smith movie.
I think so. Yeah.
Your mother's a tracer.
I think it holds up incredibly well, even
It
though
does.
it's dealing with really touchy subject material.
It does. This thing had a budget of only $250,000.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about that.
But I mean, it made $12 million at the box
Yeah.
office. This thing was a success. It was a hit. I freaking love this movie. I think personally, Kevin Smith does it best. Or he writes at his best when his movies are about relationships. And when he tones it down and he says, "Look, I'm just going to focus on these 2 or 3 people and how they interact, and that's going to be boom. That's my core." And man, this movie still holds up so well.
It really
I
does.
love it. Yeah.
It's the arrival of Ben Affleck, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was in Mallrats, but this is kind of Ben Affleck's big movie. This is where this is the reason why Ben Affleck was in so many Kevin Smith movies for years afterwards. Sticking up for him for Good Will Hunting, and also giving him in this movie. And also, I think he learned a lot about filmmaking from this movie. Ben Affleck, the filmmaker, who really turned out to be a much better filmmaker than Kevin Smith,
yes.
as I'm sure Kevin Smith would admit now. But probably it probably took him some time and maybe a loss of a friendship to come around to that fact.
That was Jennifer Garner.
That's kind of what we would have meant. I mean, we all know people like Jennifer Garner. Whatever. I don't want to say anything bad about Jennifer Garner because she could kick my ass. I've seen Alias.
She could. I like Jennifer Garner.
The only mark on her career I will say is that, and I don't know it, so I shouldn't say that this is definitely the case, but it's been heavily hinted at that's the reason why Ben Affleck and Kevin Smith stop being as good of friends as
That's
they were.
what
she was. Not a fan.
That's what's been for sure.
I have most everything.
Jennifer
else
Garner
that
did not like Kevin Smith.
No.
And as you
Catch
know,
and
if you're
release.
in a relationship with somebody and they don't like your friend, then you just stop talking and hanging out with that friend.
Yeah.
And Kevin Smith made things worse a lot by telling stories and shit about Ben Affleck
Yeah.
he didn't want him talking about. That made it worse.
Yeah.
I think that just made it. I think that prolonged the divide.
Yeah.
It's a real shame here because these guys were so tight. Like in fact, the house that Kevin Smith lives in now was Ben Affleck's old house. There's even a little
That's pretty
cat
funny,
cave in
yeah.
the upstairs room. Yeah,
That's
they
pretty
gave it
funny.
to him for a great price. He said he wouldn't be able to afford it otherwise.
That is pretty funny. In the Hollywood Hills.
Right?
Chasing Amy. Okay, so what
good.
when you think Chasing Amy, what do you think about, Matt? Like what does this movie mean to you? Like,
Okay.
what is the defining factor for Chasing Amy? Like you talked about relationships. That's a great point.
I did, man. So what I love about this movie so much is that there's this real believable interaction, I guess, between everybody. It's also one of the first Kevin Smith movies. In fact, come to think of it, I think it was the first one I might have seen. I had a roommate at the time. Man, Dogma was getting ready to come out. And he said, you know what? Before you watch this movie, maybe you need to watch this because there's these two guys in this movie called Jay and Silent Bob. Maybe you need to watch it to kind of get up to speed. He didn't have Mallrats or Clerks. This is kind of the one that I started on.
Yeah. I think a lot of people actually maybe
I think so.
started with this movie.
Yeah. This was my entry point.
Because not many people saw Mallrats, we learned. So.
I know, right? But I kind of recommend this too. And at the same time, there's also this slew of saccharine romantic comedies with predictable plots that are coming around this same time.
Yep.
This one does it differently. I mean, you still got the same kind of Kevin Smith humor throughout, but it doesn't end the way you think it's going to end. And I don't know if I necessarily want to spoil it for people who haven't seen it before. If you haven't seen it, please watch this movie.
There's
I
like
can't
an
recommend it
Aaron
enough.
Sorkin potty mouth kind of quality.
There is.
To a Kevin Smith movie.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of the dialogue just seems a little too snappy. Like the thesaurus has been busted out a few too many times. Maybe.
It sounds like a Calvin and Hobbes comic. Like,
For sure. Like
6-year-old
little
does
kids
not know
don't
this
talk
much.
like this. They don't.
Right?
Like I feel stupid reading a Calvin Hobbes strip.
So you bring up a really good point. When we were going back through this retrospective, I was like, I'm going to start at Clerks and I'm going to go all the way through. And I noticed that, and it's something you can't almost unsee, is that people kind of tend to talk with the same rhythm. Everybody in these movies have the same kind of cadence, and they all want to talk about dicks, and it just da-da-da-da-da. And so I think when you see that, it's kind of hard to not see
Except
that.
the finger cuff scene. That was
Okay.
wholly unique.
It was.
Anyways.
It was. And of course, he's seeing...
Joey Lauren
Thank
Adams.
you very
Yeah.
much. All right, see, I don't know these guys would know this stuff. He's seeing her at the time, and it's funny. I think maybe even that the one that we went to, he had actually said, I was just reflecting on where I was in life, and he was thinking, man, 2 years ago I worked at a gas station. Now I'm dating an actress and making movies in Hollywood.
Well, and she was in stuff before she
Yeah.
was in Mallrats too. Like,
Yeah.
she was in Dazed and
Dazed and
Confused.
Confused.
And probably some other stuff too. Honest. Oh, she was in Biodome.
That movie.
Careful. I have a soft spot for that movie for some reason. I don't know. I have a soft spot for Pauly Shore. I can't help it.
all right.
I can't help it.
We need to get into that.
In Mallrats, they actually wanted William Atherton for the Michael Rooker role.
Really?
And he refused to do it because he thought it was so silly. And they're like, and then he went on to do Biodome.
But you did Biodome.
It's when I was like,
loves
so you
Biodome.
don't want to do Mallrats, but okay, whatever. More power to you.
Yeah. All right, but anyway, Chasing Amy, I love it. What about you, Adam?
Chasing Amy, it's one of those. it was a different experience because I started with Mallrats. I was used to being so heavy on Jay and Bob, and you're watching this, like people are like, oh yeah, it's a Jay and Silent Bob movie. You're like, where are they in the movie? It's like, and then you get to like, oh, there's like 20 minutes left. It's like, here they are in the one scene. They're in one scene.
One scene,
and they're not comedic.
No,
necessarily in
the
that one
real
scene,
life Jay.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's so perfect. I love that scene.
Yeah.
It really is.
Well, because they're paying him off for stealing that. Like he learns about, like he's using their likeness to sell comics or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, how did a bunch of stoners know so much about what is it, IP law or something like that?
Right. So, funny story about that scene is that apparently Jay knew all of his lines. Kevin was extremely worried about him, and it took something like 40 takes for Kevin to get through his lines.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
The lines that he wrote, he would just say, okay, and he would just start and line, and it would just have to go over and over and over again. People were getting apparently very antsy at him during that shoot.
I didn't know that.
If you pay attention to that scene too, Jay is eating sugar packets the entire time, and every take he was just eating sugar packets.
And I ask about the ex-boyfriend, which, as we all know, is a really dumb move, but you know how it is. You don't want to know, but you just have to know, right? Stupid guy bullshit.
Like, because you're so...
There's no spit bucket, I'm sure.
No, you're so focused on Kevin because he's delivering that speech that you don't pay attention to it. I had heard that, and so as I was watching, I was like, he's just pounding these sugar packets the entire time that they're...
Jesus Christ.
And he gives himself some business.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So good for him. I'd hate to think of what that did to his blood sugar afterwards, but I don't think Jay cares at that point.
I think sugar was probably lowest on the totem pole of things that Jay
They
was
were going
putting
into
his
Jay's body, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
He moved on to Red Bulls
Yes.
later on in life. I really liked Chasing Amy. It's like it's unbelievable dialogue, but it's totally entirely relatable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things I'll enjoy so much the Lethal Weapon / Jaws. Like where they're talking about they're one upping each other
injuries
about going down.
Right.
I cherish that scene, dude. It is so rewatchable and so well acted. Because I think Adam, you and I have not on the podcast, but have mentioned Joey Lauren Adams really overacted a bunch in that movie.
Mm.
She wasn't great, and Ben Affleck also is finding himself as an actor.
Yeah.
So, but there was I think it's Jason Lee. There's just like Jason Lee. There was like such a natural flow and believability to his stories. And Joey, I think, was to the task in that particular scene. And you talk about Hooper X, like that whole bar scene is just like some of my favorite 20 minutes of movie watching.
Yeah.
We're like, Hooper X is kind of like, fucking with Banky about the whole like Archie was gay and all this shit, and he's like, we're gonna get some Archie comics, and I'm gonna prove to you that he's about the pussy, but like Hooper is just like, but there's like this theme is like it all like, I don't like how this movie ended. I think it's a really weird ending.
Okay, that's one of my strong points. I think
you like it.
I love the ending of this movie.
I don't know what it is. It feels so weird and out of place to me. Like I kind of get it because you're talking about like there's the Chasing Amy Kevin Smith scene,
right?
And Holden is thinking about it, and his conclusion is to have a three-way, and it's like I just don't like that.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. I thought you meant like the very ending where it's like how everybody kind of ended up.
Oh
like,
no, that's okay. Like
right.
I dig that. Okay,
Yeah,
they kind of like patch things up to a degree.
Sure,
like it fucked up everybody's friendship, and like you hate to see that kind of wrong, like really horrible bad decision, and like Alyssa's like don't do it, and it's like it's heartbreaking because his best friend kind of goes along with it.
He's like, if it'll save our friendship, man.
Yeah, and I just it's not that it's a bad scene or poorly acted. I hate watching that scene.
Okay.
It's like it hurts because like I enjoy watching that movie so much, but then when it comes to that ending, I just don't like that ending.
I see what you're saying. You're saying it's not that it's not a good film ending or anything like that. It's
no. I
painful
think it's a really really good film.
Okay.
And and I don't want to say that that's like makes the movie bad by any stretch, but for me personally, I just when it gets to that part of the movie, like I kind of lose interest in the movie.
Okay.
So that's just me personally.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Sure. There is another scene too coming up in Jersey Girl that is hard for me to watch. So I get where you're coming from. Where
Jersey Girl is a
Affleck pops
really
off with
emotional
something.
movie.
Boy, and as a
love
father,
Jersey
I
Girl.
watched that. and I'm
It's
like,
really good, and it really makes me upset that like Kevin is just eating shit on that movie
Yeah.
for so long.
Yeah.
He's just. We'll get there.
We will.
Jersey Girl is like one of the better movies.
I enjoy it.
I think
I thought I was going to be alone in this. Really?
No.
Oh, okay. I was going to this
he
podcast.
shits
I was
on
like,
it
I like Jersey
himself.
Girl.
He's very self-deprecating sense of humor when it comes to Jersey Girl.
Yes.
I don't know why though.
Outside of the Jay and Bob movies, I think that's the best movie he's made. And it's, I mean,
Okay.
even if it's when I was like, there's a part of me that's like, when I was evaluating him, ranking him, it's like, I want to put Jersey Girl higher because it's, I mean, it really, but it's like,
It's the best George Carlin performance in my opinion.
Oh God, it's so
By a
good.
mile.
Yes. Oh, we're gonna get there, but man,
yeah.
he's the MVP for my movie for that
Okay.
one. Yes, yeah, definitely.
So you got any factoids or little bits of trivia for Chasing Amy there, other than what you already told us?
Yeah, I put in this question mark, best Jay and Silent Bob appearance question mark. I don't know, man, but I love that scene. I mean, it's just kind of
Of all the like, I think it might be of all the like Bob gives his wisdom of all his. I think it's his best
I
speech.
think that's it. Yeah, definitely his best speech.
I don't love it the most Jay and Silent Bob as far as their best, like most enjoyable movie, but like I think that's the best speech he gives.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with that.
Because that kind of became the expected thing, and they even joke about it in Clerks too.
Yeah.
me too.
But-
don't you have any wisdom, man?
What's you always bring pussy, man? Like,
One of the things, and I wanted to go back, and I probably still will after the fact. I want to go back and rewatch Chasing Amy with the commentary on because I didn't get a chance to do that one. But I think because I was like, okay, I feel like there's a little bit of it in that because when he starts, he's like, you're chasing Amy, and he's like, Jay was like, what are you talking about?
yeah,
And he's like, what you don't know about me could just about fill up the ocean, It's
right,
like,
right.
But it's like it was funny because like there's so many other times. I think even at the end, it's like you always got time for the damn Amy story. It's
Yeah.
like, but like at
They
that
reference
moment,
it, yeah.
At that moment, he's like, but Jay didn't have
Didn't
like that
know
was the
about
first
it.
time he's ever done it.
Yeah.
So it was one of those things like, okay, just, you always got time for that stupid Amy story. It's like
Yeah.
that's obviously the first time you've ever paid attention to it.
Right.
But
Maybe afterwards he told it a whole
yeah.
bunch more times, I guess.
stop telling the Amy
But I
story.
do like that he's just like he's like biting his nails or something, chasing Amy.
Chasing Amy.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
I wonder how much of that kind of rolled over into real life too. I mean, I wonder if he ever thought that like Jason was really listening. Jason's having a hard time at this time. I mean, man, he is into some heavy stuff.
Yeah.
And as a friend, I mean, you're concerned for him. And you're trying to do your best that you can. And I don't know.
He
I wonder
became
how
his
much truth is in
child.
that.
He took care
Oh, yeah.
of Jay.
Yeah.
Like he lived
Oh,
in his
totally.
home, and he made sure that he was not doing shit that he shouldn't be doing. And your heart breaks when like he comes to that point where he's like he kicks him out.
Yeah.
He just shuts him out of his life. He's like,
Puts
I
him in
can't do
rehab.
this anymore, man. I got a kid now.
Yeah.
I can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
So, but I just it's just the authenticity of their friendship.
Yeah.
And it just makes their movie so much more enjoyable when they
does.
show up as a pair together.
They've been through so much, man.
They have. All right, moving on, I guess.
I'll throw out one more thing.
Okay.
Just because I want to mention him because we get a lot of Ben Affleck. This is I think the only movie in the View Askew universe that has Casey Affleck.
He's like a little kid or
Oh,
something.
He's
right?
at the very
Really?
he's at the very beginning when Banky and Holden are at the Comic-Con and Mosier's giving him shit about being a tracer, and Casey Affleck's in line right behind him.
Was that Mosier, the guy that was giving him shit about tracing?
Yep.
That's a really
Was it?
that doesn't
The
seem like
producer.
Mosier at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because I mean, like
He
Mosier,
looks different a lot in movies. Like he changes his appearance. It seems like
it was
a lot.
It was reminiscent of in Clerks the guy who's yelling at him when they're playing
Yeah.
hockey.
This guy sucks.
And a little bit of Roddy from Mallrats. Who's like he can play that antagonist.
Yeah.
He plays like just a bearded, clueless guy really well.
He does.
But
Willem.
That's
beautiful, man.
when he turns around to Casey, he's like, "Hey," and he's like explaining, he's like, "If I drew a picture and then somebody else drew a picture on top of that picture, what would that be?"
Like the
And Casey's
exact
like-
same thing.
So Casey's like, I guess tracing. He's like, "Yeah."
So that kid is Casey Affleck?
That was Casey Affleck,
Okay.
and we got
Well, we got to see him just a little bit later in Good Will Hunting, I guess.
yeah,
So,
and then because Damon had a cameo because Brian O'Halloran played the
executive.
The executive.
Yeah.
So
wanted to make the cartoon, I guess.
yeah, they wanted to do the Blunt Man
Snoochy
Chronic.
bitches.
Yeah. But it was because Damon, because Matt Damon talks about, I think in one of the, I think on the Clerks, they had a 90-minute documentary about Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Because Damon was like, well, Affleck and Kevin, they were already friends by the time they were doing Chasing Amy. It's like they knew each other really well. It's like,
Yeah.
And he was doing him a huge solid with getting Goodwill Hunting in front of people.
Right.
And he said it was funny because when they went up there and did their acceptance speech, like the only person they forgot to thank was Kevin Smith. It's
Yeah.
like the whole thing was, it was like they felt so bad about that for so long because they were like so flustered, but they're like, yeah, man, this whole thing wouldn't have been possible without Kevin.
Right,
But that was when Damon's
They made up for it.
Yeah.
They made up for
totally,
it. And
they
did
totally
some.
did. But yeah, it was, you got Casey Affleck and you got Matt Damon, and then I don't think there's a Hicks attached, or maybe there is a Hicks attached to.
I don't think we see Hicks again until Dogma
Yeah,
with
Grant Hicks.
Grant Hicks, the news guy,
Oh,
the news
okay.
guy
That
who
would be
shows up
right.
again in Jay and
Yes.
Silent Bob Strikes Back
Yep.
reboot movie.
So yeah, I think that's everything on Chasing Amy.
Very
now
well done.
We can move into your favorite Dogma.
Dogma is
Your
well,
favorite?
you
Yeah.
say that, but like Dogma is okay. Dogma is the movie that really. I think this was failure number 2 for Kevin Smith. I think this was meant to be like his, this. I don't know how to put this. I feel like this should have been his Goodwill Hunting, or this could have been his Pulp Fiction. Like this was the movie that had the all-star cast where they put a bunch of people in it, not just his friends.
Yeah.
And but because of all the controversy with the churches and things, it just kept getting delayed and reworked. And I love this story where he talks about the protesting, where he's got the glitter and this big gay bear friend or whatever, and they're like protesting across
Protesting, yeah.
Dogma is dog shit.
He was actually on video, wasn't he? Like,
Yeah, he was on the Channel 12
newscast.
News.
Yeah, and they were like, "You looking awful." Well, I can't. No, I'm not.
No,
it's
it's
not
right.
that. It's not me.
He said because he's like, no,
Is there video of that you can see?
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
it's on
Yeah.
YouTube.
That's
He's
amazing.
like, no, my name's Brian Johnson.
But they were joined by this man. He wouldn't admit it, but he looked and sounded suspiciously like Dogma's writer, director, co-star, and New Jersey resident, Kevin Smith.
I don't think it stands for anything positive.
What does it stand for?
I don't know, but I've been told not good.
Yeah,
I don't remember that. That's good.
But Dogma is the movie that I've seen the least out of all the Kevin Smith movies. I saw it once when it came out and was disappointed. I was like, all of that for this? Because like it was talked about for a long time. Right around that time, I was getting like subscriptions to like Rolling Stone and Entertainment Weekly, and it was like a feature story like all the time. And they're just constant problems. Like, well, they got to go back and they got to rewrite this, or like this movie is supposed to be out now, but it's getting pushed back. And,
Yep.
and it just got to the point where like Miramax is going to bury this thing. They're not going to give it a big release. They're just too afraid of all the stuff that's going on. And it's frustrating because it's just because it is so much about the church. Like if you watch it, like it's just ridiculous. It's just another Jay and Silent Bob movie. And it's a guy who has a lot of feelings about Catholicism, personally, and he's just kind of working them out, and he paid the price. He just became a casualty of that whole, what was the church that was like real instrumental and vocal about protesting? They do a lot of.
You talking about Westboro, or are you talking about
Was it West?
Dogma?
No, well,
the church
Westboro.
that actually protested his.
Well, the Westboro
Red
Church
State.
was like inspiration for the Red State or whatever.
Yeah.
That's it,
But
yeah.
wasn't it still like the same church? Maybe not.
I don't think it was. I don't think it was Westboro then for Dogma.
no,
Probably something you know.
no. I'm trying to think of the name of the Catholic church that came out and was protesting because.
You can't show this movie.
Well, because we were kind of talking about this a little bit offline, and I think one of the things, just it's my own kind of conjecture on it, is because he had always said he wrote Dogma before he wrote Clerks, and he was just sitting on it because he wanted to be able to do it the right way. He wanted to do it as a studio flick,
Right.
And so I think because one of the things that makes Kevin so true to his work is a lot of times what he's saying when he's saying it matches. And so I think there's a disconnect there where Dogma
So
was
he's
something.
Bethany, basically. Is that?
Yeah, I think so, because he's kind of disenfranchised with the church. He has a lot of issues with it because he's in every movie. Like if you stay to the end of the credits, he always I think one of the first because he thanks a bunch of people individually for all kinds of different reasons, but he always thanks God in his movies. And so I think there's a part of the faith that he is that he adheres to. But I think just the organized religion part is just such a hard thing. There's so many aspects of that, I think, that kind of burned him.
He's not unique in this either. Like a lot of people who grow up going to Catholic schools kind of have similar epiphanies when they get to be in their 20s. And
It happened to me, man. Yeah, I was raised Roman Catholic. Yeah.
So, it's a shame. But like I feel like this was like a big black eye in his career. Like he was attached to this thing. And because so many well-known actors were in it, Chris Rock, it was a big deal that he was in it.
Yep.
It was a big deal that Alanis Morissette was going to be in it. It was a big deal that Alan Rickman was going to be in it.
Yeah, that was a big deal.
So like it was a big deal. Salma Hayek was also like pretty.
Affleck and Damon at that point were pretty viable names.
True. So like there was a lot of big actors attached, and you see this from time to time, almost every year, where like a movie with a ton of actors comes out and you're like, why wasn't this movie any bigger? And it's just for one reason or another, politics, probably the movie just gets buried and there's no confidence in it. And this was one of those movies.
Yeah.
I think so. Personally, Dogma's in my top 3, man.
Okay.
So here's something I didn't
talk
mention
about
before.
Dogma then.
Let's talk about some Dogma.
Dogma
had a budget of $10 million, made about $40 million, so it did turn a profit. This is his highest grossing movie to date.
Are these all domestic or international?
These are international. I know you're not big on the international. I'm sorry, I couldn't find domestic.
Fair enough. Cop Out's the highest domestic.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That's ironic.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. But the one thing I didn't
Even
mention
more
about...
than Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Cop Out
made
made the most money
Wow, okay.
domestically.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sorry.
So, for me, one thing I didn't mention during the Chase and Amy part of this was that the reason why it was shown to me was because my roommate in college was like, hey, you need to go see this movie Dogma, and it's coming out. And I was like, well, I don't really want to. I'm a broke college student. Why do I really want to see it? It's tough to get the money together and be like, let's go to the movies, right?
Yeah,
He goes, what if I told you this
or
movie?
I won't eat,
Well, I can't. I got to buy that
ramen for a month, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
This movie better be good.
Oh, it's going to be. He's like, what if I told you that in this movie, there's a shit demon made out of actual shit?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's
was
actually
gross.
true. And I said, okay, I'm in. So that's when I got to watch, Chasing Amy. I did take a date to see this movie, who ended up being very Catholic.
Oh,
I didn't know that before
must have been
doing that.
awkward as shit.
It was a little bit. Yeah. It was. I still love the movie, though.
Yeah.
A funny story about this is that before this movie was actually filmed, Kevin sat down with Jay and he said, all right, look, you have got to be on point. You're going to be against Alan Rickman here. You've got like some scenes with this guy. You've got to be serious.
Right.
He's like, okay. And it turns out that not only did Jay memorize his lines, he memorized everyone else's. So
that's amazing.
Yeah,
you got to be
the entire script.
Not everybody can memorize
in one night.
No.
Yeah. So like that shows there's a level of intelligence there. Like I couldn't do that. I know myself. I couldn't do that. I couldn't even memorize my own lines, like much less everyone else's lines. So that's something that tells me a lot. But that is a pretty cool story. Like, I didn't want to piss off that Rickman dude.
The Metatron.
Yes, gosh, I personally really
was there a favorite
enjoyed this movie.
scene, or is it just the overall movie that just really?
What was interesting?
What spoke to you about it? So
what was interesting to me is that I was kind of going through the same thing Kevin Smith was at the same time that this movie came out. I think that was probably the big thing. Is that I was raised Roman Catholic, starting to have some kind of those same feelings that Kevin was going through, and man, this movie just hit at the right time. Yeah, where I'm like, okay. I mean, I think the Buddy Christ thing is kind of fun, but now like.
I kind of love the Buddy Christ.
I do love the Buddy Christ. George Carlin is it's all good, but
Cardinal Glick.
So maybe it's more for me. I haven't seen this movie really in 10 years until I had gone back to rewatch it for this, and I've kind of got a different perspective on it because now not only am I not Roman Catholic, I'm not really a Christian either, and so like going back here, I'm like, well, I wonder how this movie's going to hold up. I still think it's great, man. I mean, it has a lot of great things to say. It just still kind of speaks to me. So yeah, I'm down. Watch Dogma.
I hate to yuck your yum, but I do have some issues with the movie.
Go for it.
I think it's Jason Lee's worst performance in any movie by far. I hated. I did not like the Azrael character.
Oh wow!
At all. Okay. I thought he was really weak in that. The little in his little skater guys or whatever. Like I was really annoyed by every scene they were in. I just didn't care for him. I thought Chris Rock was like hamming like his like exaggerated facial. Something about his performance too, like I just didn't care for it.
Okay,
man, like I don't think Chris Rock's like. I'm real interested to see that Spiral movie that's coming out because he seems like he's playing a more subdued Chris Rock.
Yes,
as wonderful as he is as a stand-up, he's one of the all-time great stand-ups, particularly in the '90s. he has never been able to be like, he's never been able to translate that likability and success to film.
Yeah.
He just can't do it. Like, I think Lethal Weapon 4 is about as close as he's ever got. And even that wasn't great.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
that's just my opinion personally.
No, it's okay. I get where you're coming from. This is my favorite Chris Rock movie. I'm like, he does so good. But I also agree with you totally because I feel the same way you do when he's in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Oh,
Like,
he's horrible
man,
as Shaka or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like
Shaka
a little
Luther
too
King.
aggressive. I know what he's
I am not
going
a
for.
fan.
It's like I know what he's going for, but it's just like, really? Come on, man. I think that Chris Rock delivers his lines and stuff like pretty decently. I don't know, man. There's just something about it. It just feels like a little bit too much. But I loved Ben and
Matt
Damon in the movie. I thought they were great. I thought all the scenes of Loki and Bartleby together were really cool.
At the movies where they're judging everybody at the boardroom.
But you didn't say God bless you when I sneezed.
I know. I love that part. Loki?
Man.
All right.
Just to have that kind of power in a meeting, I'm just like, yeah. Not that I want to
That was
do
a cool
anything to my
scene.
coworkers,
And
but
also,
I was
like, when they're
man.
on the bus, and he's like, is it your wife? Are you married?
That was
What do
Mosier.
you think?
Mosier.
It's just like necking.
Mosier?
Mosier
I
was
didn't
the
know
dude,
that,
yeah.
but I could see it. See, he looks different in every movie.
Yeah.
It's like you can play Find Mosier. You do it most of the time. With
Like,
Walt
where's
Flanagan,
Waldo?
too.
Where's Mosier?
Where's Mosier?
Adam, you've been quiet about it. Like, what do you like about, like, where does this rank in your, Kevin Smith movies?
I'm trying to think.
Is it high or lower?
I have an actual official ranking.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. Oh, there you go. Yeah,
I
you
have
did it
I have Dogma number 6 on my overall list.
Okay.
So
All right,
it's
somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. It's low for the Jay and Silent Bob movies. I think I only have Reboot underneath it, just because that was great fan service. But as far as a movie, Reboot's not as composed as a lot.
I had fun watching it.
Yeah,
but
it's a ton of fun to watch. But
yeah,
if you're not a Jay and Silent Bob fan,
it feels there's a budget feel to it.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
So, but anyways,
You could tell where they kind of cut some corners.
yeah. Even though they got all these celebrities in it,
yeah.
they're not able to cover like the fact that, like, I hate to like say it, but like I don't think Harley Quinn is a good actor.
She's still young. I mean,
Yeah,
like
we're gonna talk about it.
I like her a lot. I think she's a cool person.
oh yeah,
Right.
But I she's got a ways to go.
she's pretty green. I'm hoping that with some direction and some. She's really only got. She's been in her dad's movies.
Well, they made a big deal out of her being in the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, but like she doesn't even speak.
No.
She's just sort of.
She's there.
She's just there.
Yeah.
So anyway, but yeah. So what else were you gonna say? You had it just above.
Just above Reboot. It's one of the, like, when you're comparing it to the other ones, the other Jay and Silent Bob movies, it is hard to put it higher. It's I think I forget what I said. What was it? Mallrats with a Message. Like,
Oh yeah,
it was-
kind of.
It's got that, like, you do Clerks, and Clerks has something very near and dear to Kevin's heart, and he's it's just very raw as far as the dialogue and all that. Then you do Mallrats, and Mallrats is just kind of like, hey, we got a credit card and we're gonna go buy, do whatever,
Right.
And they're like, oh shit, that didn't work, and then I'm like, oh wait, I got something else, I got something real to say. They're like,
Yeah.
all right, we'll let you do that, and then they're like, all right, I want to do Dogma. It's like, all right, we're going to do another Mallrats, but with actual actors.
Right.
So there, I like it because it was fun. It's you get the introduction of things like movies.
Mm-hmm.
I do like because watching all these in such close succession. What's her face? Aberlin. She's the nun at the beginning of the movie that's talking to Loki. She was actually on the Mr. Rogers show. She was Lady Aberlin on the Mr.
No
Rogers show.
kidding.
Yeah,
Nice.
But she was in this as the nun. She was in Jersey Girl as the
teacher.
as the teacher,
Yeah.
and then she was in Red State as one of the family
followers
Yeah,
or
one of the
whatever.
followers.
Yeah.
So it was funny, just like, oh, she keeps popping up. She's one of the Kevin Smith people now.
Yeah, she's one of the people.
so,
She's
like,
in the
that's-
universe. I wonder how hairy or Bush was.
Yeah, that'd be the first place your mind goes to, man.
You have to compare it to Carrie Fisher.
Gotta.
I'm sorry, Carrie Fisher and
all
his
right.
family.
But yeah, I loved
Like you guys aren't thinking it.
I loved Affleck in this because Affleck was fine. Like, he's endearing in Mallrats because I love Mallrats, but
Yeah.
he's not a great actor in Mallrats. No. And even in Chasing Amy, where he's a little bit more polished, he's still very very green. There's some I think Joey Lauren Adams really goes the highest over the top, but Affleck's not far behind in some of his delivery.
With a better actor, like a Drew Barrymore or something
that would have been good.
I could see because she made a living playing characters kind of like that. I could see him rising to the challenge a little bit. You know what drives me crazy about Chasing Amy? I just hate to go back.
No, it's fine.
There's a scene where he tells her how he feels. And it's raining, and she rejects him, and he's walking back to the car, and you're just it's like a tracking shot behind him. You see the fucking cameraman in the window, following him. It drives me crazy. I can't I can't not see it every time I see it.
Okay.
I just see like a pair of acid washed blue jeans walking behind him. I'm like, what the fuck?
Now that you mentioned, I'm never going to be able to unsee it now. That
It's not like the whole entire tracking shot, but it's like... You're like, I know Kevin edits all his movies. Like, couldn't they have? I mean,
wouldn't that have been?
I mean, it's not like they could refilm it because that looked like real rain. Like that wasn't like Hollywood rain.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
They didn't have money for Hollywood rain.
No, they didn't have money for Hollywood rain. They only had $250,000 apparently.
Yeah. But with Dogma, it was it's just kind of a fun, goofy. I know he had a message.
No
in it.
ticket.
Yeah,
I like that.
That was one of his. One of the best Silent Bob lines.
Yeah,
that was just kind of for fun.
Yeah.
And all the he had the Jedi line in Mallrats, and he had the lasagna line in Clerks. So
I love the where he was talking about he won a science show or something because he made a vibrator out of some chicken wire.
He made a CD player out of his mom's vibrator and some chicken wire and shit. Yep.
That's talent.
That is such a great. I'd be so upset if we didn't had to mention that. All the while he's trying to get the cigarette to move.
But
that was a great delivery by Jay. God, I love Jay. He's
Jason's
so fucking great. He's so fucking great.
And that was, I think that was one of the things that was fun about this that I enjoyed was, you got Bethany who was at the heart of the story, but by the time
Janine Garofalo in there too.
Right? Yeah.
And apparently, because I know Kevin and
it was a Miramax movie.
Kevin and Linda
Fiorentino.
They butted heads on set.
Did they?
Yeah, because I think
I thought she was excellent in this movie. By the way.
She did really well, but I think the two of them, because I think they had a similar kind of thing as far as not as bad as the Bruce Willis thing, but they mended some fences.
They butted heads a little bit. Yeah. Okay.
I just loved. Kevin Smith's got some really excellent performances from women.
Yeah,
that's one of them. I think.
I would agree.
Yeah, it may be the first really good one. So, anyways.
Well, and I think that was one of the things, just as far as if you're watching it and just enjoy. This is the first really polished movie that he put together.
I agree.
You have the Jersey trilogy, which will always be at the heart of Kevin Smith fans.
Yeah.
But Dogma is definitely the first one. You're like, okay, this is they were actually making a movie. Even Mallrats, you're like, they had $6 million to make that movie. It's like, it doesn't feel like a $6 million movie, even 1995.
Well, they're on location throughout the movie, too, so that's expensive.
Yeah.
It's got to be. I also want to say that I believe that this is probably Kevin's first movie with a truly suspenseful scene. He hasn't done real suspense yet, but I mean, there's that train scene.
Yeah.
Where, you
that
Bethany
was pretty well done, actually.
Talking to, this demon, they don't know who each other are, and it just... I mean, that's
strangers on a train kind of
good stuff.
It was pretty good because everybody's having a great time. He's like, that Jay and Silent Bob are great guys. I love Loki's transformation. He just really turns into a goofball all of a sudden. Because Loki's the heavy for a while.
Yes,
he is. Yeah, the enforcer.
Yeah, he's the enforcer.
Right? Yeah.
All right. So I was surprised, but I'm also happy to learn that Dogma is some people's favorites.
Yeah,
and I say that it's not. I know it is some people's favorites.
Yes.
I know in Q&As my Dogma's my favorite movie.
Yes,
it speaks to me. That's the movie that speaks to me. All right, so we move on.
Let's do it.
Jay and Silent Bob.
Flipping the page.
Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back is the first Kevin Smith movies first movie I saw in theaters. It's the first Kevin Smith movie I've seen in theaters.
Thank you. Okay.
And it came out just days or a week before 9/11.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep. Yeah.
Man. Oh, that affected the budget then. That explains a bit. Okay. Or the box office.
Box office, maybe.
Yes. Yeah.
But yeah, I'll always think of it in a weird way, I'll always think of those two things together because like I saw it was like the next week 9/11 happened. But Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back. What can you say about that movie? I feel like this might be a lot of people's favorite movie. It's definitely like the best cameo movie, like with all the different stars they packed into it. I love all this stuff with like Jason Biggs and oh gosh, what was Dawson?
James
Vanderbeek, and you had the guy from Drew Carey.
Diedrich Bader.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. You had some great stuff with Will Ferrell when he was really up and coming.
Marshall, Will, and Holly.
And, like Judd Nelson, like it's just like every scene seemed to have like a cameo of some big star. And they're going to Hollywood or whatever. But it's also like the return of a lot of characters too.
Yes.
That was kind of the big thing. Like this was like the return of a lot of characters that we were like, we get to see what they're up to. Double duty by some actors, like Affleck is Holden, but he didn't play. No, he was nobody else. But like Jason Lee was Banky and
Brody.
Yeah. What do you guys think about? What do you think about Jay and Silent Bob?
Oh boy, yeah. So this is not one of my favorite
Oh, no!
ones. Yeah, sorry.
This is one of the more rewatchable movies for me. I got to admit.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
I can always watch this movie.
I'm glad you think so. This thing had a budget of $22 million.
Yeah, well, that's pretty big for
Box
Kevin
office
Smith movie.
$38.2 million, made less than Dogma, but then again, extenuating circumstances.
America wasn't ready to laugh, I guess.
I will say this. This is not one of my more favorite movies in the franchise, but the fact that this thing got made at all because of what happens behind the scenes kind of puts this up there with like Schindler's List, man. As far as
wow.
This thing.
It's a miracle this thing was made.
Oh, yeah. So, man.
They didn't have Steven Spielberg to like get it going either.
Jay Mewes was having some. This is about when it got as bad as it was going to get with Jay. It was still going to be about a good decade before he actually got completely clean. Yeah. But he almost got in a fist fight with Scott Mosier one night when he had to return to do a reshoot. He had just cut heroin to be in this movie, but he compensated for that by drinking a lot.
Yeah.
He became very angry on set.
He was noticeably more overweight in this movie, too.
He is. And I think that's probably wise because he's like, well, I'm just going to go ahead and detox. But instead, he just kind of switched to a new drug, so to speak.
I say he was overweight, but I thought at the time he looked like he'd been working out or something. Like he'd filled in a little bit.
Been lifting some weights?
Yeah. I didn't really notice him like being like, he didn't have like that alcoholic look to me, I didn't think.
Okay.
At least he hit it well, I thought.
Well, I think so too. And really, from what I understand, Kevin Smith wrote this script for him. He said, look, man, if you get clean, I'll write you a movie. We can produce this thing.
Yeah, because didn't they like drive cross country or something together? There's like a story where like, when they were like, we'll make this movie, if this and this.
That was Clerks 2 ended up being the one where he said, if you get clean, we'll make I'll do another J one.
Okay.
And that's why he ended up loving Clerks 2, because this left everything on such a sour note for him. Because he almost stopped production. He was almost like, all right, we're done.
There's a story, actually, I had to write it down, that Kevin was driving Jay to the set one day, and things got so bad between them that he actually kicked Jay out of his own car and drove the rest of the way there.
Yep.
Trying to deal with somebody who's like an alcoholic is tough.
Yeah.
It's really tough.
Well, it's heartbreaking too to see these two men who obviously love each other. They're best buddies. I think
well, like his mom is like a piece of shit, right? Isn't that like the story? Like his dad, like never really knew his dad, and his mom was like a piece of shit. And he didn't really get into bad shit until like Kevin went away that period of time.
Yeah,
and during that, when he was gone for like that 6 months or whatever, is when he came back and he was like a different person. So. I'm sure it was really hard.
Yeah.
He's just this goofy, lovable guy, and like all of a sudden he's just like, junky.
And they hit it well. I mean, during this movie, you wouldn't watch this and think, wow, Jay's really off the hook here. I mean, there's another
I thought he delivered some really great lines in that movie.
Oh, he did. He did a great job. Now, there were also problems on set. Like, for example, the Chris Rock scene. Apparently, at one point, Jay had passed out while standing up in the middle of the scene. Yeah. Chris is like, well, he's done it again. And they had to go over there and kind of wake him up a little bit.
Wow.
It's so anyway, if you're watching this and you need help, get help, man.
Yeah.
People love you.
You could be a movie star one day too.
Yeah.
If you have a famous best friend.
Yeah, right. I mean, this kind of goes back to it though. I mean, Jay would be dead today if it wasn't for Kevin Smith. I know we brought that up earlier.
Yeah.
But,
it bears repeating. I mean, you can't understate how true that is. If it weren't for him, he would be, who knows where he would be.
For sure.
Dead for sure. Yeah. How do you feel about Jay and Silent Bob?
I know I really brought this whole thing down. Sorry.
No, it's fair. It's fair. That's fair. Like I shat on Dogma, so like that's only fair. That's only fair. The pendulum swings both ways, baby.
I remember because I became obsessed with Clerks and Chasing Amy and Mallrats, and they were not widely available. Even Dogma. I remember when Dogma came out on DVD, I had the 2-disc special edition, but even at that point, like they were not huge. Because I paid $40 for the DVD of Clerks and $40 for Chasing Amy because they just weren't in high demand. And I was so pissed when Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back finally came out because like everything was $10. They're like, we're gonna put these all out. Everybody loves Jay and Silent Bob now. Yeah. I was like, you gotta be shitting me. Like, I spent a small fortune just so I could watch these movies at home.
I mean, good. I guess more people get to see these movies.
I was happy. That was because. Kevin wasn't like people talking about like we should do a Jay and Silent Bob movie. He's like, no one wants to watch that. And then they had their cameo in Scream 3 and everybody was talking about it. He's like, well, maybe we should. And so that was where this one came from. And
that was like everybody's favorite part of Scream 3.
Yeah,
like Scream 3 was not
like the rest of Scream 3. I don't need to pay attention. It's like, Jay and Silent Bob are in. It's like that's fantastic.
Just for a minute, and like that's good.
And then I love that you have the cameo from Wes.
Oh, what a lovely tea party!
Yeah,
so many
Wes
quotes.
Craven, and you got Gus.
Gus Van Sant. That was great. Yeah, the Ben Affleck. They're filming Good Will Hunting too.
So and that was like movie was so quotable.
It was really quotable. This is maybe the most quotable
movie.
Clerks 2 up there, but yeah, I just love it. The whole like all you fucks are gonna pay. We're we're gonna get you.
You are the ones who are the ball lickers.
That is so fantastic. I love the parts with Holden, Phantom's like a motherfucker, and like they're talking about moviepoopshoop.com, and they got the real life website.
Yes.
It's just all great. Like I love the pacing of Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back. Like I feel it just moves along at such a nice pace. Just some of the other movies like have moments where they seem to go on a bit longish. This one for me like just cruises.
Yeah.
It just cruises along. There's like no like weak part of the movie for me personally. So yeah, it's just infinitely quotable. One of my favorites is one of the first Blu-ray movies I had. I remember getting that like at a pretty fairly like decent price, and I had bought Beer Fest and Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back. And Clerks 2, I think. I love Beer Fest, man.
I watched that on my bachelor party.
I know I'd recommend it to Adam, was like really hyping it up, and he never even really mentioned like seeing it. And I was like, he must not have liked Beer Fest all that much.
It was one of those like, because Super Troopers for me will always be my favorite one of those.
Oh, okay.
And so it was like Super Troopers, like I would say Beer Fest is definitely my second favorite of them, because what was the other one?
Puddle Jumper? The island where they're on the
island.
I did not care for
that was a misstep, but
it was.
But yeah, I think that was one of the things that was nice about Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back was it was such an ensemble at that point. Like for hardcore fans, you were happy to see. I mean, like the scene.
It was the fan service scene.
Yeah,
the original fan service.
It was totally fan service, but it was nice because like you had guys like Will Ferrell who was coming on the scene, so people would dig that. And then you had like Eliza Dushku and Ali Larder. So you had some
and he puts his wife in the movie
and Jen Schwalbach.
Exactly. It's her first movie credit too, I think, right?
Yeah. I probably I think so.
So the whole thing.
Eliza Dushku was like the hottest thing on earth at that time. She was so hot.
Well, because I think I texted you while I was watching it. And I was just sitting there like when Shannon Elizabeth, because I was a big Shannon Elizabeth fan.
She was at the height of her powers too.
She was. And they have that whole sequence where she's walking into the movies.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And
I'm just
that was the part where all the other girls come out of the van.
But I'm just like, man. Fucking Jay Mewes, like he's
like hardcore making out.
He's like this little stoner kid from Red Bank, New Jersey. All of a sudden, he's making out with like the hottest woman in America. And I was like,
that was some tongue, dude.
Oh, it was. They went for it,
dude. I think I filled the cup.
Yeah. I was like, but
like all of those scenes fell flat in the reboot movie too. Like that scene really, really worked. Like it was really well done. Like I feel like in the reboot, like it was just it's like when it's like Jordan when he came back out of retirement the second time. He's like still better than a lot of the people out there, but he's a step slower and he's not quite the same, you know.
Right, and part of the issue when you're watching reboot, I mean, like it's total fan service and it's a ton of fun, But it's when I was like, you're in Reboot, you're really faced with the facts like it's been 20 years.
These people look old.
These people have aged.
Yeah.
Yes.
Some people aged worse than others.
Yes.
Jay has really weird teeth.
Yes.
Yeah.
That-
Very white.
Joy
teeth.
Lauren Adams aged hard.
Yeah.
Like she really aged.
Yeah.
Badly. And like even Shannon Elizabeth, like she aged.
Yeah.
Rosario Dawson will forever remain.
I don't understand. Like, I mean, yeah, she looks the same, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Give me her secret.
All right. So I guess there's really none any point to continue on with Jay and Silent Bob. I feel like it's not like I feel like it's the movie that most people universally kind of like.
Yeah.
But it's like nobody's, I guess, favorite.
Yeah.
But like I feel like more people than I feel like you're kind of like the minority. Like
I think I am.
Just
Yeah.
wasn't crazy about it. It's like I feel like most people just really enjoy that movie.
It just felt, I don't know, cameo heavy, which is probably great if you're really a big fan of, the View Askew-verse.
Well, the scene where they're walking after Blunt Man and Chronic is made, you get to see all those characters walking out of the theater. Like Banky and Hooper X come out together.
Well, yeah.
And then they had the Giants. They had like Randall and Dante and the like Planet of the Apes.
That was filmed at the El Rey.
We should maybe mention the whole should we go into one of the big QA things with Tim Burton?
Tim Burton and the
where like the comic book, the beef with Tim Burton. Apparently, like they ended up filming it in Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back, but Kevin did a comic book.
Yeah,
I think to fill in the gap between Chasing Amy and Dogma.
Yeah,
I
think it was Chasing Dogma.
Was it called Chasing Dogma?
That's what it was.
This is the one where they got the orangutan.
Yeah,
right.
Where they had
okay.
Well, the thing was like Planet of the Apes, the Tim Burton one came out, and they had the scene at the end where. Like there's a Charlton Heston one where like he's on the beach and like you see the Statue of Liberty, but they kind of flipped the script a little bit in the remake where they had like the Abraham Lincoln with like
with the Tim Roth monkey.
Okay.
With the Tim Roth
yeah. So apparently a lot of that, because this is a comic, so it would appear as storyboarded, I guess.
Yeah.
Since it's a comic book, but a lot of the beats were exactly the same.
Yeah, Kevin had written the story and it was like, okay, they're watching Planet of the Apes, the Tim Burton one. You're like.
And he was like, "That's fucking pretty much exactly like our comic, isn't it?"
Yeah.
Like they took our comic and storyboarded it for the movie.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And he kind of like was it's like one of those things. It was like Tim Burton is Tim Burton, so it's like you can't go after him if you're Kevin Smith, especially at this point, really. And but like he did kind of like a media, I guess, pal of his, or he thought it was like a friend of his. Like they were laughing about it.
Yeah.
And so the guy from the media, I guess, he was gonna write it more as a joke, like if it was intended, and put it like one of the later pages. But he went and got a juicy quote from Tim Burton. So he wrote the story more seriously after he got the juicy quote. So like Kevin Smith was like suddenly having to defend himself. For like saying he stole my shit, and Tim Burton was just like, I would never even read a comic book. People who know me knows that, and like I would never steal from Kevin fucking Smith, like. So like he was like, oh, the Scissorhands came out.
Oh, damn.
I love that.
Yeah, the man who made Batman won't
right.
read a
Well,
comic
it's a joke because
book.
he said that's the funny throwaway joke that Kevin's like, well, that explains Batman.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, because Kevin, he was. You could tell it got under his skin, but he was just gonna shrug it off.
Yeah.
And then when the article came out and Burton was smashing Kevin Smith, like I wouldn't ever. Why would Kevin Smith mean anything to me? It's
right.
like, okay, fine, cool. I'm gonna go on these speaking tours and badmouth you to everybody I know.
Yep. And it's maybe like did he read that comic and go, I'm gonna steal this shit? Like no, probably not. But I mean, is it believable that like somebody under him maybe brought him the idea and like
and if
that's absolutely believable.
Oh, totally.
So, but he just shot off at the mouth like, I'm Tim Burton, I'm a fucking artist,
Well, and you think about somebody that's reporting up to Tim Burton, like if you're like, well, what if this happened because you had read it in a Kevin Smith, even if you didn't totally remember that's where the idea came from. If Burton's like, yeah, that's how we need to end it. You're like, oh, cool.
Yeah.
Tim Burton liked something that I threw in there. It's
right.
Like, yeah.
Right.
And then you're like, oh shit, this was in a Kevin Smith comic.
Right.
Like, that's where I came up with the idea.
Well, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play like I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play ignorance here.
Right.
But they just, from what they made it sound like, it was just way too much of a coincidence.
Yeah.
Could have been, or maybe someone read the comic and then told Tim about it, and he was like,
"That's kind of what I'm
idea.
thinking." I'm thinking like one of his underlings or something brought it to him, or like and kind of passed it off as his own idea.
Yeah.
And like Tim Burton liked it so much, so. I just thought that was I thought we had to mention that because of the scene where they're like, in the future, you do not spank the monkey, the monkey spanks you. and they cut off like Dante's like head, or like they got him in the net, and they're dragging him off behind the horse. And he's like, I'm not even supposed to be. It was funny, and it was like the first time they did anything like that.
Randall's running through the cornfield.
Yes. All right, guys, we'll move on. 2002 is my next big stop. First Q&A, An Evening with Kevin Smith. So this is the birth of his second career.
Yep.
Really, this is where he stayed
is where
relevant.
it started.
This is when it started.
Oh, okay.
In between Jay and Silent Bob and Jersey Girl, he started doing these speaking tours, and that was kind of how he made his living, I think, because I guess there just wasn't much. There was all of that early clout that he had earned, that collateral, like I guess had been spent. And was Miramax a Disney thing by this point? Because Disney bought Miramax, right?
Yeah, eventually.
And so, like you could see how like they would change directions, and like just would no longer maybe need a Kevin Smith, or like it's not working out. None of these movies are like making anything really.
Well, and even because I know like one of the things that he referenced, if you watch all the way through to the end of Dogma through the credits, you get a second scene with Alanis Morissette. She's holding the View Askew-Universe book. It looks like a big Bible.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah,
I just
and-
realized this. My last viewing, there's something after the credits I heard, and yeah.
And well,
So Kevin Smith was doing that shit before, like Marvel.
Oh yeah,
Thank you. Yeah, that was
totally.
it.
Although Ferris did
before
it.
Marvel.
Ferris did it first.
Yes. But yeah, so she's holding the View Askew-Universe. It looks like this giant Bible, and she's closing it. It's supposed to be signifying, okay, we're done with all these Jersey movies. And then what Kevin says is like, if you look at it, there's like you got the ribbon in the book, and there's like 20 pages left. So he's like, I kind of left it open.
Yeah.
And so Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back was supposed to, he was like, all right, I'm done with all of.
Was this like the first time he claimed to be done with Jersey? How many times did he go back to it?
This would have been the first time.
Yeah.
Of course, going through with what he did with Mewes, I mean, I can't say I really blame him. I think that had a lot to do with it,
Yeah, because he was like, no, because he even, I think in one of the supplemental materials.
And plus, a filmmaker after a certain amount of time wants to. He was at that age where he wanted to be started to be known for other things and maybe pivot his career a little bit.
Yeah, it's like we did.
Because he was talking about doing a horror movie in the Q&A,
Yeah.
the 2002
Yes.
Q&A.
Yes.
He actually mentions for the first time, or no, maybe it was the Evening Harder.
I think it was Evening Harder.
Yeah, but he mentions for the first time really ever. He's like, like Harvey Weinstein thinks I'm doing a comedy, but my next movie is going to be a horror movie.
Yeah.
Which turns out to be Red State.
Yep.
So,
Which I still think is funny. There's elements of it that are, to me, it feels more like a dramatic thriller than it does a straight.
yeah, it's not. I think there's a lot of really good scenes that pay off.
Yeah.
I love the end.
Yeah.
I think the ending is one of the better endings of a Kevin Smith movie.
We're talking about Red State here?
Well, we're talking about Q&A, but we've kind of we've sort of overlapped to Red State now. Maybe we shouldn't jump into Red State too.
Yes,
I don't know. I don't have a whole lot to say about Red State, but that ending is the one thing for sure. But yeah, Q&A. We've already talked about Q&A, so we don't have to linger on it too much. But this is for sure when I fell in love with Kevin Smith. The person,
Yeah.
the storyteller. I always had an appreciation for his storytelling, I guess, especially going back to Clerks. I'd already mentioned I'd watched it over and over and over and over. It was one of the movies that I would watch a bunch. So I was well aware of what he was capable of, but it was I was watching cable. I never even knew these things existed, and this was probably 2003 or so, 2000, maybe even 2004. Long enough to where like The Evening with Kevin Smith was running with commercial breaks on IFC.
That sounds right.
And The Evening with Kevin Smith, I think that first one's the longest.
Yeah, I
It
think
seemed
so.
to be like 4 hours long.
Yeah, because it's got 2 discs. It's got plenty of content on it.
And I was just flipping channels, and I see Kevin Smith, and he's got that fucking like hoodie, and he's like just all disheveled and crap. And I was like, "What is this? This is what? That's Kevin Smith. I know who that guy is." And he's just talking real like kind of like openly and shit about just all these things, and I was glued.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember what part I like. It must have been somewhat early because I felt like I was watching TV all night.
Yeah.
And I was just like, what is this? Like, well, I got to have more of this,
Right.
And I was amazed by it. Like The Evening with Kevin Smith, like maybe that's my favorite Kevin Smith movie.
This is my favorite iteration of Kevin Smith. It's just that open, live. I'm going to tell you some crazy stuff that went down, and it's
All
gonna
of
be
his
riveting.
best stories, I think, came out of this one. Like the Prince thing, the Tim Burton thing, I think, came out of this. I'm sure he gets into the Mewes stuff Because this is the one where Mewes is like sitting in the chair.
Mewes shows up at a couple of them.
Yeah, he shows up at a couple of them, right? Maybe it wasn't this one; it was the next one. That
there's a couple because he shot at a bunch of different colleges.
You're right.
Because one of my favorite jokes, because part of the filming was done at Kent State, and he opens up he's like, we called up Kent State, said we're shooting here, and there's like, bullshit, you are.
That's why he's so quick-witted.
Yes.
But I guess now's a good time to where like I can kind of like call bullshit a little bit on his Q&A cues stuff.
Yes.
I think Kevin, and he even came out with a comedy special recently. I think Kevin sees himself a little bit as a stand-up.
Yeah.
I think he wrote a bunch of really great material based on his, real stories and interactions in life. And I think he wrote him because he's a clever writer. I think he's written himself in a few, like, if a person mentions, because I'm only known for so many things, like a handful of things. Somebody mentions this, I'll transition it this way, and then I'll talk about this 30-bit that I wrote.
Yeah.
I think that's just what he does. Like I don't think like anybody's like going up there and he's not really answering. Like he sometimes answers in a roundabout way, but like it a lot of times takes a hard turn quick.
Yeah, you're like, what is this? Doesn't have anything to do with what he asked.
I was watching the Sellout, the one where he was in New Jersey, and somebody goes up. It's like the first question, and he mentioned something about like his Harley was younger, and he was like, "You ever thought about making like a kids movie or something?" And he talks for 30 minutes about his fucking dogs.
Yeah.
And it was
Shecky.
Yeah, Shecky and Mulder and Scully and Pooey and all those dogs. And it was hilarious. But like you forget the guy was even standing there.
Yeah.
Like he just tells his bit and the guy's like, oh, and he literally is just like, well, I guess I'm done.
Yeah.
Sometimes he roundabout answers. Like, 'cause sometimes people try and take him to task a little bit, especially when it comes to the Chasing Amy stuff. And he sticks. He doesn't carry too far off, but a little bit he does. But I feel like that's when he is a little more guarded. But even in those like Q&As, like he's really matured a lot.
Oh yeah,
a whole bunch. Just thoughts on the Q&A. Like I know you like this is your favorite iteration.
Yeah. Well, it's not just the Q&A, man. It's the podcast. He does so many. I mean,
the podcasting's I think my favorite iteration.
Smodcast, Hollywood Babylon, Jay and Silent Bob Get Old. I mean, he does so many. I don't know how this guy has time to do anything, much less make movies. Right?
It's amazing, right?
Yeah. It is, and to keep coming up with fresh content. I mean,
and he's like producing shit and writing stuff constantly, and he's trying to get shit made. He's constantly trying to get shit made.
Always. Not just movies, too. TV, man. He's doing stuff with the CW all over the place.
Posting like shit for IMDb. You see him all over IMDb's page. And he always does panels for Comic-Con.
Guest starring on just YouTube channels just to be there, And
he's a self-admitting like media whore.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Believe it, yeah.
Right. Speaking of that, we should have maybe seen if we could reach out to him for this. Tribute to him. He might have come. I don't know. I
think he's probably too busy.
Oh, okay.
But it couldn't hurt.
Yeah.
But
hey, Kev.
I think he's a really generous dude. But like he is just got to be so busy.
Oh yeah.
So busy. All right, so I guess we could just keep this thing moving along. 2004, Jersey Girl, the most pleasantly surprising I think of his catalog.
I agree.
I saw it when it first came out because I was just like Kevin Smith, anything.
Oh yeah.
And I liked it just okay. But I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm a dad now or something. And like seeing it again years later, it just like, man, it warmed my heart. It was so good. And like, I didn't even think the Jennifer Lopez stuff was bad.
Part of the problem with the timing of the movie was
more bad timing for Kevin.
It was because it was not long after Geely came out. Yeah. Which was everybody was shitting on Geely.
And Geely's not horrible.
It's really, I mean, like
it's not as bad as people make.
I've watched it a number of times. It's like, there's definitely parts of this movie that are a little, wonky. But having watched as many, it was like I've seen way worse movies than this.
Yeah,
I think it was just one of those like, in that time frame because tabloids and this and that had always been a thing, but
the Bennifer shit,
the Bennifer, I think people were because even when Miramax was putting it out. They were really downplaying. It was like, Jennifer Lopez. But
do you remember the marketing? I remember it. It was literally Kevin Smith like, please see this movie. Yeah. I got a hot wife, and she's going to leave me if it. Like, I remember that so vividly.
I don't remember that. That's great.
Oh yeah, it's just like a little Kevin Smith down in the corner, like, please see my fucking movie.
Yeah, he was really whoring it out for this one.
He was desperate for this movie to hit.
Well, because this was the $35 million. Was it the budget on this one?
Dude, how do you know these things, man? Okay, so $35 million
It's Adam.
budget. Yeah, box office returns $36.1 million. Just barely made it. And I don't know if that includes marketing or not, but yeah.
It never does. It never.
You're including the international because it made what, 25 million domestically.
International.
Well, and it was Ben Affleck at the height of his powers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you have an actor like that attached, you expect 100 million.
Well,
you just expect it.
The thing about this budget too, and I even had to write this down, that 10 million of that budget went just to Affleck.
Yeah.
4 million of that went straight to Lopez.
Wow.
Yeah, for the little
She
bit
was
of time that
barely in it.
She was barely.
She was
in
important in it. I thought she did a great job.
I think
in
she
it.
did. I mean, there was a scene that was supposed to be shot at the beginning where they were going to get married.
Yeah.
Apparently, but then the whole Bennifer thing happened. Maybe they broke up at that point, and they were just like, well, we don't really want to look around.
People are so fucking messed up.
They are. Yeah. Here's the messed up thing about this movie. I hadn't seen this movie until about a week ago, and maybe as a dad, I'm like, wow, yeah, I get this. George Carlin is a master in this movie.
Yeah.
She's so
my
good.
heart goes out to the relationship with like him and Ben Affleck, and then Affleck with his own daughter.
Yep,
it is so good. Like
it's
everybody's so good.
So good.
What's her name? Because Affleck and her were in Armageddon.
Liv Tyler.
Liv Tyler. I love Liv Tyler in this movie. She's so adorable in this movie. I just love every word she says is just adorable.
Well, what I'm about to say is going to piss you off.
Okay.
Because in doing my research for this movie, I found out, and this, I don't agree with this, but this is what happened, that they were nominated. There were 3 Razzie nominations for this movie, which is messed up. One of them was for Liv Tyler.
That's not right.
One of them was for Bennifer.
I mean, is it like
Affleck, and one was for Liv Tyler.
I don't like the Razzies as a concept at all. I think it's mean-spirited. Like, I'm just not into it.
There is so much worse that came out. Yeah, so it was Jersey Girl and Geely. Geely ended up taking the whole thing for the Razzies that year, but not earned for Jersey Girl.
She feels so real in the movie.
Her line when she's sitting in that diner with him, and he's talking about it, she asked him something about like, you'd rather be hanging out with your daughter than getting laid, and he's like, yeah. She's like, that's really sweet.
Yeah,
I'm kind of crushing on you.
Right.
I was like, that line is just like, this is like the best line in this movie.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, it feels so natural. It feels so. I was like, this is the sentiment of this movie, and it just it is perfect.
Yep, it really is good. And like you'd mentioned, like there's a cadence, and I'd mentioned it too. Like it's like a amateur Sorkin kind of quality to the writing, and not the writing, but so much it is just the actors' capabilities.
I think it's the delivery.
Yeah, right. It's the delivery of the actors. It just feels kind of like a Star Wars movie at points. Like there's just deliver line. It's got to be like it's got to be like real. There's got to be a timing to it. I feel like with Ben and Liv Tyler, like it felt so natural. It just was like so sweet and so natural and so believable. And I always love those you were high, and then you get punched down.
Yep.
And he's living with his dad. Like I loved it. I love all the like things with like George Carlin's friends. Like those men are not your uncles. Like
Mike Starr and Stephen Root.
Yes, I love Stephen Root in this. And like I haven't seen the other guy since like Jim Carrey. What was it Dumb and Dumber? Like I haven't seen him forever. The ulcer. But I loved every bit of it. I thought the little girl was so cute.
Raquel Castro was fantastic.
Has she been in anything else since then?
I think she's actually in the show Empire.
Really?
Yeah, because I was curious about her, like if she made it, and I think she's in that show Empire. On
when Ben Affleck said like, "You ruined my life," like that hit so hard.
That's what I was talking about.
Holy
like as a
shit.
dad, that is the hard scene for me to watch. Not because it's not a great scene. I think it's a great scene, but
it's because it's so well done.
Yeah,
right.
You feel that your devastation by the little kid, and then George Carlin, his like understated kind of, he just like gets up off the couch and he's like, "What the hell's wrong with you?"
So
I didn't know George Carlin had that in him, because like. Most of the time when you get George Carlin in a movie, it's like the cardinal scenes. Like he's just really hamming it up, and he's funny, and he's doing his stand-up cadence and lines and stuff. He's like so fucking real and good in that. I just love him so much.
One of the things that, because I went and looked, I was like in that, because I think we were talking about that. I was like, after I finally got around to watching it again, I was like, Carlin, this is probably Carlin's best performance. And I went and looked, and I was like, he's really not in a lot of movies.
I remember him being in Outrageous Fortune, which was a comedy in the 80s with Shelley Long and, this was even before he was Rufus in Bill and Ted.
And Bill and Ted.
Okay, I do love Rufus,
And I can't think. Who sung The Wind Beneath Your Wing to Johnny Carson or whatever?
Bette Midler?
Bette Midler, yeah. And I actually liked the movie. It's like a cute movie. That's the first time I remember him in a movie.
I think he's only got like 40-some acting credits, and most of them are Thomas the Train.
Oh my gosh!
He's
Yes.
in Thomas the Train.
Forget
He
that
was he was the conductor.
Yeah.
Wow.
Isn't that great?
Him and the drummer for the Beatles was his face.
Ringo Starr.
Ringo Starr. Yeah, they both played the conductor on Shining Time Station, and so George.
It's a
Carlin-
great
Good to
little
know.
trivia
Wow.
tidbit. Yeah.
Wow.
George Carlin,
And he plays it straight up.
Yeah,
Like
most of his film credits are Thomas the Train, which is just funny. It's like
I love his voice, man. I love George Carlin's voice. I love everything he has to say.
He allowed himself to go to a place there at the end too. I mean, knowing what we know now, he's passed. But I mean, he has this line at the end where he's like, "I just don't want to die alone."
yeah.
Oh
Damn.
man, that brought tears to
Fucking
my
devastation
eyes.
again.
Yes, I was like, oh, I hope he didn't. I mean, in real life, that's
Still
I know his
die
wife passed
alone.
away first, which was that was hard on his comedy took a real hit. With
Oh,
that,
yeah,
'cause
yeah.
He got. I mean, when you go back and see him like in the '60s, leading up into the '70s when because he was real clean cut because he would do AM radio. And it was real clean cut. It wasn't until like the end of the '60s.
He was the hippy dippy weatherman.
He
right?
was Al Sleet, the hippy dippy weatherman,
right.
and that was one of his characters he did. And then he got famous for doing the 7 words you can't say on television.
Right.
But like most of his stuff was really observational along the same lines as like a Jerry Seinfeld,
Yeah.
but a little. I mean,
Very observational.
just having long hair. I mean, because he came up in the days of
he looked like a hippie.
yeah,
He looked like a hippie.
and people didn't. I mean, like people didn't want to put him in clubs because he looked like a hippie.
Right.
He was one of the guys that kind of immediately followed like Lenny Bruce, breaking out there and like, all right, we're going to challenge the status quo. But he was still pretty, convivial about it. He wasn't, as time went on, he got a lot more. Things were bugging him. He's like, I got to get this off my chest.
Yeah.
And then by the time you hit
He got more and more cantankerous.
yeah, but by the time you hit the early 2000s, he had kind of made the turn to where like you're watching his stand up is like, this is a little rough. Like you're just angry, and especially after his wife died, it's like that really cemented him. It's like some of it was still funny, but I think this is one of those performances for George.
It's
Carlin
like when
for
I
me.
watch Lewis Black or somebody.
Yeah.
You're just like,
Oh,
you're
right,
a really
yeah.
angry guy. You are a smart man and have a lot of interesting
Yes.
things to say, but it's just wrapped in anger.
he's an angry dude. Yes.
And then, of course, the Will Smith scene was pretty well done.
So originally it was supposed to be Bill Murray.
I wish that would have happened.
That would have been really interesting.
But Will Smith played that so well.
Well, he did. Yeah. Well, they transitioned from Bill Murray to maybe we can get Bruce Willis to do
Fresh
this.
fucking Prince. I love that whole thing.
Will Smith does a great job in this flick. I mean, he's only
does.
in one scene.
Yeah, one scene.
But I was not expecting him to show up. I mean, when he did, I actually wrote it down. I was like, Will Smith is what?
Yeah, you forget that he's even in it
Right.
almost. But when he does show up in the end, you are surprised because Will Smith was the biggest movie star in the world at this point.
He was, yes.
So to get him in, that was just like another huge coup for Kevin Smith.
We did have another Ernie O'Donnell cameo.
That's right.
Oh.
He was a police officer, wasn't
He was one of the
he? The
reporters.
press.
He was
the
with
press.
the press.
Yeah, that's right.
He was
I
the one-
noticed him right away because
started
Ernie's
the
got
chant.
that look. You can see him.
He started the chant, "Fresh Prince, Fresh Prince." He was the one. Where's the Fresh Prince? But yeah, he snuck in there again, and I love that too because it's one of those like, I know we've talked a lot about Ernie O'Donnell off the air, but it's one of those like I love that come 2004, 10 years into Kevin Smith's career, it's like you're just like Ernie could here I'm gonna throw you in the movie,
Yeah,
We'll put you
Right here, just be in a movie.
Yeah.
He's just
Like,
willing to be there.
yeah.
Man. Another little piece of trivia is that Jason Mewes was also supposed to play a delivery man, but at this point, Kevin Smith had effectively cut him out of his life.
Okay,
Yeah, he said, I
that
can't do this.
that explains a lot
Yeah.
because he is suspiciously absent in this
He's-
movie.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Is this
You
the
didn't
only
know.
thing he's never been in of Kevin Smith's movie wise?
Was he in Red State?
Oh, you're right. Maybe not.
He
Maybe
was
not.
in a red state. Was he in?
He wasn't in Yoga Hosers. Or
No, I don't think he was in
Tusk
Tusk or
either.
Yoga
Okay.
Hosers.
All right, so that's
Tusk.
not. But maybe it was just the first thing that.
This would have been the first thing where
Yeah.
he's suspiciously absent. Yeah. But yeah, Kevin's always shitting on himself, saying, "Oh, I'm the guy that made Jersey Girl." I guess I don't know if I just had low expectations going into
to
this
him,
movie.
it's
This
the
is-
biggest. I can't believe he believes that it's that bad. I think he's
It's a
just.
solid flick. I like it.
It's a really solid flick. It may be his best flick.
I think it's one of like along
for
the
me.
same lines as Mallrats. I think it's one of those where like, even though Mallrats was goofy, I think it was still like, because they really thought that it was gonna. I mean, like they were like it was test audience. Everything was like this is gonna put us on the map. Like everybody knows. Oh, this Clerks guy was like this movie's gonna cement us. And I think this is another one of those where it's like it didn't do as well as he would probably hoped. And so I think it's when I was like, because I mean, like you get right down to it. This probably is, content wise. I mean, just as far as like, because everybody loves Kevin Smith fans love Kevin Smith fan stuff, but like this movie, it's like this is a good movie, man. Like,
right.
And it's very departed. Like it takes place in Jersey.
Yeah,
Highlands is like where it takes place,
which
is like near and dear to like his heart. But it's also far, far away from all of his other Jersey related stuff.
Yep.
So. I like how proud he is of Jersey. I think like people who are from Jersey are just really proud of being in Jersey. And
he represents, man.
He does. He represents.
Jersey represent.
I love that there's like I Love Jersey girl dancing in the Clerks too. Like I always spot her instantly.
Yep.
But yeah, Jersey girl. I hate that it's for him it's like such a sore spot. But
for us,
and I love the scene too where like Ben Affleck picks up his little girl and he's like he references the Batmobile.
Yes.
Yes.
And this is a good 10 years before he becomes Batman. So I love that. I love that scene. I just think that's great. And Kevin wrote that in for him because like he wanted to be Batman. Like that was like a dream fulfillment when he became Batman. And it sucks that like they weren't close at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When like Ben became Batman and there's like Kevin Smith is Batman is his thing.
Yeah.
And they couldn't share in that. That really hurts me.
Yeah.
It has
It
to hurt him.
does. It does. Yeah.
Because he defended Affleck the whole time.
Oh yeah. Because he had always said, put Affleck in anything. Put Affleck to play the shark in Jaws.
Right. I love that bit too.
Yeah.
Affleck.
Affleck. Well, that's how he got his role in Daredevil. Because Kevin Smith's like, yeah. They asked him like, who do you think should play Daredevil? Affleck. Put him in anything. I'd watch Affleck play anything.
Yeah.
So yeah,
he's his biggest fan, and it's when he pops up at the end of we'll get there.
Yeah.
That was heavy. That felt really heavy.
Yeah.
Okay. Next thing. So I'd mentioned it before that this apparently is Kevin Smith's favorite movie, Clerks 2. This is the catharsis I feel like for Kevin Smith. Right around the time he did his Evening Harder. He was acting. He was trying out his hand in acting more, and he got good with Jay, and they made Clerks 2, and it was like this was the bookend to the Jersey, this was going to be the end. And for me, it worked. Everything worked so well with Clerks 2. I adore it. I adore Clerks 2. Like I watch it all the time. I love Rosario Dawson. I think she's just another really strong female performance. Playing opposite smartass to like these characters that like Kevin Smith, grew up with. I think it speaks as like he writes these characters like really well. Like he is writing, he's putting the words and like they're delivering the lines, some better than others. But I always enjoy that about him. He was very progressive in that way. I feel like.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially in the like gay community, like he was very progressive always. And like a lot of his stuff doesn't very well because like in like Chasing Amy, there's some like words that
there are some things
that are no words, that get thrown around a lot. Because
you mean like no,
such as
bleep 'em. Yeah.
But back to Clerks 2. Matt, Clerks 2. How do you feel about Clerks?
So
you got some information here.
Boom! I got some information. Clerks 2, 2006 had a budget of $5 million, made $26.9 million. Rotten Tomatoes score 63%. I'm gonna come out and say it right now. This is a much better movie than Clerks for me. I really enjoy this flick. It's honestly, I hadn't seen it until about a week ago. Again, just for this. I wasn't the biggest fan of Clerks, and so I just kind of kept putting off watching this. But when I did, man, I was really pleasantly surprised.
This is the Jeff Anderson showpiece for me.
Yeah, like real like character arcs that kind of went from one place to another, and there was like some real substance there. Something I could really care about Dante and Randall now. Suddenly.
Growing up, this was that we're growing up.
This was it. It was great. It did a wonderful job of like kind of paying homage to what was and now what is. And then kind of like where we're going to. Even Jay, man, doing a great job.
This is, I think, his best acting.
I think so. There is a question. I did come away with this movie. Okay, so I saw a certain version. I don't know if it was censored or not, but at one point, Jen Schwalbach, Kevin Smith's wife, is making out with Dante, and then Randall says, "Hey,
Brian O'Halloran, you."
Thank you.
Yeah.
By the way, I got something to say about Brian O'Halloran, but I'll get to that. But she's making out with him, and Randall comes along and says, "Hey, man, I'm not that attracted to you, whatever. You're my best friend's girl." And then she flashes him. In the version that I watched, when she flashed him, she had her bra on.
Yeah.
Oh, that was it. Okay. There was this like really sexy guitar noise in the background, and then I was like, "That's."
It's bizarre because like Brian O'Halloran makes out with her a lot.
Oh, he does,
And
and that's not fake either. I mean, it looks like they're
Yeah,
kinda
it
slipping
feels
each
like
other
they're
some
into
tongue.
it. Like
there were a lot of takes, and like they were going at it for a long,
pretty heavily. She's like sitting in his lap and shit.
Yes.
And I'm like, ooh, Kevin's got a weird kind of like, what do you call that? What is it when you like? I can't even think. When you like when you like to watch like
Oh, you're
somebody.
talking about cucking, yeah. All right,
Yeah, there you go.
gotta give it
Look at this guy right here.
I'm the expert. There you go. Yeah. So,
he might have that fetish a little bit.
so O'Halloran, though, I want to get him a shout out too.
Chud. I love how they say he looks like a chud. Like not once, but like twice in the movie.
The acting quality that he had just went up so much. I mean, it's been 12 years since he was in the original Clerks, but man, I care. He's a lead actor in this. Like I legit buy him as I care about this man's character now and what he's going through.
Yeah.
So Clerks 2, man, thumbs up from me. I love it. Adam?
I love Jeff Anderson. Randall Graves is my favorite character in all of the View Askew universe.
Me too.
Oh, yeah.
Me too.
I love,
Brody's a close second.
Yeah, Brody is a very close second, but Randall is just. I love Randall in every iteration. I love Jeff Anderson. He's the surprise hit. The way that he does it. I mean, his voice is so recognizable.
Oh my god, he has a great voice.
Because he talks about it, is like nobody ever recognizes him because
you notice like all the different like facial acting he did in
Yeah.
the movie too. Like he really went for it.
All throughout. I mean, he's funny all throughout the movie. I love his performances. I love
The way he bounces off Elias.
Yes, that's the end. I have it. It's Coming Tomorrow. Now You Know was the movie that he directed.
Yeah, they're in that movie together.
Yeah,
I own that on DVD actually.
I was like, I can't believe I don't own this, and I haven't seen
Kevin
it.
Smith has a really small cameo in it too.
There's
really?
there's a number of those. I mean, like because I was at one point I was going to rewatch Vulgar and rewatch Drawing Flies, a bunch of those View Askew movies that are made by people that are in the universe but not Kevin Smith movies.
Yeah,
But because I was a little bit remiss in Reboot when Elias didn't. I was like, he's not doing anything. Why can't you bring Elias back? It's like
because he's busy making their game.
yeah. But I mean, Jeff, it was so fun to watch him, and especially like when you get to the end in the scene when they're in jail. Like that.
Oh, when they're talking about their friendship.
Yeah, and it's like
that's really strong.
That was good.
because the Randall character is. I mean, he's always this overbearing. He's
an asshole.
Yeah,
I mean, we can say it.
He said it best. Like I hate everything, and everything seems weird to me.
Yeah, and it's like, but Dante is the one exception to that, and it's like
The yin to his yang.
And I think, I mean, it's very indicative of his relationship with Jay, which I think that just translates like when you know that extra piece of it, you're like, this movie.
There's layers to that dialogue for sure.
And with the rest of his guys, like he's put his friends in his movies, and it's like for somebody to be that dedicated to those relationships, because it's like he went out to Hollywood, and there's a lot of people are like, all right,
they tried to rip him away,
and it was like he's like, no, these are my buddies. I want to keep making movies with my friends. And it's so endearing. I think that it was like, this is the first time I had watched it in a little while. I saw it when it came out in theaters, and I'd seen it a couple times on DVD, but it had been the first time I'd watched it in a little while. I was like, I was so glad that I did, because it had a whole new level of meaning, knowing some of the things, and just watching those performances again. It was like, this is, outside of Jersey Girl, which is just such a good movie altogether. It's like, this is I think the best of the Jay and Silent Bob movies, because it is just so well put together. It's so enjoyable on so many different levels.
Yeah, I agree. There's substance all throughout the movie. Everything means something.
Yeah.
I love the go-kart scene.
Yes.
When what's his face? Picklefucker walks in and is giving him shit.
Lance Dowds.
And he flies out of there, and they go, like they got the raindrops keep falling on my head. That was a beautifully shot scene. I love that. And he's like, "What is it about the go-karts, man, that you like? Why?"
I don't even know.
It just kind of takes you back. I mean, that's something
it reminds me of a
as
time.
kids,
it
man.
reminds me of a better time when and they're having the whole conversation. He's like, we got more time behind us than in front of us, and he's like, I know. I relate to that so well. Also, I love Rosario Dawson. This was the first time I really just loved her so much. Like I'd seen her in other things. She was like more of an actor, and like I was like, wow, she can really be funny.
Oh, yeah, she's hilarious. Beautiful too.
She's playing off of like all of them so well. Like she belongs in the View-Askew universe, and I'm glad to see that she like would show up again later.
Yeah.
In other stuff, but I thought she was wonderful. Like the part where she's like trying to teach Dante to dance up on the roof, and they go into that like really self-indulgent like dance sequence. It's just if I have
nowhere, man.
If I have a problem with the movie, it may be that. Just because it's so out of nowhere. And I'd like to know, like, knowing Kevin, it's probably like in reference to some other movie or something.
Maybe it was just something artistic about, this is how he feels, like the whole world is
it must
rosy,
mean it.
possibly.
It has to be something.
Yeah.
I can't believe he would just be like, let's take the movie's just trucking along, and then like suddenly a dance sequence happens.
There were like
with trained dancers.
There were 4 or 5 things before he started really writing Clerks too. There were 4 or 5 things he said, this is what I want. He said one of them was a big music number.
Okay.
It was he was just like, there's going to be
my last chance to get a big music
he's
number.
Like, we're going to have a big music number in this. And he's like, he didn't even really know what it was going to be. He's like, I have no idea how we're going to put this in there. But it's like, it was just one of those things like, I want
and he just jammed it in there.
Yeah, he's like, all right.
It really comes out of nowhere.
It really does.
But
I don't hate it.
No,
it doesn't carry on for long. And you got like Jay, and they're doing like the thing, and like and you mentioned too, like I love when Randall does his little saunter across. It's wonderful.
Which I think they originally called that the Randall Wrangler because he was wearing Wrangler jeans.
Oh really?
Okay, all right.
But Wrangler when they in the first
because he does it in the first Clerks movie.
In the first Clerks, they were going to call it the Randall Wrangle.
I always just called it the Berserker because he's singing the Berserker song when he does it.
But Wrangler would not, like when they were trying to get permission, Wrangler would not give them permission.
Oh.
So like of all the things.
Oh, man.
Stupid.
So he's like, all right, then we're just like, we won't call it that. So
Right.
I don't know that I just called it the Randall shimmy. And I just love when he's up on top of the.
Yeah.
I was like, that's my favorite part of that whole music number.
That's great.
Okay.
It's mine too. I love that. Because they're all just cutting loose, man.
Yeah.
They're all like in this like shitty, because like everybody's had a shitty job.
Yeah.
And that's just what Clerks is all about. It's like, it's what Clerks means. And I love the dialogue and shit in the conversations. Like everything gets kicked up a notch from Star Wars. Like they have another great Star Wars, like with the Lord of the Rings guy.
Yeah.
That was
One
just
ring.
Yeah, so wondering. It's like look at you. He goes Star Wars geek. He goes, well, look at you whipping out your preciouses. And then he performs like the whole like all Star like
There's
all the
only
Lord of the
one
Rings
return, and it wasn't of the king.
It's
it
of
was
the
of the
Jedi.
Jedi.
I love that line so much. I see that meme and I use it like
Yes.
as much as I possibly can.
As a fan of the Lord of the Rings, that hurts me a little bit. But
I mean, I like the Lord of the Rings too, but I know Adam over there.
See, it works perfect for me because I hate the Lord of the Rings.
He can't stand it.
So
man.
like that whole like when he does is here's the first one, here's the second one, here's the third one. It's like that's those movies.
Yeah.
It's just 3 movies of people walking. It's like it's
Even
14
the trees were walking.
It's 14 hours of people walking.
As I learned, his name was Treebeard in a previous episode that we'd done with Jay.
It was, yeah. He was an ent.
It's a tree with a beard. Let's name him Treebeard.
I don't know if this was in your trivia or not, but like the scene where Dante picks Randall up in the beginning of the movie, that's Kevin's childhood house.
21 Jackson Street.
No, I didn't know that.
And he walks across the car. That's Kevin's old home.
His mom still lives there then, doesn't she? Or
I don't
wonder
know.
if she
It's
does.
possible.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
possible. But I thought that was a neat little thing to know.
Yeah.
There's because I meant to write it down. There's a few times where 21 Jackson Street, kind of like 37, makes it into View-Askew movies. But
Really?
21 Jackson Street was his first address.
Nice.
Yeah. Jason Lee showing up in this movie. Apparently, there was just a scene transition down the street from My Name is Earl, and so he just got in a car and came on down and filmed the scene that he was in.
Well, even Ben Affleck had like the shortest of cameos,
the
and he wasn't
gawker.
even supposed to say anything. Apparently,
was the gawking
the
guy.
gawker guy. Avert your eyes. It's not very hygienic. And he's got that fucking like, what was he filming? Until have that like gruffy.
The handlebar.
Yeah.
What was that?
I've never seen him in anything like that before.
No.
So that was pretty. Like, did you just grow that for that one little cameo?
Well, maybe he just grew it out.
What year did Smokin' Aces come out? Because he had that in Smokin' Aces.
Oh,
I wonder if
maybe
they.
that's it.
Oh, that
I
could
wonder
be
if
around
that
that
was
time. Yeah,
yeah.
it could be around that time. Good call, man. Good call. That's why you're a Cinemaster.
It's a Ryan Reynolds movie, so I kind of.
Yes.
You're kind of like
If I
required
don't
to know
that,
everything about
it's
it.
Affleck and Ryan Reynolds, so I should probably know.
And Affleck dies so early
Yes,
on
he
in
does.
this fucking movie. It was really shocking.
Ryan Reynolds does not.
And Ryan Reynolds does not. Do you have anything else there, Matt?
No, as far as trivia, I don't really necessarily have everything else. I appreciate the fact, and I've said it before, I think Randall's a complete asshole. He's still a pretty funny character.
He is, but he knows it. Well, the whole like
he knows
wheelchair thing where he's like flaming is the like cripple guy, and he's like, I just love talking about how I like to lay around the house and drive to the end of the street when I could be walking. Like, I just love all that shit. The Helen Keller and the Anne Frank and all that shit.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that's
or when
pretty funny.
He's like making fun of the Transformers.
Hates
Always
Transformers.
sleep wondering whether or not you're right about that.
Which does, kind of date the movie a little bit.
A little bit,
well,
yeah.
They're making a Transformers
Yeah, the next
movie.
year, the Transformers movie came out
But
and blew
I'll,
up big.
I'll give Randall this. I mean, he's not like, Jason Lee in Chasing Amy where he's trying to break his best friend up with his girlfriend. Randall recognizes that Dante's happy and just wants him to be happy.
He
So,
does.
power
He
to you,
is just
Randall.
sort of going along with it.
Yeah.
It's not until he realizes that he's absolutely he's cheating on the girl he's supposed to be marrying. He's just leaving for no good reason. Like it's such a good thing because you can see a lot of people like get married and for that reason, just because they feel like they need to be.
Yeah.
Like it's that time. And I just love that.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, and Dante's written so well in this.
Oh,
like,
gosh.
you understand why he's just like, I just want to get out of the minimum wage. I want to go do something else, and he's willing to just put the rest of his life on hold just to do the thing he thinks society.
And I also
love
love the part where they were talking about like, because they're just those friends that kind of drag each other through things. Like they're like the part about college. He's like, what was the line? It was like a throwaway line. He's like, and like you dropped out of college. He's like, because you quit going. Like it's like they blame each other.
Right.
Like
they're an old married couple.
Yeah, they're kind of like an old married couple. And I love the like Kinky Kelly and the Sexy Stud. All of that shit makes me laugh so hard. Because like that scene goes on for a while.
It's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That was
a while.
I don't care. I love it.
I did not know that. I mean, obviously, I didn't know that.
The big guy's cornholing that ass with this wiener.
But I saw that movie in theaters with my dad. Oh, and that was when I was like, when that scene was like, oh, okay, this is gonna get awkward. But
it goes for 20 minutes.
I was like, is this gonna end anytime soon?
No.
Can we move on?
Dude, when he spits on his hand, that is the like nastiest, most visceral thing I've ever seen.
They did several takes of that, and that was Kevin Smith's favorite because he had like, I forget what it was a mix of that he had kind of in his mouth when he did that.
It was like real. It looked like snot or something.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was like he loved the way that take.
It it photographed very well.
And
you can show. Yeah, it looks good.
Zach Knutson, who played that guy. It was funny because
he's not even like an actor normally.
No, he's it's funny because like he shows up as like crew in other movies.
Yeah,
but he when they wanted him to do that, he was totally down with it. He actually went and asked his sister because his sister was a few years younger. He's like, hey, do you care if I do this? Because he didn't want it. Like people were like, oh yeah, he's the donkey fucker. He was like
interspecies erotica fucko.
He didn't want his sister to be like
that's
embarrassed
because he seems like a really like conservative looking guy. Like but he's got like the born to fuck tattoo, the assless chaps and shit. And he's like, ow! I love his acting choices; they're wonderful.
in Zach and Mary, Zach 2. Which we haven't got to, but just to throw at Zach 2, his name on his name tag is Zach Knutson, who's the actor that plays the Sexy Stud.
Cool.
So
interesting.
It was like I just like that the little carryover from that.
Kevin always throwing out the references.
It's the universe, baby.
Yeah,
it's perfect.
Hey.
But I had to get that in because it's way better than Bachelor Party.
Yes.
Way better than Bachelor Party.
And
it's the best donkey scene in any movie I've ever.
Yes.
Bar none.
There
Just
are
like
so many.
just like Over the Top is the greatest arm wrestling movie ever made. That's the greatest donkey scene.
They cut the one out of Schindler's List. Otherwise, I think that one would have been a lot better.
That might be our intro.
Spielberg really knows how to do a donkey show.
He really does. A little bit of TJ, Jersey Burbs. All right, let's move on.
All right.
So yeah, 2006 Q&A Evening Harder, and he was in Catch and Release, which was a big deal because he meets Jennifer Garner.
Whoops.
And he broke up with his boyfriend apparently shortly after this meeting. Matt, you were going to say something?
No, I did not know that happened. So,
have you guys seen Catch and Release? Like,
I don't think I have. No. Yeah.
I haven't watched all the way through because, like, I think it's pretty aggressively mediocre.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean it's
so. This is he didn't direct it though.
No,
did he?
was.
He's just acting in it.
He was just in it. Okay,
he's just one of the
all right.
bros.
Tim Oliphant and Jen Garner, and then There was one other guy.
There was one other guy, but I
the
can't
other guy
remember who it is.
Yeah. But this was like the first time you really see Kevin Smith in something acting.
Pretty much, yeah.
He had
as
had
Kevin
roles.
Smith.
Yeah.
Oh, as Kevin Smith, because he was also in Die
Well,
Hard.
no, not as Kevin. I'm sorry, but not as Silent Bob.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
This and his role in Live Free or Die Hard was considerably smaller. He was one of the main characters in Catch and Release.
Oh,
The
Yeah,
Warlock.
okay.
Yeah, that was
need to check
maybe
that
one
out.
of his, because that came out before. Did that come out before Catch and Release or after? Might have been after.
I think it was
or
after.
at least really similar in time.
I feel like it was after.
And Jennifer Garner was in this?
Yeah, she was the main girl. I feel like.
Yeah, because
And,
that was the thing is they're on set and Kevin, because at that point Jennifer Garner and Ben Affleck were an item.
Yeah.
And so
because they met on Daredevil, right?
Yeah. And so because Kevin and Ben are friends, Kevin was just always shitting on Ben.
Yeah.
like they would do,
like guys do.
and she would get really territorial.
Defensive. She got defensive.
She got very
Right,
defensive
yeah.
about, like, hey, this guy, all he ever does is just, shit on you. And
It sounds like she has no sense of humor,
yeah,
personally, to me.
I think that was a big part of the problem.
Yeah.
But Ben started pulling away from him,
and Kevin probably leaned into it,
yeah,
knowing him.
yeah.
Yeah, it probably got worse. Yeah.
Well, it's when I was like, when you hear Kevin's a great speaker, but Kevin's not. He's also, he's the basis for Randall in a lot of senses. So Kevin's not a terribly sociable guy. So it's when like thinking about being on the set of this movie that he's got a big role in, and
Yeah.
he's not. He credits himself as not a great actor. So it's like, okay. And he's going to be acting with Jennifer Garner. It's like, oh yeah, we have a connection. You are, you and Ben are a thing.
Right.
Ben and I are best friends.
Right.
This is how we'll connect. And she wasn't having it.
Right, man. She just did not get him. And that's what she said. Like, I don't get him.
Yeah.
I just don't get him. And like I said earlier, like she was into him. They eventually got married, and they just drifted apart. And I just really don't think like Ben. Well, because Ben Affleck's had a lot of his own like personal problems.
Yeah,
I saw he's in a new movie where he's like a coach who's battling alcoholism or something, and I'm like, ugh, that's art imitating life right there.
Right.
It's an odd choice. I guess it's kind of like him just trying to like work out his own demons by being in that movie. Has to be, right? Because he's been in and out of rehab several times.
Yeah.
So, he probably didn't want Kevin Smith talking about him a lot. He's probably feeling pretty vulnerable and kind of sensitive. And like maybe his career was like on the dovetailing a little bit. This is pre, his big, what was it, Town around 2010.
Yeah, The Town.
He kind of made a
big
comeback around that
right.
time. But he was dovetailing a bit. He was more known for his relationships, I feel like, than he was for like his movies. And
yeah, and in Ben's defense here, Kevin tells everything.
He does.
There are guys that I
people
went to
tell
college
him
with
all the time,
who-
like, don't tell this
Yes,
story. And he
yes,
just fucking
he still just does it.
He
'cause,
just thinks he just can't help himself.
Right. Well, this is a pretty good story.
He is the worst person to tell a secret to.
I would be mortified if some of my people from college just started being like, "Oh, guess what 20-year-old Matt did?" Like, oh no,
It's got to be hard to be like friends with him and talk to him.
Right.
It's got to be hard because you never know like what your shit's going to be on Front Street.
Well, because Kevin is out. He's on podcast after podcast. He's in so many different things. It's like
He's filling time.
You're gonna run out of stuff to
It's
talk
like
about.
Howard Stern when he's
Yeah.
like talking about his life.
Yeah.
Your shit's going to come up. I got to talk about my life. And I think that's just how he feels.
I think so.
And I think I feel like for a while there, for a long time, I don't know if he necessarily feels that way anymore. If he stops talking, people will forget him.
Yeah.
I
could see
feel
that.
like he probably had that kind of feeling. So, Catch and Release came out, and that was important because of the whole Jennifer Garner thing. 2008 was probably Zack and Miri make a porno. Kevin Smith to me is like a pretty stubborn person, or at least maybe he was.
Yeah.
And I think like naming this movie what he did fucked him hard.
I think so too.
I think so. Yeah.
And people wanted him to change it, but he just would not.
Yeah.
On principle. He had everything in the world going for him for this movie to be big. Seth Rogen was like hot coming off him. Like this is before Seth Rogen was making a lot of his own shit.
Yep.
Yes.
He was writing, but this is pre what he is now.
Oh,
Yeah.
and you've got Elizabeth Banks in this movie,
Yep.
who I love. I love Elizabeth Banks.
Very funny, just very reliable comedic actress. And you had people like what's the guy who was in The Office? Daryl.
What is
Craig
his name?
Robinson.
Craig Robinson. He's an
didn't
up and
know.
comer. He's hilarious.
Yeah.
I loved him in this movie too. But then he's got his regulars, you know, he's got like Jeff Anderson and you know, Jay. Jay comes back and he's not bad. You know,
No,
like, I enjoyed him in this.
He's not Jay.
Lester.
But
Yeah. Like,
Wait, you mean I can have a porn name?
right. I love the whole like Dutch like whatever like when he meets him in the hall like naked and they had that whole like
The Dutch rudder.
oh, yeah, there's a story about that too.
I can't wait to hear this. I can't wait to hear this.
Something behind the scenes.
But yeah, I feel like this is a really underrated movie. You know, but it does have a feel like the studio maybe not trusting too.
Yeah.
Like it seems like there's some stuff in this movie. Like it definitely is Kevin Smith. There's like, you know, people are playing hockey in this thing, and like it's got a lot of the like humor of a Kevin Smith movie. Mm-hmm. Oh, but I love Justin Long in this too, dude.
Oh, he's so good.
That character who makes a return, I guess, in Jay and Silent Bob reboot. I just fucking love like that voice that he puts on.
The reason he did that voice because he had a really bad head cold that day.
Really?
That's
Yeah,
where that
so-
came from.
Okay.
So he
And they were
told
saying,
us
let's
like,
just go with
Because
it.
he's not known for that at all.
no, it's like, all right, if I just go really low,
Yeah.
then you won't be able to hear that, you know, how sick I am doing this. So that's
Hilarious.
That's why he did
I
that.
knew. Okay, all right.
All male cast. Like Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross, like that?
Like Glenn and Gary suck Ross's meaty cock and drop their hairy nuts in his eager mouth.
Is that like a sequel?
I fucking love his performance. Like I could watch him do that character all day long, and he just gets progressively more silly.
Yes.
Like as it goes on, I love it. What do you got to say about Zach and Mary? I know you got some stats there.
I do. I got some stats here. Okay, so budget of $24 million. This was the third or fourth, I guess, movie where the production company was like, look, man, this thing's going to go past $100 million easy. Kevin Smith gets his hopes up.
Yeah.
Box office, $42.8 million. Still disappointing, man. I mean,
For what he had in it, for what they had in it, it was a
yes.
big disappointment.
Yeah.
I actually had to write at the top of my notes because I've been writing down notes all week as I've been going through these movies. And I actually had to write Zach and Miri mate a pony because I didn't want my kids to see what
Oh, that's adorable.
So like, okay, this is a movie. Kids.
And
You need to see
disturbing.
this.
Once again, we come back around to bestiality.
Interspecies erotica.
Sorry.
Oh, God.
I
didn't
miss
even
my
notice
donkey.
That. Yeah.
Ow.
You're right. We come back around. Yeah. I personally love this movie. I think
It's really good. It's solid.
Funny as hell. The acting in it's fantastic. I do want to talk about the full frontal scene a little bit though, because we do see some full frontal.
Yeah, we
male
see
full
Jay.
frontal.
We see Jay.
We do. So Jay owed Kevin Smith about $50,000, and he said, Kevin said, you know, hey, how would you feel about doing some full frontal stuff? And Jay was like, no, man, I'm married now. I don't feel comfortable doing that. My old lady wouldn't like it. He goes, how about this? How about if I say you don't owe me any more money?
He forgave his debt?
He forgave his debt. And Jay was like, I'll do it right now. You want to do it right now? Let's do it right now. Apparently, he was fluffing himself.
I've heard that story
right
where Ben
before the
Affleck
scene.
or something. No, was it Ben Affleck that told him?
It was Affleck. I actually had that written down where Affleck was like,
Yeah.
look, I've seen his cock. That's not his cock. Like, did you use a prosthetic or something? He's like, no, man, that was all natural. So
Well, because when he was doing the thing in Clerks 2, Kevin was like, no, that's just Mewes. Mewes does that shit all the time.
Right.
Mewes is always
Tuck.
getting naked.
He's
running
like, I
around.
just decided to put it in a movie
Yeah,
finally. Oh.
yeah. Oh.
I love when he gets it like, would you fuck me? That is such a great, the way he delivers it is perfect.
Goodbye horses. I now know that's goodbye horses,
Yeah.
not wild
Not
horses.
wild horses.
Yeah, damn.
Wild horses.
Oh, I'm gonna pay
6
for
of
that.
one, half a dozen another.
Oh,
Horses.
yeah.
We got horses in the mix.
So but Kevin, he was apparently very depressed for months after this opening. It kind of took its toll on him for a bit.
You could
because,
see how he was really big. He
Yeah.
ballooned, man.
yeah,
He really got
yeah.
big.
And
He
this
was
is
always
also around the
biggish, but
time
he was really big after that.
he's depressed. He gets kicked off the airline right after this, and just kind of I don't know. He decides the next movie.
Not
he's
right
gonna
after,
write.
but pretty close after. Yeah.
Yeah. So if he's gonna make another movie, maybe he'll let
I
someone
think
else write it.
2018 might have been his most depressing year. It might have been. Not 2018, 2010, sorry.
Oh, 2010.
Between
Oh,
2008
okay.
and 2010.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like around that era.
Yeah, it was
So,
tough times.
but I recommend this movie, man. It's a great watch. You wouldn't want to watch this in front of your parents unless you guys are really close.
God, no. Yeah, there's a lot of nudity. I mean, the title alone, they don't pull any punches. Her name Bubbles. I just love Craig Robinson, man. He's so great.
Yes.
I would watch him in anything.
It's so funny. So, Adam, what do you think about it?
This was the first time I had seen this one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it was because I used to not be a big Seth Rogen fan either, and so I was glad I watched.
I'm glad you're coming around a little bit.
I was glad to watch it when I can appreciate Seth Rogen, because I think it would be one of those, like, if it was just like I can't stand Seth Rogen, then it would have really been a miss for me. But I think I really came around to is, like, it's in the same way like Clerks 2. I think there's always going to be a limit to your audience, because even within the Kevin Smith universe, like when people start finding, it's like, oh, there's a donkey show. It's when I was like that, even for your traditional R-rated audience, like there's some of those things that Kevin just likes to push to where it's like, okay, this may keep it from being like a huge thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I was like, really, I mean, like the content of the movie isn't, there's some really funny things that probably push the boundaries for kind of, again, I really love the scene when Jeff Anderson is filming from underneath,
dude. And it's like they kind of what do you call it? Foreshadow it earlier.
Yes.
Too.
Oh, they do. Yeah.
It's like, I'm doing anal. This is really good for like when you're backed up.
Yes. And when they're out in the parking lot after Seth Rogen leaves, and Craig Robin's like, what the hell is this shit? It's like, no, what the hell is this shit?
Right.
That was
you believe this shit?
Yes.
You believe this shit?
That was just because that was, and Jeff Anderson, like, he was talking, was like he loved doing it because like normally he's used to these huge dialogue.
He's got to carry everything,
and it's like in this he could just be in it.
Yeah,
and he was just had fun doing that.
Yeah.
So it was. I really do think that it would have done a lot better, because there were a lot of markets where for the promotional stuff they cut off make a porno.
Yeah.
It
would just be Zach and Miri.
Zach and Miri. Marquees. There were a lot of marquees, especially in more conservative areas, where like we're just putting Zach and Miri.
Yeah, I guess it's not just the title, but
there's some goings on behind the scenes too. Kevin comes out and he's actually said before that they didn't spend enough money marketing this. Harvey Weinstein says they spent about $30 million marketing this, so that's not true. It's he said, she said kind of
I feel
thing.
like it got marketed pretty decently.
Yeah,
it was all over my radar.
I remember. I remember seeing,
because it had Seth Rogen in it. Seth Rogen was hot as it got around that time.
Yes.
He was hitting home run after home run around then.
Yeah.
So they're going to put some money behind it, and it just didn't work out. Yeah, this is where like Seth Rogen got Kevin Smith on the smoking pot like full time right here.
I think this is it.
Yeah, this is when he really became like a Wake and Baker.
Yeah.
This is kind of credited for that. And I wonder if they have like what kind of relationship they have, because like he hasn't been in anything of their stuff. And,
that's true. Yeah.
I wonder if they have like I imagine it's got to be pretty decent.
Yeah, because I mean, like, Mosier had been in so many things for the longest time, because I remember watching Reboot, and I was like, man, where the heck was Mosier in this? Mm-hmm. And because I started to wonder, it's like, oh, did they?
He's been absent for a little while.
I was like, did they have some kind of falling out? And I think what it is they kind of had a divergence where Mosier for the longest time had just been kind of his number two. If Kevin Smith was doing it, Scott Mosier was producing it,
right?
And I think they kind of had, I forget where I heard it, but I think they kind of had like a revelation where Mosier's like, I went to film school because I wanted to be a director too. And it's when I was like, always like, he was happy to do it. He and Kevin Smith were, they're best friends.
Right.
But it's when I was like, I didn't go to film school to just produce everything that Kevin did. 'Cause I think the only thing that Mosier's because Mosier directed The Grinch.
He directed The Grinch?
Yes.
I thought he was a producer on The Grinch.
He directed
I did not know
the
that.
most recent animated Grinch.
He also produced some like Thanksgiving movie too with turkeys. I know, like
Oh, he did. Oh, okay. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, it was a DreamWorks movie, I think.
Yeah, the animated one from a few.
See, I just assumed since he's making all these kids movies, like maybe he just wanted to distance himself a little bit, because he still does the podcast.
Yeah,
right?
it's like they're still friends, but
so that's good. I did not know he directed that, so that was a big hit. So
yeah,
it was huge.
Good for him, man. Good for him.
Well, yeah,
he's a very capable producer, though, too. Like,
he totally is.
I mean, he's a natural at it. So, if you're that good at it, but I mean, if he directed The Grinch and that movie turned out pretty well, it was big success. God, that's got to bite Kevin in the ass a little bit, right?
About that too, because I mean, surely that movie made more than $100 million.
Oh, it did.
So, I mean,
it was a big hit. It was a big hit.
Yeah.
Well, for Kevin Smith.
Yeah, you're right. For Kevin Smith.
I think the thing for Kevin, though, like Kevin, not
he's got some baggage.
Well, and Kevin, Kevin will talk about selling out all day long, but there's a part of it where it's like, if Kevin went and made a studio picture, I mean, like even out, because Cop Out still has a lot of Kevin Smith in it.
It does.
if he just went and was like, "Hey, we want you to just direct. We have a script. We have everything mapped out. We just want you to direct it." I think Kevin Smith is capable enough that he could direct something like The Grinch. I think it's just was things with like Zack and Mary Make a Porno. You see those things where it's like he's stubborn just enough to be like, not that he's compromising himself, because I don't think he looks at it in those terms. But I think it's when I was like, with Mosier, it's like, "Hey, we want you to direct The Grinch." It's like, all right, The Grinch is going to make $100 million.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like right out the gate. Yeah.
It's like, this is
it's also kind of like when Kevin Smith's been directing all these like episodes of like the
CW shows.
Oh, the CW
right.
shows.
Yeah.
Supergirl and The Flash, and
Yeah.
he's done like an episode or two of the Goldbergs. Like people are trusting him with things, but even he'll admit that like he's really it's just the whole production's on autopilot.
Yeah.
Really, TV shows are run by the showrunners, not the directors anyway.
Yeah.
So, but
he was talking about that while we were there.
Yep.
He was like, I just kind of sat back. He said, one day I just kind of let everybody act.
Yeah.
I went across the street and got everybody donuts.
Right.
That's what I did as a director. And they paid me a lot of money for it.
Yeah.
Man, I want to be a
that sounds amazing.
Like
such
a great thing. Yeah.
So, but I'm happy that he's keeping his foot in the door that way, and I know that he says again and again and again he does not want to do a comic book movie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's said it over and over, but I mean, does he not? I mean, it's like I feel like a small part of me like thinks he does.
I want to watch it. Like I would watch a Kevin Smith.
His input is so valuable for so many things. Like he really knows comics.
Oh, he does.
I think because I kind of feel like for him, like
he did make Batman soil himself though, or something, right?
Well, oh gosh, I don't even have a problem with that. Yeah, he did some research. I'm just saying, if this were real, Batman probably would have soiled himself because there are certain.
Well, they want to give Christopher Nolan all kinds of credit for like grounding Batman in reality.
Yeah, man, come on.
Crime fighting all that time. I mean, I haven't read that comic. Was it like the Cacophony or whatever? Like
that was Cacophony.
Yeah.
He didn't quite finish up the Widening Gyre, I think, which was his next series of Batman books.
See, that's a huge blind spot for me. Of his writing with the Flash and the
Green
Batman
Hornet and Green Arrow.
And I don't know. I've not read any of that, but like people love it.
Good.
People seem to really dig it. So
yeah, it's great.
All
yeah,
right.
I got way off topic there, but anyway,
no,
Zack and Miri.
You're fine. Yeah, Zack and Miri is
Yeah.
pretty solid flick.
Yeah.
And if you like Seth Rogen and you like Kevin Smith, and why haven't you seen it yet?
Yeah.
If you've been listening to us and watching this long, you've seen Zack and Miri.
You probably have, or you've waited for us to get to Zack.
Or
and
you
Miri.
should watch it now and then
And then tell us we're wrong.
Yeah.
So
all right. So
first two cuts of that movie, by the way, were NC-17. He had to submit a third cut in order to get that.
he had to fight that a number of times.
Oh yeah.
I can understand though, because it's not just the title. I mean, there's like somebody gets shit on.
Yes.
There's plenty of nudity. There's like a chick blowing bubbles out of her vagina.
Her vagina.
Her vagina.
I love it.
Her pussy troll.
Pillow pockets.
Honey bubbles. I love it. I love it. All right, 2010 Cop Out. This was the big Bruce Willis.
This was it, man.
Shit
The
fest.
fiasco.
Oh boy.
I
So
do
many
not
good
like this
stories.
movie. I find it very hard to watch, and it might be a lot because of what I know happened behind the scenes.
Yeah.
But I can't get behind it. And also too, like I really enjoy Tracy Morgan on SNL, and on the other show. He's got like a show on TBS too that's pretty funny. But I just don't really. Oh, and he was great on 30 Rock.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But I just didn't think he was very good in Cop Out, like as his partner. And like I know like people are like, oh, Tracy Morgan was hilarious in that, and like Kevin Smith is like he was so funny. And I'm like, really? You thought that was great? I felt it to be very labored and like bad, most of it.
Okay.
Pretty much most of it. But that's my feelings and thoughts on Cop Out. What do you think, Matt?
Oh man, I disagree.
Okay.
I'm so
You're
surprised
so
that
wrong.
I disagree. Yeah. So let's talk about this. All right, Cop Out, 2010 budget of $30 million. This thing made $55.6 million.
Now, wasn't this originally? It was like a pretty legendary like script that got bought. I think it was called like Two Dicks or something like that. It had like a different name.
Just Two Dicks is what it was.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Yeah.
But I feel like that got
couple-
Warner Brothers, from what I understand from
They
him,
were
like they really fucked with the movie big time.
Can't do that.
But anyways, please go. Please
Oh no, it's okay. I was surprised to see this thing had a Rotten Tomato score of 19%. I hadn't
I'm
seen
not.
it. He hates it.
I don't like it.
Okay, and that's totally fair. I think maybe my expectations were really low because this is another one of those movies that I've only seen until just recently.
Yeah.
And for the longest time, until about 2010, Kevin Smith would be like, well, I'm the Jersey Girl guy, ha ha ha. And since then, he's been, well, I'm the Cop Out guy.
Right.
I gotta say, I guess I just had low expectations going into this. I found myself laughing.
That doesn't hurt when you have low expectations.
So many times, and maybe that was it. Yeah. But it just I don't know. This is probably one of his funnier movies. I know I'm sitting there watching this thing by myself, and if I'm laughing just by myself, like out loud, I'm going to give it a pass. I was expecting Bruce Willis to just not really be present, I guess. Like I think he did an admirable job knowing what's going on behind the scenes. Though it's kind of a difficult watch.
I thought he was lazy in the last Die Hard movie. Like I felt like he was just fucking mailing it in big time.
I've got a theory. You guys want to hear my Bruce Willis?
Yeah,
story
let's
really
hear
quick?
it. Let's hear
cool.
it.
All right, so if you watch the behind the
we're
scenes,
way apart in this. Like we are way apart.
but I can kind of tie it back to Cop Out a little bit. Okay. So Bruce Willis there was a transition in his acting, and I can kind of pinpoint the place where it happened. In a movie called Unbreakable, right? Mm-hmm. In 2001, he worked with Shyamalan, and Shyamalan told him to keep bringing it back. And if you watch the movie, he's very subdued. And
Yes.
I'm Bruce Willis. No. Shyamalan kept saying, look, man, you don't need to do that big time yippee-ki-yay stuff. You can kind of bring it back. And every movie, I think, since then, he's just kind of been more like
everybody is subdued and Unbreakable.
Exactly. And I think that he watched that movie, he got so much acclaim from that he's like, well, I'm going to try to do that from here on out. And I think that kind of went to Cop Out as well. Like he just kind of plays the same guy, I feel like, in just about everything. And it's kind of like an almost Unbreakable guy.
I saw him in something I'd never seen before, Rock the Casbah with Bill Murray.
I haven't seen that.
He had a part in that, and he was okay in that, I thought.
Okay. Was he different than Bruce Willis, or was he just like...
He was Bruce Willis. He was definitely Bruce Willis. But it was okay. Like I remember like thinking like, this isn't terrible Bruce Willis. This is okay. But that movie was okay. I was good. I love seeing Bill Murray in like a starring role anymore anyway. So that's not a Wes Anderson movie. It's pretty rare. But yeah, so like what did you like? Oh, you had more. Do you have more? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I don't know how much we want to get into just what he went through, behind the scenes with Bruce.
Look it up. I mean, there's a lot on
There's so much out there. God, I could probably fill this notebook with
we don't need to regurgitate the bad film, but just to suffice, Bruce Willis treated Kevin pretty poorly.
Yeah.
From day one.
Yeah, and it was a big disappointment for Kevin Smith because they got off to a good start.
He was one of his heroes. Yeah, like,
he liked him a lot, and like Kevin Smith maybe made some mistakes.
Maybe,
but to me, this whole thing was like Kevin Smith is like in this movie, like it doesn't feel right for him. Like I find it interesting that you're like, there's a lot of Kevin Smith in this movie still, because to me it really feels like who have we got that's available that, like, oh God, Kevin Smith, well, we got to get this made tomorrow. So like, I guess fucking get Kevin Smith. Like it just doesn't feel like he belongs in like behind the, I don't know. It's just maybe I need to go back and watch it again, I guess.
The people who wrote this also only wrote like one other movie, I think, also starring Bruce Willis, but I didn't write that down. Tracy Morgan punches a kid in the dick. It's hilarious. I'm sorry.
That sounds hilarious. I forgot about this movie though. Like it's like I watched it, and as I'm watching it, I'm wiping it from my memory because like I can't remember anything of it. All I remember is like the scene where like I think Tracy Morgan's trying to get some information out of somebody in a jail cell, and he's doing all these like really fucking awful impersonations of celebrities.
I'm gonna knock that for that. Right? That's not a great scene. Yeah,
maybe my brain checked out at that point. I was like, nope.
That was pretty much the open of the movie as well.
Yeah, it was, yeah. That's kind of how everything began.
And was Stifler in it? Wasn't he like one of the
He was.
Yeah. So I mean.
Yeah. And he ad-libbed, I think, almost everything he did.
And like, I didn't think any of that shit worked for me at all.
Knock jokes, none of that.
No, man. Okay. I'll watch it again. I promise you guys, I'll watch it again. I'll let you know, Matt. If like, I'm gonna bootleg it though. I'm not gonna buy or rent this.
I understand.
I'm stealing it, and I'm gonna watch it.
Do we have it?
I have the digital. I don't have it on
DVD.
Okay,
all right. Sounds good. All right. So
Adam, you've been. Let's see what you got to say. Man.
Well, I think one of the things that is noteworthy about this that's interesting is this is the only movie Kevin Smith directed that he didn't write.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there's a part of it that's funny to me that it's the highest grossing movie that he made. But because there are, I mean, there's some of those things. I think it feels like he elevated like the dick and fart joke parts of the movie. That's to me where I feel like there's the most Kevin Smith. I know because Bruce Willis was just so obstinate that Tracy Morgan I mean, like there would be times where Bruce just wouldn't deliver his lines. Like he was like, I'm not doing that.
Right.
And so Tracy Moore, they're like, all right, do you just
want to ad lib for a little bit?
Because Bruce he was pissed off, and I think also a little bit jealous because Tracy could just come up with stuff on the fly, and so like that's why there's so much of that is because they needed to fill stuff, and Bruce wouldn't deliver his lines, and so I think because there's a lot of times where it feels really heavy on Tracy, and you're just like, oh, and his humor is enjoyable, but a lot of times it's in smaller doses. Like when you get him in a 30 Rock episode, it's combined with...
It's the perfect amount of Tracy.
I get that, yeah.
So
it's lemon. I love his deliveries.
So, I mean, you get that, and he's really entertaining, but like... there's not a lot of movies where he's the main star. Yeah. I do still think. I mean, I think it's. I rewatched it. It was either last night or a couple nights ago, and I was laughing at it. It's one of. I think the original title they had was A Couple of Cops, was what they. And I think at one point, because I think Kevin Smith had joked about, let's call it Two Dicks. But when they were like, no, we want to call it A Couple of Cops, he's like, well, that's just a cop out, and so that's where that's where that came from. Yeah, came from. Yeah. He's like, well, they're just copping out of the title. It's funny because I do feel like if you don't know all the stuff, like I feel like there's still parts of it that translate to the movie that where if you didn't know all the stuff that went on behind the scenes, you would still kind of have like, why does this feel a little bit off?
Yeah.
But I think the more that you do know about it, the more that you can see those cracks in it, which makes it more vulnerable. It's funny too because you've got Jason Lee in the movie in kind of just almost like a lazy cameo. It's kind of like, hey, Jason Lee hasn't been in one of my movies in a while.
Right.
So he's just kind of in this throwaway role, and you got Rashida Jones in kind of a throwaway role.
Love her, man.
I do too.
So
She's great.
there were just a number of those things where it's like, and Sean William Scott. I mean, you got some big names in kind of throwaway roles for this movie. So it was. I think there was a lot more potential for it. I think if things had been more cohesive on the set, I think it could have been a bigger and better movie. Because I think it's probably around this time. Because I think Bruce Willis has been wrestling with the idea that he's on his way out for a while. I think he's really, because I mean a lot of the stuff that he's come out with in the last few years,
he's had a lot of direct-to-video
stuff, and he's not. I don't feel like he's to like Nicolas Cage status yet.
It's not quite there.
No. But it's when I was like, a lot. I mean, like I think the last thing I saw that he came out with was him and Michael Chiklis. I know he had him. It was him and Mark Paul Gosselaar. So it's when I was like, I feel like for him,
okay,
it's when I was like
Zach fucking Morris.
Yeah, but I think it's when I was like for Bruce Willis is like trying to still validate like I'm still a big star.
But
like,
then he would be in the one movie Mark for Death and. No, Death Wish. Death Wish. Not Mark for Death. That would be amazing.
That would be pretty awesome.
Remade Mark for Death.
I would watch
a Steven Seagal movie and made him the star.
That would be pretty fantastic.
Oh shit!
But even,
I want to see that so bad now.
Even Death Wish, like I remember walking away from that, like, okay, this was Eli Roth directed and Bruce Willis, where I felt like he still had that kind of juice in the tank. It was like it just left me wanting. I'm like, okay, this really didn't hit the notes that I thought it would. So I think,
and then Glass.
Yeah,
right.
He's got one toe still like stuck in the mainstream.
He's like he's not totally done. He's not to Nicolas Cage status where it's like, here, we want you to make 45 Netflix movies this year. It's like, sure, but
just 45.
I was like, oh, great.
I've got a little bit of time. I can squeeze in a 46th.
What am I going to do with the rest of the year? That's just February. But I think that's because I feel like he's starting to appreciate that, and because when I heard that he and Kevin had patched things up, I think there's still a twilight for Bruce Willis to like if he stops doing.
He should go back to TV. He really should.
I think there's still juice in the tank for Bruce Willis if he finds the right vehicle.
Yeah.
But I think that he's just been unsuccessful in doing that, so I think because that's not matching up.
Maybe like his relationships and shit. Like you know, he's got to watch Ashton Kutcher fuck his ex-wife. That's got to be hard on a guy.
Well, because
when Kelso is like sticking it to your old lady, I mean, it's not good.
It was a couple of years ago they did the Comedy Central roast of Bruce Willis, and that was actually really fun to watch.
Yeah,
it was.
And Demi Moore came out and she roasted him, and it was one of those like for a guy that's known for being kind of touchy about his reputation, he took it in stride really well, and his delivery at the end was a ton of fun.
Yeah, good.
So I think this is
you root for the guy. Like it really hurt when like you heard all those stories because like everybody likes Bruce
Oh,
Willis.
yeah.
Like you grew up in the 80s and the 90s, Bruce Willis was awesome.
Yeah.
Even in his failures, like he seemed to have a good sense of humor about like Hudson Hawk and shit.
Yes.
Like, I actually really
I
like
love
Hudson
Hudson
Hawk.
Hawk.
Yeah,
It's
that's a good
good
movie, yeah.
That's a
I think
fun movie.
It's really fun, and he's really fun in it.
Him and Danny Aiello. Oh, I love that.
Even those
combination.
like Seagram's commercials that he's
Yes.
like singing in, those are fantastic.
Well,
Forgot about that.
he used to play the harmonica all the time in that little band that
yeah,
he was in.
yeah, he was in the Hard Rock Cafe. He was like the non-muscular guy in that
Yeah.
whole trio.
Well, yeah, because it was
It was Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone,
the
and
three of them.
Bruce Willis. Like Bruce Willis is an action
Planet
star, I guess.
Hollywood.
Yep. All right,
Man.
moving on. 2010. So there was that whole situation, and then we had the Too Fat to Fly. Probably the most humiliating moment, I guess, in Kevin Smith's life.
Yeah, something he still references, and that would be painful, man.
They made a joke in Reboot, but so rising like the Phoenix once again. He's one of the first people to really embrace podcasting.
Yep.
He's like up there, like your Mark Marons and all those guys. Like he was 2010. He started his own podcasting, company or whatever you want to call it, Smodcast, and started pumping out the podcast. And he's still doing it. That's kind of like how Kevin Smith has made his bones. He's staying relevant in the podcast, and he's going out on tour, and he's doing a lot of speaking things, and he's because the podcasts have reinvigorated him so much. He's gone back to filmmaking.
Yep.
Very, very low budget, very calculated. Like he's finding the money from like he's being smart.
Yep.
And he's making the movies that he wants to make. And like some of those movies, I don't really care for.
Oh, we're gonna get.
Yeah, we're gonna get to them.
Yeah.
But like I support the guy. I'm there for him.
Yep.
Sure.
I've gone to see him all, and I'll continue to go see him because he means a lot to me.
Yeah.
And when I heard the news that he had a heart attack, like that
Oh,
was
my God.
Oh, that was
awful.
devastating.
That was awful.
Gosh.
All right, so but yeah, like we all know about podcasts. We're doing a podcast right now.
We're doing
it.
Yeah.
How meta is that?
Yeah.
What is this podcast thing?
We're on a
Do you
podcast
understand?
talking about podcasts.
But Matt, you'd mentioned him
that's
already.
meta.
Tell him, Steve Dave, a podcast about his old buddies, Walt Flanagan and Brian Johnson, and then you throw in Brian Quinn from Impractical Jokers.
Yeah.
You got a really great trio, and then they got their little ancillary characters as well. Ming Chen and Mike Zapsik. And, I talked to those guys. Those are really nice guys.
Oh, you've met them?
Yeah, well, they
amazing.
were at
Wow.
they show up. They do the comic stuff
Yeah.
a lot.
Oh,
They
okay.
do the conventions, and I felt bad because like they had a line and nobody was in their line, and like Ming was like
gosh,
he
I love
was like signing like the pictures like you could do, and there was just like nobody in their line, and I was like that's fucked up because like those guys are really cool. So like I just walked over and started talking to them, and they just talked to me, like like I felt kind of shitty because like I didn't want to buy anything, but I really felt bad. But like I didn't have the money either. But like at the same time, I was like I'm gonna take an opportunity to go say hi, and I told them that I really appreciated like what they did, and they were actually really happy because I was like, oh, I like your podcast. I sell comics or whatever. But they were like, they're used to being known for comic book men. And once I said that, they were like, oh, cool. Yeah, cool, man. How you doing? Like they were just so appreciative of being supported for something that they weren't necessarily known for. But it was neat to see them open up like that. Like, yeah, comic book man, yeah.
Everybody knows us for that. Yeah.
But yeah, I really enjoy all the little characters. Like you got like all your Sunday Jeff, and you got your Get 'em Steve Dave, or Get 'em. They just call him Get 'em now, I guess. It's a really great podcast, and I've kind of fallen off listening to it honestly in the last year or so. Brian Johnson can be really moody.
Oh, he can. Yeah. Yes. Very funny guy though. Very funny, but
he's hilarious. And he and Walt are perfect. They're like the Dante and Randall, really too. I mean, like they really play off each other well. And Brian Quinn really kind of like is that good balance in between, in the middle. But he can be a little bit much, and like it's not like he said any one thing to offend me or anything. I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna go discover some more podcasts.
right.
So I just have never gone back to it. I should get back into it though.
we could.
There's so much that are out there.
Brian Johnson. We could plug his movie Vulgar.
I've heard we probably shouldn't though.
Yeah, we probably
Oh,
should.
okay.
He did
That
make
was his big attempt.
He made a movie.
Yeah.
He did make a movie, and I heard it's weird as fuck. And
I've heard about it from this guy because that's where I get all my movie news.
It's
from.
out there. It's about Vulgar the Clown. Their the View Askew logo, and
yeah, they made a movie about that thing.
it's a little rough. It's a little rough. It's entertaining.
It's got Brian O'Halloran in it, right?
It does. Yep. Kevin's in
Interesting.
it. I just got the digital copy of it so I could watch
you
it
bought
again.
it.
I
Right
bought
on.
it for $2.
Do you want to talk about it now?
I haven't rewatched it yet because
Well, this is a Kevin Smith tribute. Let's not.
Yeah.
Let's.
Oh, that's true. Okay, we're good on
Unless
a
you
tangent,
really
but-
just want to like have some therapy time right now.
No. I think it would be less therapeutic for me and more disturbing for you.
Okay.
I think you guys would hurt from it.
Yeah.
If you're a View Askew guy, because Vincent Pereira, he was big in the Jersey trilogy. I mean, he and Kevin are good friends, and he's credited with a lot of stuff on Clerks and Mallrats and Chasing Amy. He did a Better Place, which is hard. It's not streaming anywhere. You got to go to eBay and buy the DVD. But that one's a teen angsty kind of movie. But both of those guys are View Askew guys and plug in their stuff if you're desperate.
If you're just, if you really just need to, like, I've seen everything. I gotta see it all. If you're a completist,
A completionist, yeah, exactly. Watch it, I guess.
Then let's see, like there was Batman on Batman that I think is just Batman Beyond now, where he actually has taken on a
Batman Beyond, yeah, because he's no
Mark
longer
Bernardin.
Batman.
I really enjoy Mark Bernardin. I think he's a really good.
So good. He can pitch a
counterpart.
movie too, man. Nobody can do it like Mark.
Yeah, I
Bernardin.
feel like Kevin's like like Mark Bernardin's a better writer than me, because he rewrites things on the fly a lot, and it's always pretty good.
Yep,
he does.
So I recommend. It's called Fat Man Beyond now, and then let's see what else. But there's Smodcast.
Of course, the original. There's also Hollywood Babylon with Ralph
Garman, yeah.
The man of 1,000 impressions. He's awesome.
He's stuck in a lot of his more recent movies. He really believes in Ralph Garman.
Yes, he does.
He does.
And Ralph Garman's a nice guy, and he seems like a funny guy. And he has good impressions. He really is. He's
great.
only got a few, but
He does, but he's so damn good at it.
he's pretty good. He's pretty good at them. But that's a great one. I like that one. So just Smodcast, all those podcasts are great. They've been going on for years.
Yep.
And hopefully they just continue to do them.
Check him out. I mean, Kevin Smith, he's built an empire
Yeah.
off of these podcasts.
Oh,
Good for
my
him.
precious podcasting years! I really enjoyed that bit.
Well, and it's funny because like when you think about all the guys that the big names that are New York related, you think of guys like Martin Scorsese. It's like Kevin Smith really is like the New Jersey of all these things. Like he has the New Jersey empire of podcasting, and that's he might not be ever as big as a Martin Scorsese or something like that, or but. He has this little empire, this little pop culture.
He has a very, very protective and dedicated audience.
Yep.
Yes.
And
that
audience was young enough when he was young. They'll just continue. As long as he's doing something, they'll find him.
Yeah.
I'm actually there's another quite large blind spot with Kevin Smith. Like he had a website with a message board that was like pretty happening, I guess, for a while.
Once upon a time, yeah.
And I think that's where like the whole like Magnolia fan thing came from. Like there was like a real like flame war between Kevin Smith and like somebody who was giving Kevin Smith. Well, he was saying Magnolia wasn't very good, but like Kevin Smith was saying it wasn't very good. And this guy named Magnolia fan got into it with him. Yeah,
there were a bunch of Paul.
There was a
W.S.
message board, and
fans.
you'll see like in QA people will talk about the boards, like they'll talk about it every now and then. And message boards were huge. Like I ran a couple of them back in the early 2000s
when they actually made Movie Poop Shoot an actual website. That was a big part of it.
Yeah, but I mean, people like it's kind of like Reddit, But
because
like
he would communicate with fans heavy.
Exactly, and that's how he stayed
Yeah.
relevant with his fans
Yep.
for a long time, and I just didn't even know about it.
Yep.
But if you were like, because I was keeping up with like things like Ain't It Cool, like that was how I was keeping up with Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Was through Ain't It Cool. That's how I was keeping up with him for a while. But it bugs me that I didn't even know that he had like an online presence before the podcasting.
With the message board, I would have gone out there and written.
Oh my
something,
shit!
man.
Yeah, I'd have been all over that.
Read this. Yeah.
I would have been all over that. So I wonder if it's like archived or whatever. You can go find some stuff.
I
maybe.
think so. If you go to because I used to be on his website all the time because I bought a ton of stuff off of the Secret Stash that I no longer have, unfortunately.
Sore spot.
Yes, but because I was on there all the time, and I don't think I ever really contributed anything because I wasn't in that mode to where but I always enjoyed.
That would have been you now. For
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, you would've-
totally.
you would've
Like it was
been
like
his best friend.
such a missed opportunity.
Yeah,
But
big time.
There was, like when you wanted, because it was before Facebook, before Twitter, before all the social media. When if you're hungry for Kevin Smith info, like I was at the time, it was like you wanted to know anything and everything you had going on.
It was pretty MySpace adjacent, though.
Yeah.
I would say.
It was kind of his like, okay, we're not gonna be big enough to be a presence on something like MySpace. So here's how we're gonna carve out our little niche. And it was,
and that's where Ming Chen came along
Yep.
too. Like, didn't he like find Ming was like he
Yep.
did his Clerks fan page or whatever.
Oh, wow.
And impressed Kevin, and Kevin hired him.
Yep.
To do all stuff on his website.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's
Okay.
how he worked
Very cool
himself
story.
into, because he's
Yep.
from like Michigan or something. He's
Yeah.
not even, like a
he's
Jersey
not even
guy.
a Jersey
Yep.
guy. Okay.
Yeah,
all
no.
right. Well, man, all right. Yeah, good luck trying to get a hold of Kevin Smith today. I mean,
Yeah.
I've got him on Facebook.
wouldn't even attempt it, honestly.
But
It's
no,
just,
it's like 17,000.
you'd have to go through so many
comments.
different people, whatever. Like, I mean, I adore Kevin Smith. I would cherish like just a minute
yeah.
talking to him.
Yeah.
But and I don't think he thinks he's above it.
no.
But
no, not
I mean,
at all.
his schedule has got to be insane.
Yeah, I mean, I follow him on
Can you imagine
Twitter.
like his Outlook calendar or whatever? I
Yeah.
mean, like,
Oh, it's insane,
there's shit
I'm sure.
overlapping everywhere.
Yes.
So anyway, moving on from the podcast. So 2011, Red State.
Red State.
Red State.
John Goodman, and he made his first movie with Michael Parks,
Yep.
who was really pretty outstanding in that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Justin Long. No, wait. Sorry, not Justin Long. I'm thinking Tusk, who Michael Parks was also
Yes.
in.
I was like, well, where was Justin?
I got sorry.
Oh, you're okay.
We love you guys. This is a really long podcast. But yeah, Red State is an interesting movie.
We had Kevin Pollak come back. He worked with him on Cop Out, so he had Kevin Pollak again in this. I'm trying to think who else was.
who had been in previous Kevin Smith movies?
Yeah.
And then, all right.
Yeah, because it felt like a pretty fresh cast for Kevin Smith.
Yeah,
It seems that way.
Like the kids, like they never had any experience with him before, right? Like the ones
No.
who actually get.
They did a pretty solid job in this.
Yeah,
too,
they
man.
did. They did a pretty good job.
Dave Klein, who had been his DP on I think everything.
I think he
he'd
did
done.
Clerks too.
Yeah, he had been DP on all. He was in Mallrats. He's the guy that has Stan written all over his head.
What?
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
but it was painful to watch. No one's because I was reading the trivia as I was watching it. But like Ivy Klein, who is Dave Klein's daughter, she was one of the real young kids. She actually got genuinely scared when they were filming some of the stuff because she was one of the kids that was in the mix. And so like when they're shooting guns, and I forget what particular scene it is, but she was terrified, I think, of Michael Parks. And after the scene was over, because they didn't tell her what was going on. They're like, they just wanted her to respond.
Oh, they're trying to they're trying to alien her.
Oh no!
He was just like, here, can I take her to the toy store, buy her whatever she wants, because he felt so horrible because he had just like terrified her, and she like when she came back on set, she's like she didn't want to go near Michael Parks at all because she was terrified, and so they had to like sit down.
Not
and
good.
explain.
That's pay for the
Yeah,
therapy.
this was
Keep
just-
the toy. Pay for my therapy.
Right.
But yeah, I was as I was sitting down watching this movie, I was just like, I was, for as low budget as it was, getting as many big names, because even I forget the kid, the main kid at the beginning, Michael. He's got an Italian last name.
I didn't write it
He's been in a few things.
This movie I haven't seen in a while. This is probably the movie I haven't seen the longest. And because I think I only saw it like twice when it first came out, and I was like, that was really good.
Yeah,
and I haven't seen it since, so I don't remember a lot. I just remember like the scenes where like the kids get like trapped or whatever, because like they're just like dumb college kids or dumb high school kids.
Dumb high school kids.
They're just trying to get laid, know, and they get caught up in like a really
They get some
bad
beers
situation,
and things go south.
They try to pay, and then and then they got entrapped.
Yeah.
But the thing I remember most about the movie is John Goodman and the final scene and how it tricked me.
Yep.
It really, because I really thought I was having like a real kind of Signs moment when you start to realize slowly that their aliens are actually really happening.
Yes.
And you're like, are they really doing this? Yeah, I think they're doing this. So I kind of had one of those moments. But in reverse, I was like, "Oh shit! Are we going to see the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse? We're really going to see the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse."
That was the original ending,
Yep.
man. Yeah, that was it. I
guess they just couldn't afford it.
That was it. They ran out of budget. Yeah,
but
yeah.
the way they did it was so fucking good.
So
I'm glad
you-
they did what they did.
You like the original ending more than what they went with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I like the fake out, and if they can't, like we talk about like Dogma like being like fairly well produced and like it had a budget, but like those scenes where like Loki and Bartleby are like doing the thing at the end, like I think that looks cheesy as shit. Like it almost looks like Harryhausen type shit. You know, like
Oh,
with the
like
wings.
where they're flying with the
yeah,
wings
it
and all
looks
that?
bad.
Yeah, okay.
To me, it looks pretty bad. And I mean, when they're like standing and the wings are popping out, those are really practical and look okay. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where they're like
Yeah.
flying around. I'm like, holy shit, that looks like, you know, Godzilla from the,
Right,
you know,
yeah.
like that
Yeah,
looks
quite
not
perfected
Godzilla,
CG
but King
at that
Kong. That
time.
looks like King Kong. That's pretty
Right.
horrible shit up there.
Kev actually he worked the wings on some of the takes just so that he could get the credit as a puppeteer.
Very nice. That's a very Kevin Smith.
Yes.
For him. That's a good piece of trivia.
But like, you know, I just like the way that it's like we don't have the money to do what we'd like
Yeah.
to do, but we can really fake you out. And
Yep.
I just enjoyed the hell out of that.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite moments in a Kevin Smith movie.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So what do you think about it?
So that's interesting. Okay, so Red State, man, Rotten Tomato score of 60%, had a budget of $4 million. Box office got $1.8 million.
Yeah, was not.
It looked good though. Like
Man.
it really looked like a more expensive than it was.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree. There's a really cool bunch of. I didn't check to see. I wish I'd checked to make sure that there was just a different cinematographer in this or a director of photography, because there's just some really effective shaky cam shots in this. They're just so effective,
You
especially.
think
when
they
it
like
comes to
maybe a
horror.
second guy?
Yeah,
second
yeah,
unit
something
or
like
something?
that. Like maybe there was like a B unit somewhere that was doing something else, but man, they made some stuff look really, really good, just dirty and grimy the way it was supposed to be.
It looked like who was the Rob Zombie? It looked like a Rob Zombie movie
It
almost.
did, yeah, almost something like that. If you would have told me Rob Zombie directed this, I'd probably believe you.
Yeah.
Another thing too, this movie does a first, and we're this far into this man's career, and I gotta say, I mean, like Kevin Smith edits, if not all or most of his movies, and there's a certain style that you have. One is just if characters don't shut up. You got scene transitions there's just always music or something like that playing in the background. There's always some sort of auditory something. And then when I'm watching Red State for the first time, just not too long ago, I'm noticing John Goodman's character talking to another SWAT team member. They're just staring at this cross in front of this church, and there's just this moment of silence. There's no music behind it. They're just letting the scene breathe, and I was like, oh, you just don't see
As an
that,
editor,
man.
it's like you feel nervous that there's dead air, I think is what it is.
Right. It was
You just
a little
don't trust
uneasy.
it. Like, this would sound better if music were playing. You know?
I think
I
that
think
I
that's
would
just
enjoy.
all it is.
I think that's something that's kind of missing in a lot of Kevin Smith movies up until this point. I mean, he just kind of said, "Okay, let's just linger on this shot for a while." I love John Goodman.
I do too.
John Goodman's just so good in this. So.
As like an FBI agent or whatever.
Yeah.
It's so
ATF.
awesome.
I kind of buy it. I'm like, I don't know why, but I think John Goodman's a badass all of a sudden.
Absolutely.
I mean,
He's a big man, so I mean, you know.
the one
He's rocking the bullhorn or whatever. I think it was a bullhorn.
that was Kevin Smith's personal bullhorn.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
a pretty.
okay.
That's
Yeah, it's the one
hilarious.
Save
he
money.
said he uses that at home with his wife and kid. The one agent who he when the girl comes running out, that was actually the guy that played the Fred. I forget the names they gave for the Scooby characters in Jay and Silent Bob.
Oh.
Like one was like attractive girl, one was like smart girl. They weren't Shaggy and Scooby. But the guy that played the Fred role in that was that same agent in that movie, Mark something or other. Ruben.
Cool. Tying things together again.
Garmin was in this one.
Oh, was he? I don't remember that.
Yeah, he was.
I don't remember either.
He was the one that when the kid, the two kids get loose underneath their little sanctuary area. The one kid goes running and he's hiding in their armory. He's got one of their AK-47s or something, and Garmin goes after him to take him out, and they shoot each other.
Oh shit! Okay, I'll have to. I need to rewatch Red State because I did enjoy it.
I was really surprised. I was like, it was after all the Jersey movies.
Mm-hmm.
It was it was just kind of, it was after Jersey Girl. It was kind of in this,
He proved he could do something else.
I was like, because that was one of the things that I remember.
This was his Jordan Peele moment.
Yeah, and I think it is unfortunate that he was overlooked in this because it's like, is it the best movie I've ever seen? No, but I mean, for Kevin Smith, is like, I feel like this showed a lot more range.
I agree.
Than we had seen up to this point, and handled. I mean, it was like he had big names in a very small budget movie with a very meaningful, very meaningful message or very meaningful. You could feel like, okay, he's connected to this. It's not just after he did Cop Out and it's like, oh, he just got thrown into this. Like this movie felt like, okay, he feels a connection to this material.
I feel that way too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't believe it's the most consistent. Like, it almost starts with you got your teen horror movie.
Yeah.
It's got a very strong opening. I really love that. And then at some point it kind of switches to like a Waco kind of thing. It's not exactly the most consistent movie.
What
but
was there
I
was
can
like
really
another
appreciate
like horror mockumentary type? Was it like Jonestown or something like that?
Yeah, I think something like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
it kind of felt like that.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Well, and I there were one of the parts in the dialogue that felt a little wonky was when John Goodman's on the phone when you first see him, and he's talking about like, no, the Westboro people, they're out in Kansas. It was one of those like, it felt like, you know, you wanted to draw that comparison, but like it almost felt like forced. Like, no, it like here we're presenting people like this. Because I think it was one of those things like he wanted to make sure
people got that parallel.
Like, you know, we're not condoning any of the things these people say, especially because it was heavy on that same message about like these are homosexuals and we're gonna send them to hell, and it was big on that. But like it was like no, the Westboro people they sue people, these guys shoot people. Like that was the whole thing there. So some of the dialogue did feel a little bit wonky in that. Like, and I mean, for his sake, because even I watched Jay and Silent Bob's super groovy
cartoon movie.
I rewatched that last night, and it was like he pops in a couple times just to be like, hey, just want to let you guys know these views on lesbians. That's not exactly. It's like it's one of those views because I think he's taken a lot of flack over the years for his dialogue.
People have taken him to task.
Yeah. So I think he's like, oh no, this is what I believe.
That's pretty sad.
Yeah. But it's like, okay, do we got to get up in arms about what he may not directly believe this. It's just I'm using this because this will prove a point or this will be meaningful.
You have to spell it out for the people, though. I mean, it doesn't make sense to us, but we're not those people.
Yeah.
All right. So do we want to talk about the ending of Red State a little bit? Like the ending that would have been or the ending that was?
For sure.
The angels and the four
horsemen. Well, so
you
so Michael Park's character is reading from like, I guess like, was it like scripture? Like he believes the time is now that the world is coming to an end, and as this is happening, there's this like weird siren, the trumpeting sound.
Right.
It's like playing like, and he's just steadfast in like the believing that this is the trumpeting of it.
This is the end.
Yeah, and like it just gets like louder and louder, and but then there's like a moment where like the all of the people on the outside, like John, their characters like start to break just a little bit.
They're like, what is that noise?
Yeah, like what? Oh God, what the fuck is this?
Right.
But then like you find out it was like, oh, it was just some like kids on a tractor or something. Like it was like
kids
I forget
in college playing a joke.
Yeah,
or something like that.
It was nothing. It was nothing.
The weed farmers next door were playing a prank because this church group had been coming over messing with them, smashing windows, lighting poop on fire, stuff like that. So this was their retort. Like
they play it up really well though. Like there's a lot of suspense and it tricks you a little bit.
It does.
It tricked me anyway, and I thought I was getting something, and they pulled the rug out. And but immediately I was appreciative of it though. I was like, well, of course, like they're not going to be able to like, even if like the apocalypse happened, they'd go to like a black card or title card or something like, and then the apocalypse happened and this shit happened, and, so like you might as well just have a little fun with the audience and. Like, oh, they're full of shit after all, And
then you play a country song, and then
But you say the original ending was like they were going to do it.
That was the original ending, and if you went on YouTube right now, they actually have an animated version of the original ending in this.
Nice.
And when we're talking like Rapture, it's not going to be like some kind of Left Behind. Nicolas Cage has to land a plane kind of Rapture. Everybody just kind of disappears. This was going to be bloody and visceral. People just exploding, rib cages going everywhere and shit. They were going to have John Goodman just kind of look over, and he would be the only person that would be able to see everything going around him. There would be this 18-foot tall white angel with this badass sword stabbing people.
Okay, now I kind of want to see that.
Like, once I saw that, I was like, that would be a hell of an ending. And then he looks up, here come the four horsemen of the apocalypse, and then cut to black. And I'm like, wow, that would have been a hell of an ending, man.
That does sound pretty cool.
But you can't, I mean, I'm not going to really fault Kevin too much for that. If you run out of money, you run out of money. Man. I mean,
what was the budget? You said it was like
$4 million.
$4 million is not a lot of money.
Not for a movie,
they were going to give that for like Chasing Amy, right?
Yeah.
So
they were going to do 5 for Chasing Amy originally.
Yeah, so $1 million less than that, and this is like inflation and shit later.
Right.
So they just couldn't do it. So anyway, that
was Red State.
That was his. I want to say that was his last real movie. I'm just gonna say. I hate to say it,
No,
but
that's fair. That's totally
yeah.
fair.
Maybe mainstream
So
movie?
years go, like Red State happens, and then for whatever reason, 3 years goes by. He's I guess he's just sort of pseudo retired at this point. I think he's just kind of
coasting on the podcast.
He's coasting on the podcast and his appearances, and I guess he's doing pretty well.
Directing TV episodes.
Yeah, he's keeping busy doing this and that. Like
stuff.
like there's all kinds of like little like Hulu type shows where he can pop up.
Yeah,
on
that's true. Like spoilers. Yeah.
So he was keeping busy, but then like he got they're based on some fucking ad on Craigslist or some shit. There was like some guy and he was gonna offer free rent to any person that would allow him to be dressed like a walrus.
Yes.
And I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. And if you listen to Smodcast, like one of the things I really appreciate about Smodcast is like Kevin Smith and Scott Moser are really just two hilarious guys.
Yeah.
Who really know how to like one up each other.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like they're very good at that whole game where like more ridiculous and more ridiculous than that.
Yeah.
They're really good at it. So like they basically like came up with a movie idea on the spot in one of the podcasts. I don't know the number. I wish I'd wrote it down.
Number 259.
Well done,
Yeah,
Matt.
there you go.
Well
Thank you.
done.
Yeah.
Check it out. It's pretty hilarious.
It's really funny. It's really great too because I mean they didn't start the podcast thinking we're going to make a movie out
No.
of this.
Yeah.
It's just cool to see the
and
genesis
Kevin
of an
Smith just
idea.
fell in love with the idea of making this movie, and they started the hashtag Walrus Yes.
Walrus, yes, Walrus. No.
Walrus no.
And next thing you know, they're making a movie, and what a movie it was.
Oh, it is. It's a walrus maybe.
I might have lost a friend taking them to see this thing. I don't think we really talked or hung out much after that.
Okay.
I was like, oh, it's gonna be great because like I knew all the backstory because I was listening to all the podcasts. So like for months and months, he's like talking about making it, and he's like, just like, oh, it's a really weird movie, but I just think it's turned out great. And Michael Parks puts in a hell of a performance, and Justin Long, and da 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 da. And I was like, he sold me. I was like, I'm in, Kevin. So I went to see it. I knew I was like, I gotta see this like opening weekend because I'm not gonna get any other chance to see it. It's gonna be in and out of theaters, even if it was like a good Kevin Smith movie is going to be in and out of theaters fast.
Oh,
but
right.
this
Yeah.
was just weird.
Yep.
And he acknowledges it. It's a weird movie.
It is. It's interesting.
So, Matt.
All right, let's talk about Tusk. Jeez, where do I start with this thing? Okay, so first of all, let's talk about Rotten Tomatoes. 45% had a budget of $3 million. Pretty good just to pull together that much money and say, "Hey, I'm going to make a movie about a man transforming into a walrus." You want in to investors, right?
That is amazing.
Man, box office 1.9 million. Didn't quite make.
It made that much money.
Yeah, it made that much money.
Those were his that was his audience. That was how big his audience is, which is about how big Reboot got.
About that,
Yeah, Reboot was
for like 2 days. Like they showed the movie like 2 days or one.
Reboot made about three and a half million. I think
Something about like that. Yeah. So let me talk about the good things that
Okay.
I liked about Tusk. This has my favorite oh shit moment of any of Kevin Smith movies, and that's the part where Justin Long is drinking some tea. He gets poisoned, and I don't know how many takes this took, but he just hits the floor with his head.
Hard.
There's this hard thud, and it makes me jump every time. Like, I hope he's okay.
Wow.
I'm sure the AV guy put in some,
Earned his
loud
paycheck
sound
for
or
that
something
one,
like,
huh?
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, he just hits the floor so hard. I'm like, oh, dude, he looks legit passed out, which I guess is what you're going for. I enjoy the first third of this movie.
I really appreciated that the kid from The Sixth Sense was in it.
Haley Joel Osment.
Yeah, this thing sets up.
It was his roommate, right?
It
Who
was.
took his girlfriend.
Yep.
a movie about a podcast. These two guys have this podcast,
Yeah.
and they're both dicks. I mean,
Do what you know, yeah.
right? I mean, they're-
Justin Long more so.
Well, right. I mean, there's this kid and who accidentally slices his leg off with a katana blade. I don't even know if that's possible, but let's just go with it for a second.
Let's go with it.
Yeah. Justin Long travels to Canada to interview this kid, just be a dick to him. Turns out the kid has committed suicide. I mean, and so he's not
I do not like
upset.
this movie.
Oh, man. Yeah. So
It's a hard one too. Like.
I hate body horror anyway. Like that's a hard
Oh, yeah.
no for me
That's
anyway.
when it's lost me. Yeah.
Yeah, I do not like Cronenberg. I do not like body horror. I don't like torture porn. So like the instant they start getting into that shit, I'm out. Okay. And like you said, like the movie's so mean spirited to begin with. It's like there's like nothing. And even like at the end when he kind of gets what he deserves, it's just mean. I don't like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, like at that last scene where you see his eyes and they're like it's in the doghouse or whatever. It's like this fucking movie, man. Like How did Kevin Smith make this thing? Like, I just don't get it.
It's tough. It's
I
tough
can understand.
to watch.
Like, the way they joked about it in the podcast is hilarious.
It is. I mean, I think they could have made this into a comedy if they wanted to. They decided to go the horror route. But is it horror? Because they
to me, it is, yeah.
Johnny Depp freaking shows up with a dick
Guy
nose.
Lapointe,
Yeah, okay. He actually said, hey, I want my nose to look as much like a penis as possible. And Kevin was like, yeah, definitely. Okay, we can do that.
And Johnny Depp was still Johnny Depp at this point.
Right. I mean, you've got this Pink Panther detective who I kind of believe that maybe Kevin Smith was thinking, I don't want to tell this guy, take. All right, that's good.
Right. You're probably right. Yeah.
Just let
I'm getting him for
monologue.
free. I'm just going to let him do what he wants
Just
to do.
talking. Like, I don't. There was a lot of this where
I mean,
was
not
like,
for
this can't
free,
be
but like he was getting him
scripted.
for nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, right. With
On
this
a
kind of
budget of $3 million. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm not a fan, man. I gotta say, I'm not a fan of Tusk.
It's my least favorite Kevin Smith movie
Oh,
by a mile.
oh, really?
By
Okay.
I loathe this movie. I really do. I do not like this movie. I walked out of it just going like, God, that fucking sucked. The only part of the movie I liked is when they they cut into the podcast during like the credits. I think
yeah.
that was the best part.
Yeah.
Because then I could finally go to my friend like, oh, this is the fun part that like.
This is
Right,
why
this
they
is
made
what
this.
you were-
Yeah,
Yes,
I was like,
yeah.
this would have been fun, like this, not the horror show we just saw. Like, ugh, Adam.
I watched it a few days ago, and that was the first. I think I watched it on Thursday, and that was the first time I'd ever seen it. And I'm part of because I tried to stay objective. I'm at a point where it's like I'm kind of over Justin Long. Like there was a period like when he did Accepted back when what's his face Jonah Hill when he was still. I was like he was funny for a while, and I kind of got over the Justin Long humor. I could still take him in small doses, but it was when I was like, I immediately didn't like him.
Right.
So it was that was kind of hard. I
guess that's a choice. So like the shit that happens to him, like
Yeah.
you feel more like not. You feel like justified.
You feel he was like you don't
less
feel
sympathetic.
as bad.
You're not supposed to feel sympathy for this guy.
because like
Right.
he's horrible. I found myself I was sitting there thinking at one point I was like because I didn't know the background with the podcast and all that going into it, and so I was like walrus like what?
It's a movie about a walrus.
Because I'm sitting there
fucking walrus movie. Yeah.
well, because I'm sitting there thinking to myself like
He's not apologetic for making
No.
it. But
No,
like,
he's not, no.
You can definitely tell he's like, yeah, I get it. It's not everybody's cup of tea.
well because I was sitting
I
there
just had to make it. Okay.
and I was like, I mean, some of the like I loved Michael Parks when he's doing that voice and I was like
That's pretty good.
I was like
Okay.
I loved there's the dynamic between him and Johnny Depp when he has that flashback scene to when he's like I think I've met this guy before.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this. So like there were elements of it that I was like okay if he wasn't trying to transform him into a walrus.
Like
this-
literally into a walrus.
It's like this might actually be kind of a decent horror movie.
Yeah.
Like I'm kind of in the same boat as you. As like I was looking at it through a little bit of like a Buffalo Bill, Silence of the Lambs kind of thing. It was like I still don't dig that, but it's like okay if he was just like if he was like okay I'm gonna here's this guy who kind of
he
deserves.
changed his biology.
Yeah, I was like,
Right,
and
right.
like, because even the way Michael Parks delivered a lot of the backstory up to like, oh, Mr. Tusk, and like, it was when I was like, okay, in the storytelling about this walrus, like, I kind of buy that, but I'm just like, you're trying to change a guy into a walrus. What the hell? I was just like,
This is insane.
Wouldn't it be easier just to buy a walrus?
yeah,
or
like
go
this.
get
It
a
was like
walrus?
the guy is
Or go back.
He's clearly nuts. Because like I mean he set up he's got this whole estate, and and he's been this is not the first time he's done this.
Right.
It's like the guy is clearly insane.
Oh yeah, the scene where like he's in the water or whatever,
Yes.
and he sees like the remains
Yeah.
of another
Yes,
person.
yes.
It's like oh,
and then like in Johnny Depp and when when he first meets with the guy's girlfriend and his buddy and they're in the restaurant and he's talking about stuff. He's like he's kind of chronicling some of the other. He's like I've been chasing this guy for years now. I think he did this. So he's like you're getting this pseudo backstory to your villain.
Right.
And I was like there's so many things. I'm sitting there and watching. I was like okay, I'm not loving this, but like. There's elements is like I feel like if they would have taken some of these things and finessed them a little differently, this could have been a better movie. And it was like, well, then once I found out, I was like, oh, okay, it's from a podcast. They're sitting there like, yeah, whatever. I read this.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like,
Would it be
oh,
funny
okay.
if
just a stone guy,
Yeah.
and his best buddy just shooting the shit.
Wouldn't
it be funny if like this fucking shit? Because like that happens again with yoga hosers.
Oh,
it does, yeah.
We've sat around at work talking about stupid shit. Like,
absolutely,
what if we did this?
Absolutely.
Like, and it's when I was
we've
like,
created some characters of our own.
and there's part of it where I'm like, I feel like I'm like, and I have never had the opportunity, so I don't know. But there's a part of it was like, I feel like if somebody's like, hey, we'll give you $3 million to make that, I'd be like, no, it's just a stupid thing that we're goofing around with. Like,
This is some idea we had.
We
right?
shouldn't turn this
to
into
think
a
of
movie.
the effort and like that he went through to make the movie too.
Yeah.
It's like,
Right.
He never once doubted it.
No.
He was making this fucking thing.
And at the end, that final scene when the two go to visit him, he's at some, animal
zoo or
reserve.
something like that.
Yeah.
And it's like, he went full
Sad
walrus. Like,
animal zoo.
we can't bring him back because
Right.
he's too far gone.
Right.
And
He's
it's just
mentally
like-
broken.
I'm just like, I don't even know what I'm doing here at this point. Like,
I felt depressed after watching
Yeah.
everything. I just did not like
Right.
it. I just did not like it.
we
Shame
did,
on you, Kevin Smith.
We did.
I'm so happy that you felt like making another movie,
Yes.
but man,
We did get. And
couldn't you have started with Moose Jaws first?
We did get yoga hosers out of it, so that's a plus. I think.
Yeah, Yoga Hosers was a little disappointing for me because like he talked about this one a lot when I went to see him live.
Yeah.
This was like, and he talked about it ad nauseum in his podcasts too. So like I was really looking forward to seeing how they were going to do it. And of course he's got Harley in it, and Johnny Depp's daughter. And
Guy Lapointe comes back.
Guy Lapointe comes back. I think he just
Damn,
wanted to
Guy
see his
Lapointe.
kid as a clerk. I think that was just like the extent of
I
it.
guess.
And it's the Bratzies and like I don't even what the hell is this movie? There's like a band and they're in a band and it's like it just. I remember watching that movie too because I was like me and like one other dude was in the theater.
Yeah.
And I just remember like thinking like, oh, for me the whole fun of the movie was like, oh, there's where he was talking about making that scene. Yep, he was talking about making that scene.
There's that scene come to life.
This isn't very good, is it?
So I want to play
but
a little.
you thought it was okay though, didn't you? Like, did you?
It was. There were parts of it. I was like, okay, this is. I mean, it's one of those where it's like, if I just know from the because that was one of the things with yoga hosers. Like from the onset, I'm not going to take this seriously.
Right.
I'm like, there's nothing about it. It's like, and I honestly, it's kind of funny having watched Harley Quinn in Yoga Hosers and Reboot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I think I gotta give her a little bit more. I think she was better in Yoga Hosers, honestly. That doesn't mean she was great,
Yeah,
but
I agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think because I watched some of the supplemental stuff on it, and was it Lily?
Lily Rose.
Lily Rose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're 15-year-olds and they're best friends.
They've been
And
best
they're-
friends since
They're
they were
playing
little.
15-year-olds who are best friends. So it was when I was like, it was not a huge jump for them to just go be yourself. So I think they worked out a lot better in that than I feel like she did in Reboot. But it was when I was like, I knew going into it, was like, okay, they're gonna fight little sausage Nazis.
Yeah.
And
You got another Justin Long. He played the yoga hoser
Yep.
guy.
Oh, it's so not funny.
Yogi. The
Yogi.
Yogi.
It was
so
not
not
funny at
funny.
all. It was
Oh my
flat. It
gosh.
landed very flat. And just like I just remember, like I just definitely remember having a thought in my head, going, "This isn't very good, is it?
Nope.
No.
This was not worthwhile."
Let's talk about the box office. You went
Okay,
with two other
okay.
people in there. Budget of $5 million. How much money do you think this made?
$1
guys?
million.
$1 million?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, I know it made $0 in the United States because it was not released in the United States. It was only released internationally.
What now?
It made $0 domestically. That's
No,
what I
it
read.
doesn't.
Yoga Hosers? Oh, he saw it though.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
saw it.
it's-
Yeah, no, it got a release.
Because when I went looking online, it said $0 domestically.
Maybe they rounded down. I don't know.
Maybe
but
Ron went to
and that
see
one
it.
other guy.
it definitely. I was there, and it wasn't a fever dream. I was definitely there.
Ron, did you cross the
if
border
you go
to
on
see
my,
this movie?
If you go on my Facebook page and like look, you got the like timelines, things that'll pop up. Like every
Right.
now and then it'll pop up. Like I took a picture of like my feet, and I'm like, I'm here to see Kevin Smith's yoga hoser.
Ron checks in Vancouver.
That's
Maybe I was in Vancouver. I don't
Mexico
shit. I
City.
don't know.
I don't know.
That's
somewhere.
that's funny. Because
Now,
it was like,
maybe it
Okay.
virtually made $0, but like it
Yeah.
at least made $10. Me and another guy were there. you know.
$10. Okay. So he thinks 1 million. How much do you think it would have made internationally? We're
Now
gonna see
I'm wishing I'd said less than $1 million.
I think it was less than 100,000. or maybe between 100,000, 200,000.
Okay, well, let's look. $38,784.
okay, yeah.
You
Jesus
cannot
Christ.
buy a house in this
No.
area. For
Kevin, I'm a true fan.
bro. Yeah,
He drove all the way to Vancouver to see your
to
movie.
see this movie. Wow, a lot to say about yoga.
It might have been a
hosers, man.
Fathom event thing too. I don't,
I was watching this thinking, maybe Kevin doesn't need to be writing so many movies while stoned.
Right.
'Cause I
Right.
just think this was just some sort of fever dream brought on by
Yeah.
the pot. I don't know.
Yeah,
Or I
possibly,
don't know if that's
quite
something that
possibly.
could
I bet he got
happen.
a really bad strain of whatever it is out there. And,
Whatever it was.
oh man,
I did get kind of bored a little way through this movie. So
Yeah, I would imagine.
How could you get bored with
Dude,
this?
I can't. So I
and the
didn't
Ralph
get-
Garman stuff was so bad.
It was
and
so
I felt
bad.
bad because I like all these
Me
people that are
too,
in
man.
this. I want so bad for this to be good.
And yeah, he's got he's got the impressions from Hollywood Babylon. They made sure to
Just
include
didn't
all
fit.
that.
It didn't
just-
fit.
It didn't at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. there we
Domestic
go.
box office,
$0 according to this
And I
site
was
that
just
he's
like,
looking at.
How did
Yeah.
it make $0?
Yeah. How does that happen? But I got so bored during this movie that I made.
Did I get? Was I supposed to get my money back?
Oh, maybe.
I should
It's
probably
all
look
fully
for a
refundable.
check.
You should.
Right?
Did Kevin actually refund everybody?
Sorry, guys.
Do you guys want to hear my drinking game for?
Okay,
yoga
sure,
hosers?
sure,
All right,
sure.
This is what I came up with.
It'll be more enjoyable
All right.
probably.
Well, take a shot or smoke a whatever you got.
Anytime you
Fatty
say what the
Batty
fuck,
Blunt.
Yeah. Oh God. Every time someone says or the Collins text or use their phones.
okay.
How about every time a character is introduced with an animated screen that's like 8-bit, but then they're never actually seen again? Someone says a boot.
They invented like their own like Instagram thing or whatever.
Yes.
Yes.
It's just like, whoa, this is
A Neener Nardi? That doesn't even make. That's not even funny. Okay, I'm sorry. Not
It's a
fan.
miss. It's a
not a
miss.
fan of this movie.
I was trying to remember what the little Bratzies kept saying when they were running around.
I love that was Kevin though. I like
Yes.
That was Kevin.
because it was supposed to be Jay.
Yep.
Yeah, Jay had panic attacks when they
Yeah,
were trying to put
they
him into
couldn't.
that Bratzy.
Which I would
outfit.
I would probably
The
be
lick,
the same way.
the rubber mold.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like
so
they put the
these
straw
straws in your nose. Yeah,
Right,
you're,
right.
you're blind and deaf for a
Right.
little while.
I
That's
totally
all
get
right.
it.
Yeah.
I totally get it. That's a rough way
Yeah.
to make a living, and Kevin went ahead and did it because like the reason it's so memorable is because he shaved his beard for it.
Yes.
So like, there's for like a period of like a day or two, like there are all these great pictures of Kevin looking like
Clean
10
shaven,
years
yeah.
old,
Right.
like because he started losing the weight at this point
Yes.
too.
Yes.
He just looked like a different person. Like
who is this guy?
Yeah, clean shaven, clean Kevin. This is weird.
He
Yeah.
did get Adam Brody back from Cop Out days. He was in the picture shortly in the beginning, and then I think towards the end.
Yeah,
He was the drummer
There was
in the
that.
little
Oh, he was the drummer.
Yeah, he was the drummer.
Okay.
The one with the nipples.
Yep.
Yeah. Man, I think I feel
It was
a
like
lot of-
Anthrax. Was it? Is that an Anthrax song? In the beginning, because they were playing as a band. Like,
Oh, I don't know. The one where they were.
it's like a rap
going
rock.
back and
It's like an
forth
old
and-
rap rock
Okay,
type song.
I
Like-
didn't know where it came from.
yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, people out there going like Anthrax, you dumbass. It's so and so.
I know.
But like,
who
I
this
hated
is.
that. Even I was like, oh god, it's these like 15-year-old girls. They would never know what this song even is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so
yeah.
dumb. It's just like, to me, it just felt like Kevin Smith just wanted to like put his
Put his
kid
kid
in
in the
something.
movie.
That's what he wanted to do. That's,
You bring up a good point. It feels like a 40-something-year-old man writing for what he believes teenagers would talk like, and this is
Yeah.
kind of what we get. And,
and
the
it's
jokes,
embarrassingly not true.
Right,
No,
well, I mean, the jokes are, well, Canadians talk funny. And I guess maybe since I'm not really from up north, maybe I don't find that funny.
I got a weird thing for girls that say a boot.
Oh, so many boots. Yeah.
That's why I like Letterkenny, because like they had the whole thing. It's like, are you saying a boot? We don't say that.
Because that's the whole thing is Canadians are like, we don't really talk like that though.
Right.
No, no.
God damn you, Terrence and Phillip.
Say about a boat,
Right,
but not a boot.
It's exaggerated.
It
quite a bit.
is. I'm going to go ahead and just say this. This is my least favorite Kevin Smith movie.
Oh, you like
I know-
Tusk better?
I-
Tusk
I-
at least
I'll
feels like a
watch Tusk.
movie. Like
It kinda
Tusk,
does.
Tusk feels like a movie.
this is, I don't know what this is.
I
This is
can't
an
do
absolute
Yoga
mess.
Hosers. I'll probably never watch this movie again.
I know, I won't. Probably.
Hey,
I probably
I
won't
own
watch
it.
Tusk either.
So
You own it, so
if you ever want to, I got it.
Oh.
Here.
I mean, I'll watch that 100 times more than I'll watch Tusk, though. I'll say that.
Oh, okay. All right. This man hates
Because
Tusk.
at least it's just silly, you know. Tusk is just disturbing.
Where does Yoga Hosers fall in your spectrum?
I think Yoga Hosers is at the bottom for me. too.
Yeah. Okay.
Very bottom.
I think it is.
Wow.
Because I give Tusk a little bit of credit that it feels like more of a movie. Yoga
It
Hosers.
definitely feels like a movie.
Yoga Hosers. I mean, I could watch it again.
It feels like people on YouTube fucking around, really.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's one of those. I mean, there's no point to it.
No.
I mean,
No,
there's no. I mean, even what little plot they did have is like, wow, what?
This is the story he wanted to tell.
It makes me feel kind of sad, especially after watching some of the old classics, that it came from.
Yeah,
it's like I'm happy, like it, but it's like the thing is like I'm so happy that he's like hustling and he's like, it reinvigorated his drive to be a director again, and Jay and Silent Bob was closer to form, which was the last movie. Well, I put 2019. He had the heart attack, and he went vegan, and he lost 1 million pounds. And he's an unrecognizable dude. Really. I mean,
good for him, though, man.
Very happy
I'm
for him.
so proud of this guy.
The world's a better place with Kevin Smith.
Yes,
no doubt. And I'm so glad he's still with us. And the stories about his father dying a horrible heart attack. And he's like he went out screaming in pain, and it made me really sad to think that like that happened to Kevin. He was like Instagramming and shit, like in the hospital and shit. Like he was keeping. He was touching base with his fans like really well. And so like there wasn't that kind of worry, but it was the Widowmaker, man, as they say. That kills a lot of people. That was the one that kills people, and he survived it. Thankfully, he at least it was around people, I guess. What was the story? Is like he was recording.
He was actually in the middle of doing a show. Some sort of show. He was going to do 2 shows.
It was like a Showtime stand-up thing.
It was, and he finished with the first show, and then right before the second one, he's like, "I just need to lay down. Things don't feel right. I feel a little nauseous and
kind of sweaty." And, I guess somebody said he should go to the hospital, and
he did, and
it
so
saved his life.
Glad he did.
It saved his life.
Yep.
Because man, can you imagine? Terrible. Because we've lost some really great fat men.
Yes.
Oh, right.
Like you think about like your Chris Farley's and like just people who, I mean, Kevin, like he smoked weed, but he's a horrible health, but he was losing weight. That's the thing that would have sucked even harder because like he'd already lost like over 100 pounds.
He'd been trying.
He was already like he wasn't full vegan, but like he was definitely like cutting out all the sugars. He was like talking about like that was the book that he read that like changed his habits and lifestyles.
Yep.
And he lost a ton of weight. He already looked skinny. Now he looks like really crazy.
He's real thin.
He's
now,
like really.
Right.
He's just thin now. And he wears pants, and it's hilarious. It's really cute. Like he'll be on like Twitter, like what jacket should I wear on Colbert?
Oh right. He's always doing videos of himself while he's out for a walk with his dog.
Which
in the
Checky,
Hollywood Hills.
I love those. Did you see the one where he got into it with a guy walking a bunch of dogs? Like Kevin Smith was gonna get raw on this guy, and he came up and apologized before like Kevin Smith because like you said, like he does it live. He does it on Facebook a lot.
Yep.
And he was just walking the Runyon or whatever, and he's got his little dog. And what it was is he went live after the initial encounter, and I guess like you loop around, you go back down. So like he encountered the guy a second time, and he was like, "There he is, here he comes," and he was like gonna say some shit, But I guess he wanted to have it on video just in case, like,
in case
something went sideways.
Yes, something went sideways. But the guy came up, and maybe it was because he was videoing, but he was just like, "Hey, man, it's like I'm a good guy, you're a good guy, I'm sorry, like let's let bygones be bygones." And Kevin Smith was like, "Oh, well, that went way different than I thought." I thought this was going to be way different.
Throw it down, man.
Yeah, he seemed really upset. So Kevin loves his dogs.
Yes.
Oh, he does.
Yes, he does.
And do we have what do you want to say about Jay and Silent Bob reboot? Because that's the most recent movie.
Yes.
It's perfectly fine. It's miles and miles better than Tusk and Yoga Hosers.
Oh wow, I'll give you that. Yes.
But it feels very much like a budget version of the first Jay and Silent Bob.
Yeah. It's the remake that doesn't feel like it's nearly as good as what they're trying to remake. This thing's got a Rotten Tomatoes score of 67%, so it's still kind of
pretty
technically
darn good.
certified
Yeah,
fresh.
it's not bad.
Budget of $10 million, it made $5.5. Again, another movie that just lost money. But,
but that doesn't take into account for all the money that he made screening the thing,
going from city to city.
I bet you that movie's it's made its money back.
I still may like I think it was
because it was only in theaters for 2 days.
2 days.
That was it.
And I think what would have worked it for him, because I was telling you this the other day. I said I like the idea of doing the 2 days because it puts a lot of urgency on people. To like, all right,
I pre-bought I bought my tickets like 6 months in advance.
Yeah.
Oh dang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because I knew it was coming out around my birthday, and I was like, oh, it'll be fun to go. And like my buddy Jay, 4KJ,
Yep.
you know, we've been to a bunch of Kevin Smith movies like ever since Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, and I was like, you want to go see this? It's only gonna be in theaters like 2 days, and if we like don't get tickets because it's in the small theater too.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was absolutely packed. Like the whole theater, it was like the most packed I've ever like, other than a Q&A type thing that I went to where it was packed. There weren't a lot of empty seats.
That's awesome.
It sold out. It was a fun experience because it's us. It's all it was. It was just guys like us, big guys in hoodies, you know, and some gals too. So it was pretty cool.
That's why I think like if he would have either done like we're going to do a week worth of shows, or if they would have done like these 2 first dates and then come back, it's like if it had been the plan all along to say we're gonna do a second release, like for 2 or 3 weeks. And come out afterwards and be like, we had such a great response for these first 2 dates. We're going to open it up for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Because I know he would have made his money back and then some.
Probably.
I know a lot of it was crowdfunded, I'm pretty sure. Because
Was it?
Because I know he secured some of the funding, but I think for a long time, like, they were doing some kind of crowdsourcing.
I didn't know that.
Because I forget the vehicle.
Is that why there were some people in the movie at the end? Like, there were a bunch of guys, like, they were taking a picture?
Because there's, I forget, there's a number of I think
maybe those were the stretch goal guys.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, maybe.
I think there's some kind of vehicle that specifically with films that are crowdsourcing. So because I've seen a number of places kind of pay like, hey, because I feel like on Facebook I was seeing like, you should join this group, be a part of this group, you can support films.
Okay.
So I think there was a good part of the budget that was crowdsourced, and I think because of that, there was a little bit more of a safety net to where like we're not indebted to a studio if this doesn't make all the money back. Like the fans kind of paid for this, so we're gonna, we're not gonna be as concerned about box office because we just want to make something for the fans. And I think he did a good job with that.
He did.
Yeah.
He
played it safe.
Some of it's a little. I mean, some of it's a little cringy, like we said earlier. Some of it, like the people have aged, and it's like, ugh.
Yeah.
But I think ultimately at the end,
You got to get past that though. That's not the movie's fault.
No,
that's not the movie's fault.
It's. I mean, I'll watch it over and over and over. I'm sure over the years, the same way that I watched Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. And
the only parts that like really bugged me were like I did not like the parts with the Klan. Like that seemed really stupid.
That was really out of place.
Yes, thank you.
Like when Kevin comes out and he's talking, and then they like the shit, like they're dragging the porta pot. I'm like, all of this is not right.
I was like,
it
Chris
didn't really
Jericho
go anywhere.
Yeah,
like what?
Yeah, I
Chris
was like,
Jericho
why,
is a Klansman?
You wrote and did several drafts of this, I'm sure, and like you're like, this has got to be in. I'm fighting for this scene.
Yeah, that's right. Get the
but
Klan in
that's mainly it. Like I dug the whole courtroom stuff. I thought that was pretty funny. I liked seeing Justin Long again.
Yep.
I like that they got the Brody in the mall, the dying mall. Thought that was fun.
Yes.
Like Jason Lee was pretty. He jumped right back into the role, which gives me hope for Mallrats. Like
if they ever get that off the ground,
if they ever get off the ground, which I hope they do. If they all they got to do is just keep doing what they're doing, keep crowd funding it, and people want to see it, then they can pay for it.
Yeah, I'll throw a couple of shekels his way.
He talks about Clerks 3 and Mallrats 2 as. Like, I know he talked that up several years ago, but that was before, like, the way he's talked about it.
But that's Kevin Smith. He talks a big game.
Oh, he does.
He talks about everything like it's going to happen because you have to do it.
Well, one of the things that got me more hopeful for Mallrats 2 is I know when we went to see him a couple years ago, somebody had brought that up and was asking about it. And the big thing with Mallrats 2 was, I forget which studio had the rights to it.
Universal.
Universal had the rights, and they weren't working with him on anything. So that was his reasoning of why it was dead. So it was like when it came back up, I'm like, okay, you've gone around and talked to all your fans and told them this is dead because Universal won't give you the rights.
Yeah.
So like if you're bringing this back up, it seems like it would have to be almost a foregone conclusion that you've worked something out with Universal that you can do this. Because I know everybody talked about, like nobody necessarily acknowledged it, but with Clerks 3, they were like, Jeff doesn't want to come back and do it.
Yeah.
Everybody else is okay. And they're like, oh, we're doing...
The Jeff Anderson thing's strange. I feel partly bad for him because he seems uncomfortable with like the fame, I guess.
Yeah, he's... totally not.
And when he did try to make a go of it, he failed.
Yeah.
And, and then I think this is just me. This is conjecture. Like, I feel like that when he was asked to do a third Clerks movie, he's like, I don't want to do that again.
Yeah.
Right. I swung, like, I've done this for you twice, like, I don't want to do it anymore. I like the way Clerks 2 ended. And, so, like, I respect that. But, like, Kevin was like, he kind of, like, lives in a what do you call it? Like a shut-in kind of life, you know? Like he lives out in some cabin or some shit. Like he's kind of cut himself off from the world, which is kind of, you know,
power to him.
Like I'm thinking like mental illness, you know?
You think so?
Okay. Kind of.
One of the things I found to be really interesting that he and Lisa Spoonhour, who played Caitlin Bree in Clerks, they were married.
They were married. Yeah.
She actually passed away.
That's
in
right.
2017.
Right.
Because I was going, it looks like, why didn't they bring back Marilyn Gigliotti or what's her Lisa Spoonhour? It's like, oh, she died.
Right. Yeah.
It's hard to do that. But
it's tricky.
But
Skywalker can do that kind of thing. but on a $5 million budget.
Yeah.
Maybe not so much. He did mention on Joe Rogan's podcast that he said the reason why he was able to get so many cameos was because he was able to just go to people and be like, look,
guilt trip them.
Yeah, I had a heart attack. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here.
And he even includes that in the movie.
Come down to New Orleans.
Well, and he was very upset that like Ben Affleck didn't contact him when he had his heart attack.
Yeah.
So like that was how big the rift was there.
Yeah.
You know, like that's pretty tough. So, but when he does show up later in the movie, and even though like the movie like it goes on, the scene kind of goes on long, and it's super indulgent. Although there's some cute scenes and like where he's like what did he say? Like Martha, you mentioned. There's like a little joke about. Martha.
Like I don't remember what Bruce Wayne's mom's name.
Yeah.
Right. And he kind of like pauses and looks to the screen. It's kind of cute. But I was just the Instagram post that he posted like about like my boyfriend's back or whatever, and like how they embraced and hugged, and he's like, Ben's just a guy you can hug, you know, like he's just a big guy. That's all I care about. It was neat to see him in the scene, and I like that they were able to write in the scene with Alyssa Jones, and like you know, he was like it was cute. It was cute.
Yeah, we kind of have a happy ending here as far as Kevin Smith's life goes. I mean, you know, there's going to be more movies, but. He's kind of in a good place with a lot of people in his life, and he's happy with where he is. Yeah. His health is doing great. So, man, we have a happy ending here, guys. Yeah, we didn't
so
end
far
on
in
Tusk.
2020. In 2020, things are looking up.
Yep.
Yeah.
And in 2010, they weren't looking up so much.
No, not so much.
He was in really bad shape.
Yeah,
he's got all the like TMZ type shots of him like getting gas, and he's just like he's Tusk in size. You know, he could have been a Tusk or walrus.
Could have been. Yeah.
You know, he was a very big guy, and you're just like, oh gosh, like it just breaks your heart because you know, someone like that's just given up. Like, you just kind of gave up.
Yep.
You're just sitting around. You're just eating chocolate donuts all day long. It's like. You know, it is really tough, and especially knowing how his dad went out.
Yeah,
so exactly.
You're just kind of waiting for death. So,
yeah.
Anyway,
before we sign off, I don't know if you guys want to talk more about Reboot, but I'd like to go through, if it's okay with you, because this is your all's podcast, maybe talk about our favorite film and then our least favorite film. I think we already know our least favorites, but yeah. You want to go ahead?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to
start with me.
Sure. Go for it. Yeah.
Favorite film is Clerks 2. I'm going to mention it. Like I hadn't seen it in a couple years actually before I revisited it, and I was like, I hope it. I still love this movie because like I'd been saying Clerks 2 is like my favorite, and you know it still is. Clerks is probably a close second, and I really just as an honorable mention, like a Jersey Girl, like really, like I was so. It was kind of like the whole like Seth Rogen movie, the long shot movie.
Yeah.
It's like you just have like such little, you know, maybe in Cop Out for you as well. You know, like you have such low expectations going into it. And I've already seen it, but it's just like my life was different, you know, and seeing it like through new eyes and having more of an appreciation for like Ben Affleck as an actor and more respect. Like I just, sometimes you just let that was like the forest and the trees kind of saying, you know, like you can't see the forest for the trees. And it's like, I think you kind of get caught up in that moment and the whole like, Ben Affleck, Jennifer Lopez thing. It got a bad rap. So, and I love George Carlin in that. It was so good. So, anyway.
All right. Awesome.
My least favorite, I think, Tusk.
I can tell
Tusk
you
and Yoga Hosers. Like, I hate to say it because they're like two of the three most recent movies.
They are.
But they're hot garbage in a lot of ways. And I'm so sorry, Kevin Smith. I mean, I love you to death, man. I'll go see your hot garbage any day of the week. That's if that means anything to you.
We are financially committed.
Right on.
Yeah. I'm supporting you, pal.
So, no surprise here. Yoga Hoser is my least favorite. I think we've said everything there is to say about that one. I was torn between Dogma and Chasing Amy just for different reasons. And I guess for today, because this can change at any moment. Maybe ask me tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Chasing Amy.
That's
man.
a strong choice.
Yeah,
it's a strong
solid
choice.
flick,
Holds
so-
up surprisingly well 23 years later.
Right? Oh gosh, it doesn't seem like it should be that long, but wow. All right, Adam.
My least favorite, I think, just kind of by design, probably Yoga Hosers. It's probably the same kind of thing. I mean, like Tusk and Yoga Hosers, they're just kind of interchangeable. Like, I'll watch them and enjoy them for Kevin Smith, but
Right.
It's one of those like
Maybe the commentary's worth the money.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, maybe.
I'm just
Listen to the
kinda-
commentary.
It's one of those like I know why they got made, but at the same time, when I ask the question, like, why did these get made? Like,
How did this get made? That's a good podcast.
Right.
And while I think Clerks 2 is his best movie, I think Mallrats will forever be my favorite.
Solid choice too.
I mean, the Jersey trilogy, I think will always stand on its own. And Mallrats, I don't know if it's just because it was the first one that I saw.
The nostalgia is
The
big.
nostalgia's big.
Yeah.
I mean, I can watch Mallrats over. I watched it twice the other day.
You know how I feel, Adam. Rewatchability plays a big factor
Yes,
in like
it
my.
does.
So
Yes,
if you can rewatch something again and again and again and again, whether or not it's the greatest film ever made matters not.
Yeah.
It's like it's your favorite movie.
Mallrats is my favorite.
Right on.
Cool. All right.
Yes.
Well, we covered a lot of different movies there with
Yes,
our
we
favorites.
did.
And
Wow.
I think we all agreed on the least favorite, but
Yes.
like our favorites, we were pretty all over the place. I think that's
did.
cool. I think that speaks to Kevin Smith's
Yes.
library of movies.
We were really thorough with that too, though. That's nice. Yeah.
Yes. Oh,
All
yes.
right.
That's how we do it on the Cinemasters of the Universe.
That's how we roll.
So I guess
TM.
yeah, TM. Let's trademark that. So
Damn it.
Put yours in the comments.
Yeah,
whenever
no
we
doubt.
do
Let
this.
us know. We
read
know
that.
you guys watch and listen to us.
Yes.
I've seen the numbers.
He sees the numbers. He tells me about them.
We follow us on Twitter. I keep busy with the @BitGeek podcast. I do most of my Cinemasters also on that Twitter account. I also have a Twitter account @Ron Avis, and there's a BitGeek Facebook page, but it's not. We don't really keep up with it all that much, which I should. But that's just facebook.com/thebitgeeks, and also check out our YouTube channel, youtube.com/bitgeeks or bitgeek. No S at the end. And in case you didn't know, we have a YouTube channel. You can see our smiling faces right
Yes.
now. You could see me doing the dolphin early on.
Oh yeah.
That was awesome. Yeah.
Thank you. And Matt?
So before we sign off on this, I do want to bring this up. Kevin Smith has said before, when people have asked him, what's the most important thing you can do in life? And he's like, create.
Mm-hmm.
Give some kind of art out there. Create some piece of media that's going to live on after you. And that's what you guys are doing here,
That's
man.
why I'm doing it, man.
Exactly. Your great-great-grandkids are going to watch this, and they're not going to go any of these
They're going
movies
to
that
be
we're talking
terribly
about.
embarrassed of me.
They may be, yeah.
They might.
But they'll learn so much.
They're going to see, and this is the way he talks.
I like that's
this
why
is the way
Kevin
he
Smith
moves.
podcasts with his mom and stuff too. It's like I'm gonna have
Yeah.
these podcasts forever.
Yeah, exactly. It's so for giving me the gift of coming on here today. I mean, you guys are kind of giving me a little go at immortality too. So I want to thank you guys.
You're very welcome to come back anytime.
Officially
Man.
enshrined in the Cinemasters.
You're a member.
You've
You
been
got to get
sworn
the
in.
tattoo now. We
Yeah.
got a branding iron over here. We've been
on my ass.
It's been
Let's
on
do it.
hot coals for the last 4 hours actually.
Yeah, after we're done,
We're
we'll
gonna
get the
roll up your sleeve and I'll just brand you with this.
just put it on my balls.
If you hear a
man.
sizzling sound in your podcast,
after we're done, I'll get the cloaks. And we
the
can turn
cloaks are in the dryer.
Nice.
The cloaks are in the dryer.
Light all the candles.
Oh shit, we were supposed to do that up front.
Gets a little weird after
Yeah,
the first
that's-
podcast.
We like to get a little weird.
It's all right though.
We like to get a little traditional.
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Yeah.
So what about you, Adam? Anything you want to say before we sign off?
Snoogans.
Snooge did the news.
Yeah. That's all. That's
$15, little man. Put that shit in my hand.
That money doesn't show.
You owe me.
Oh me, oh. My jungle love.
Oh. Think I want to know ya. Yeah, what?
I'm just going to fade to black.